The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Battle lines were drawn as players dug in and squared off for Day 2 of the American Cup in St. Louis. 3 clashes were over in regulation, granting the victors entrance to the winner's bracket, with Sam Sevian crossing the 2,700 rating threshold on his way to sending top seed Wesley to the elimination bracket. The rest of the field went to tiebreaks, with 5 surviving to claim the remaining spots in the top tier. Some heavy hitters went down early. Who will be this year's Phoenix and rise from the ashes to claim the ultimate redemption? Round 3 of Can't Miss Chess coming up next.
Welcome everybody to Day 3 of the American Cup, a new and enterprising chess event hosted by the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the Enterprise Center, home of the St. Louis Blues. 2019 national champions. Well, we have a lot of chess national champions competing for the title in the American Cup. Let's go to the studio and start this exciting day with Yasser and Alejandro.
Welcome everybody to another beautiful day here in the Central West End, in the heart of St. Louis. We're here at the St. Louis Chess Club to bring you the action of the American Cup 2022. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, joining the legend himself, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, in an incredible event. Yasser?
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to be calling the action with you.
We've had an intense event. Players here, it's a double elimination. They get 2 lives. Many of them are down to their last life, and we'll be saying goodbye to 4 players today.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's show. Thank you for joining us and sharing your day. Yesterday was simply great entertainment. Boy, did we have a lot of fun and a lot of blood on the board. Let's take a look at who won and who lost.
Let's take a look at our brackets. We have in the champions section, the champions bracket, these are the players that still have 2 lives to their names. We have Levon Aronian, who passed over Ray Robson, and Dominguez, who passed over Sam Shankland, both of them in tiebreaks. Meanwhile, in the lower half of this bracket, we have Sam Sevian, who took care of Wesley without needing those playoffs.
Exactly.
They went straight out of the classical chess. Brilliant game there by Sam with the black pieces. He defeats the U.S. champion and now gets to face Fabiano Caruana. This is going to be an absolutely great match. Sevian is the upcoming player in America. He just crossed 2,700. Caruana, let's face it, looked shaky yesterday.
He did.
This is going to be a great matchup. Meanwhile, in the elimination bracket, these are the players that today are fighting for survival. They'll be playing a faster time control than the players in the champions bracket. They play 25 plus 10 today. And we have the matchups of Ray Robson against Sam Shankland and Wesley against Jeffery. These are heavy hitters, but 2 of these players go home today.
Absolutely. Big shout out for Ray for forcing the playoff yesterday, but he couldn't quite get across the finish line in his matchup against Levon. And in the ladies bracket.
In the ladies section, in the upper half, we see 2 players that just went on cruise control to the second round. Irina Krush passed easily over Ruiyang. Meanwhile, Gulrukbek and Tokhirjonova had absolutely no problems against Katerina Nemcova. They will be facing each other today. Meanwhile, in the other section of the bracket, we have Alice Lee that passed over Tsolakidou. Tatev Abrahamyan will be facing her. In the elimination bracket, we have Ruiyang playing against Katerina Nemcova. One of these two players will go home. And also, a surprising elimination today. One of Tsolakidou and Anna Zatonskih, these are the 2 and 3 seeds of the tournament. One of these two players will go home, and you can see Stavroula there chatting up before her round. She's actually a very chatty player.
Right.
And enjoying the company. Of course, a lot of these players are friends, and she is here with one of her friends, Katerina Nemcova. Both of these players in good moods, but they know they have to bring the fire today because otherwise they'll be going back home.
And our format for today, Alejandro.
Absolutely, we have 2 different brackets today in the Champions bracket. We continue business as usual. We have our classical time control, a fast one because there is no second time control. We have game 90 plus 30 and that's it. But we also have the first matches of elimination. 2 rapid games per match, 25 plus 10. Being played today. If those matches end in a draw, 1-1, then we will play 10 plus 5, and that will be today as well. This is the last chance for some of these players to remain in the tournament. They must pick up the gauntlet. Today is a big day. Yasser will be saying bye to some great players.
We will indeed. And Cristian, drill down on some of the matches today.
Thank you, Yasser. What a day of relentless entertainment we had yesterday with both the championship brackets as well as the playoffs. And of course, it all started with those 2 comeback wins. The one of Ray Robson in that English, as well as Tatev Abrahamyan, who won a must-win situation against Anna Zatonskih to force playoffs. Also, she won both of her playoffs games, won 3 in a row, and today she's in great shape to potentially even win this match as well. But the highlight of yesterday was, in my opinion, the Armageddon between Fabiano Caruana and Jeffery Xiong. And Jeffery Xiong, with the black pieces, had to make a draw. He only had 3 seconds at that point. Knight takes h6, bishop takes h7. All he has to do is make 3 more moves, e4, e3, and king to c3, and that is going to complete 60 moves, and he will start getting 2 extra seconds increment. He did not manage to do that, hesitated, playing king to c3, and unfortunately flagged. Fabiano Caruana moves on and remains in the championship bracket. Jeffery Xiong moves on to the elimination bracket and only has 1 life left. But let's see what the matchup of today are. We're going to start with the championship bracket. That is Fabiano Caruana. Big match against Sam Sevian, the newly minted 2700 American player. And we see their lifetime matchup. 1 win, 1 loss, and 2 draws. This is a very even matchup. I'm definitely having my eyes on this one. But another big clash is the clash between the newcomer in American chess, Aronian, facing Lenier Dominguez. These players don't have as much information about each other as the previous matchup because, of course, we know that Aronian just came into the American chess scene. We see their lifetime matchup. 3 wins for Aronian, 1 loss, and a lot of draws. And look at Aronian. He seems quite relaxed, speaking with Chris Bird, our international arbiter here at the St. Louis Chess Club. And in the ladies section, well, we have some mouth-watering clashes. That is the one between 8-time national champion Irina Krush facing Tokhirjonova. Lifetime matchup between these 2 ladies. 0 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw in the U.S. Championship 2021, last October. The second matchup in the ladies section is the one between the youngest competitor in the event, Alice Lee, only 12 years of age, but we saw how much experience this lady has against Tatev Abrahamyan. There are no previous matchups between these ladies. This is going to be an exciting one to follow. Guys, what do you think?
Well, at 12 years old, it's just a great pleasure to be in such an illustrious field as we see the ladies coming up into the St. Louis Chess Club. They're playing on 2 floors above us. It's a beautiful chess club, and there's a wall of fame there with all of these past champions that have won national titles here in St. Louis. So there you have Alice Lee getting ready for her big matchup. And Alejandro, if this tournament is not enough chess for you, we also have a Blitz tournament coming up.
On April 29th, we might have the playoff for the American Cup, determining how it ends in the Champions bracket. But we definitely will have a Blitz tournament, 9-round event Blitz of 3+2, great prize fund. We'll have 40 Grandmasters participating. It will be the players that got eliminated from this event. It'll be the players that joined from around the area. You might think local players. Yeah. Local 2600s, and there's a bunch of them. We have Missouri University down the block. We have St. Louis University coming here. We have Webster University. They'll all be joining the fray. It's going to be a super, super fun event. Lots of specialists in that one for the Blitz section. Let's take a look at the prize fund for this tournament. We have a $200,000 prize fund for the open group. $50,000 goes to first place, $35,000 for second, and $25,000 for third.
Very handsome.
The player that goes through in the classical, in the champions bracket goes to an extra $10,000
as a bonus. And in the ladies group?
The ladies group has a $100,000 prize fund. First place will be $25,000, second is $18,000, and third is $12,000. And the player that goes through in the classical in that section gets an extra $5,000. Not bad.
Very, very nice. As there you see it, the players all taking their seats, well, with one
exception,
exception, as we're getting ready for the second match in this, the initial of the American Cup.
Absolutely. And we have one side of the playing hall that is going to be the elimination matches. That's on your left if you go up through the stairs at the club.
The West Wing.
The West Wing, yes. And on the east, we have the classical chess. So we'll have a little bit of a faster time control here on the left, 25 plus 10, actually considerably faster, while these players on the right will be playing their classical chess.
Very nice. And I have to tell you, this matchup, Levon Aronian versus Lanier Dominguez, this is like the Olympic clash because these two players are for sure going to be on the U.S. Olympic squad. So not just a lot of money at stake, but also, well, fighting for position in the team.
It's an interesting match because Aronian somehow has not, that I remember, played too much against Lanier. Lanier
is remarkable.
It's remarkable, really. Lanier has been a top player since forever.
Exactly.
And Levon has been the #2 player in the world in many, many, many lists.
Exactly.
And here we off to the races. I'm curious about this one.
And it's E2, E4. And I was too. I was about to say, Levon has been playing the English, as you saw with Ray Robson, but he threw out one E2, E4 today, Cristian. What do you got to say about them?
Switching it up. Well, we know that Aronian 3-4 years ago was only playing D4 and C4, maybe some knight F3 move orders as well. E4 not so much, and recently he started touching the E pawn as well on first move, and it does seem like that created an immediate, instantaneous surprise for Lanier because right now he's already deep in thought. What is he going to play? Is he going to choose C5? Is he going to go with E5, a more solid approach? Of course, I do believe that Aronian is expecting Lanier to choose E5 and go for a more solid approch. Nevertheless, who knows?
Dominguez did play C5 yesterday against Sam, right?
Sam Shankland.
And he's going for E4, E5. He's a Berlin player, but he's also an anti-Marshall player.
Okay, very nice. So, but no Petrov.
There you go. There you go.
Commentator's curse.
Right there.
You were supposed to snap right back with no.
Well, he's not known as a Petrov player, but remember that he did work for Fabiano Caruana alongside Cristian and I for the 2018 World Championship match.
So he learned a lot about this opening.
We learned a lot about the Petrov. I'm very sick of it, but we learned a lot of the Petrov, yes.
Exactly.
Knight to C3. Wow.
Knight C3, yes.
A very aggressive, probably the most aggressive approach against the Petrov.
I want to say it's the modern approach, isn't it? The Knight C3.
It used to be up to the last couple of years.
I think it's given way to D4 on move 3 and Knight takes E5 on move 3 as well, with the ideas of quick D4. Knight C3 somehow gave way to the other variations, chess fashion.
Right, there you go. It just comes in and out of fashion. Also, the Chinese players were taking the black side of this Knight C3 and really instilling the lines.
And it's very important to see how Black is going to approach this position. Is he going to go with a more aggressive approach with long castle, or is he going to play a more peaceful approach with bishop to e7, then short castle? That's probably going to face an attack on the king side coming from White's side. White is going to go knight to d4, bishop to e3, as we see queen to d2, followed by long castle. And at some point, I'm going to start pushing my pawns on the king side. Let's see how Lenier approaches this one. Even though he played the move bishop e7, he can still continue with bishop to e6, knight to c6, queen to d7, and long castle instead of short castle. Let's see what he chooses.
Though it will be very weird to start with bishop e7.
It does.
In those lines, you usually start with the move knight c6.
Exactly.
Here, you usually, as Black, the more fashionable line, and since it's been fashionable since 2018, is to short castle and go a very quick knight d7, f6. This is what was featured in the World Championship match between Fabi, as we said, and Magnus. It was a very simple draw, actually, a lot simpler than we were expecting in that particular game. So we'll see what ideas Levon comes up with, because Fabi himself has played this with White, famously destroying Jean-Christophe Duda in one of our GCT events.
Exactly. The other big matchup, of course, is Fabi versus our newly minted 2700 Sam Sevian. It is a great accomplishment to cross the 2700 threshold.
It's just amazing.
Yeah. And it just goes to show how deep American chess is, that we have Sam and Jeffery at that level as well. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches as far as our Olympic teams are concerned, because it's like we could easily field 2 Olympic teams.
This is the biggest argument for bringing the Olympiad to America, is that we need 2 teams. We need 2 teams in the Olympiad. Of course, the host country of the Olympiad gets 2 or 3 teams, depending on whether it's even or odd pairings.
Exactly.
But they get at least 2. And we have an amazing, let's call it B team. Yes, of course, we have our superstars, Levon, Dominguez. But we can make a B team of Shankland, Sevian, Xiong.
Hello.
I mean, hello.
Ray Robson.
What kind of B team is that?
Exactly. That's an A team for others. Let's just take a quick look at how the players achieve this. D4 by Fabi, going into a Nimzo Indian. And I have the feeling that this was Alice Lee's game.
It was similar, but not exactly, right? Because then there the knight was on f3.
No, it was on. It was the queen c2 and bishop b2. Remember?
Yeah, but the knight's on f3.
Was the knight on f3? Okay.
Yeah.
Queen c7 and bishop a2, and well.
No, you're right. The knight was on e2 because it could go to c1 at some point.
Exactly. That's right. That was where it got trapped.
Then rook to d2 came with a double attack.
Yeah.
That's right. Very good points.
Yeah, the double attack. What's going on? Is this suddenly the new fashion, Cristian?
This is very important to note, and that is Sam Sevian played this in the first round against Wesley, so this exact same position. And in that game, he decided to go bishop to d6, and we remember the complications after c takes d5, e takes d5, queen to c2, bishop d2, long castle, and that crazy game that ensued, probably
with
the
G4.
Game of the tournament with f3, h4, and all that madness. Instead of that, today he decides to take on c3, take a much more tame approach to the position, much more of a strategical wrinkle. B takes c3, d takes c4, b takes c4, knight e2, queen c7, bishop to a2, and this is exactly a very similar game to what we've seen yesterday in the game that you were mentioning between Alice Lee and Stavrula. We see ideas of potentially a4, get this bishop out to a3, or the move that you were puzzled by back in your heyday, bishop to b2. That was the very intriguing strategical move. We're going to have to wait and see, but it does seem like both of the players are quite well prepared. Let's see if Sam Sevian anticipated this from Fabiano Caruana, because we know Fabi plays e4, d4, c4. He plays everything pretty much. So this one is definitely going to be one to follow. Of course, we have still this position as we were anticipating. Lanier decided to castle short, and that's going to invite an attack by White on the king side. h4 immediately played. At some point, you're going to have to meet that with potentially h6 when I get my pawn to h5. You cannot allow the pawn to go to h6. That's going to create too many imbalances on that side. And I will take it to you guys for the ladies section. What do we have there?
Exactly. Okay, I'll jump over
A little bit of slower play in both, but let's start with the Irina Krush against a begging Tokhirjonova. Another Nimzo Indian. You know what the funny thing about chess fashion is?
Yes.
It's unpredictable and it goes in a fury. Yeah. I remember there was a period of maybe 5 to 10 years. I saw 0 Nimzo Indians. No new Nimzo Indian theory. Nothing new happened. Everybody was playing knight f3 or move 3.
Queens Indians.
We saw Catalans. Queen's Gambit declines. Knight f3, d5, knight c3 was seen a ton. No Nimzos.
Right.
And you see this tournament, all Nimzos. Every single d4 is a Nimzo. That's crazy.
And in the game of Irina Krush, we could imagine that Irina has played knight c3. She likes the classical variations with queen c2, which she doesn't play for this particular game, mixing it up with knight f3, c5. And speaking of fashion, too, there was a moment there when Garry Kasparov really started employing the Romanician variation in his World Championship matches, and then everybody played it, and then everybody forgot how to play it.
I always felt that this was one of Irina's strengths as a chess player, is that she was very versatile when it comes to choosing Nimzo Indian lines.
Right.
She didn't stick only to queen c2 or only to g3 or only to bishop d2. She seems to employ almost all of them, and it's very annoying to prepare against because you feel that every time you prepare against Irina, you have to review your entire Nimzo Indian file.
Exactly.
And of course, you only have like 2 hours before the game, right? You can't do it at all.
Now, talking about fashion, one of the variations that Black employed against this particular line of the Nimzo Indian, we called it the Hubner variation, Hubner defense, I should say. And myself and a lot of my colleagues really started to play this variation as Black, capturing on c3 unprovoked in order to get a very solid setup in the center. So Begum didn't go for that. She went for quick castles. Cristian.
Breaking news, guys. We already have a decisive advantage.
What?
In the game between Wesley and Jeffery Xiong. They're playing rapid. Let's not forget about that. 25 minutes plus 10-second increments. So they have to be fast. They have to make fast decision. But we did not expect a decisive advantage out of the gates in the first 5 minutes of the round. Let's see what happened. d4, knight to f6, c4, g6. Very enterprising chess by Jeffery. We know that he also plays the Grunfeld, so maybe he was trying to go into some sort of Grunfeld setup. c6, bishop to g2, d5. This is some sort of a hybrid between a Slav structure as well as this fianchetto that resembles a Grunfeld. c takes d5, knight c3, bishop to g7, knight to f3, castle. Knight to e5. This is a very intriguing idea, very intriguing setup. Delaying the short castle. We're going to see why this is important, because right now it puts immediate pressure on Black's pawn structure. Bishop to f5, bishop to f4, knight to e4, and now queen to b3, attacking both the pawn on b7 as well as the pawn on d5. How are you going to defend both? Well, you don't have a way to defend both. You have to find a way to create some sort of counter chances. Let's see how Jeffery decided to try for that. Knight to c6, 24 minutes at this point for Jeffery. It does seem he was still within his theoretical knowledge, and there are a few games being played in this particular position. Queen takes d5, but Wesley, out of the gates, he's putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. He's already a pawn up, and he says, okay, show me, where's the compensation after queen takes d5? And immediately, Jeffery errs with the move knight takes d4, inexplicably allowing bishop takes e4. What is this? What are you going to do next? You're going to probably take on d5. I'm going to take back, not with the knight, because that allows bishop takes e4. Bishop takes, of course, you're going to be able to give a check on c2, but then I just simply go up. You take this guy, and now I'm going to go g4. I'm not going to allow you to go g5. I'm not going to immediately take this knight, because after g5, Black's position is quite okay, because you're going to have to take on g5. I'm going to capture on e5. It's going to be an imbalance, but it does seem like Black is coming out not on top, but quite okay. Very balanced position, very balanced situation. But White does have this intermezzo attack, not only attacking the bishop on f5, but also creating a retreating space for the bishop. So whenever Black is going to try to go with the move g5 to destabilize the bishop on f4, the defender of the knight on e5, I'm just simply going to be able to drop back to g3, keep the position as it is, and I'm looking at this game right now. Knight takes d4 is on the board. Wesley is wondering, what am I missing? Did I miss something in my preparation? Why is he playing so fast, and why did he take on d4, allowing me to get pretty much a decisive advantage at this point?
Good
Wow.
point.
That's
Unless Jeffery had a blind spot over the move G3, G4,
And they-
sure looks like a winning position, a materially winning position.
And he's
for
a
Wesley.
specialist of this variation. I know that because I've played this variation of knight c3, e5 against Jeffery myself in a classical game. He actually replied with the move b6 in that position,
Right.
one of the many ways to handle it. So I know that he's looked at this for years,
Wow.
and I am shocked that.
And look at Wesley. He's just looking around, wondering, what am I missing?
Right?
So sometimes you think to yourself, did I forget something? And then you look at your opponent, and Jeffery is suddenly
A very telling
deep.
body posture by
Yeah.
Jeffery. He's
Yeah.
hiding his face.
Exactly.
He realizes that bishop takes c4 is just probably something he missed.
Exactly.
But what a strange.
And
He
there's,
takes
no,
it.
there's no choice, right?
right.
Nope.
It's kind of sad when you force your opponent to make good moves, but there was no
only
other move but bishop takes c4.
Knight
Check.
to c2,
He's playing quickly.
king to d2, all right.
And now the moment of truth. Here
Well,
comes G3, G4.
G4.
Maybe not the only move either, but
Yeah, I was speaking at the engine. Normally I don't use it, but I was speaking at this line, and
Sure.
it said that knight d3 was also winning, which also makes sense.
just stopping,
Just stopping
knight C2.
Yeah. And g4, but g4 crushes.
Yeah, no, G4
crushes,
is so
yeah.
it's so nice. That makes it very simple.
Yeah.
Knight
We-
d3 is also instinctive, right?
Right, very
Because
instinctive.
Your
You-
knight is not ampri anymore, right?
And nothing's
you
in
stop
pre.
it.
Nothing
Nothing's
is in pre.
it just doesn't take a lot to calculate it.
Yeah, and we're just from a material point of view, we're just thinking that two minor pieces for rook. Black doesn't even have a pawn. White has great development for his bishops as well. That's why we're just thinking that the position is
Lost.
winning
Yeah, yeah.
for Wesley in this case. I think G3, G4 though, just it's
And Jeffery
so
knows
good.
it. Jeffrey knows it because he left
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah.
He cannot stay there. He cannot give any
Oh, wow.
clues to his opponent as to what he thinks about this position. He played fast, so
Yeah.
he's definitely mimicking his knowledge, let's say.
He's bluffing.
His
His
bluffing,
bluff,
yes.
his bluff. We didn't complete our trip around the stage, as there is the match between Alice Lee and Tatev. We were just going to get to it when we got that breaking alert about a decisive advantage for Wesley. In the matchup, we have the knight f3, talking about no Nimzo.
No Nimzo.
But knight f3, queen's gambit declined. Now, this move is a rather rare guess. e2, e3, everybody likes to get their bishop on c1, develop to the g5 square before locking it in. But e3 is
One of
it's
many
not
ways.
yeah, it's not the Kali system yet, but this whole queenside fianchetto is very common these days, and takes on d5.
With the
and
knight.
we've caught up with the players after
Interesting.
knight takes d5.
I don't know. I'm not very familiar with such an early CD5. There's usually no reason for white to release the tension
Yeah,
in the center. You can go
exactly.
bishop b2, you can go knight d2. Those are very common moves.
Bishop b2, knight
Bi-
d2,
bishop
waiting
d3,
for
right.
waiting for your opponent to release the tension is more common. Like you say, c4 takes d5. Not so well known. Knight takes d5, and well, I am assuming bishop b2 is Alice's idea. She wants to bring her bishop to the long diagonal, putting some pressure on g7. We'll certainly keep an eye out for that game.
That'll be a long strategical game.
Exactly. In the other elimination games, do you have something for us? Hopefully not a decisive advantage after 4 minutes. Sorry.
I was actually looking at the championship bracket and going through those games, but did you guys look at this one?
No, we haven't.
No.
Go ahead, take
This
it away.
one is quite interesting. So this is another, well, we don't, this is a
Who's
Catalan.
playing?
We have a Catalan on the board. Knight to f3, d5, and now g3. We know the Catalan. Sometimes black plays the move bishop to e7, d takes e4 immediately is an option, position as well, but he decided to go bishop to b4, bishop to d2, and now bishop to b7, dropping up like this. Now this bishop usually goes to f4, doesn't have the extra option potentially of going b3, bishop to b2 if you ever want to do so. Bishop to g2, castle, castle, knight bd7, queen to c2, c6, bishop to f4, b6. This game drew my attention because it's quite similar structurally to the game between Wesley and Jeffery Xiong. After c takes d5, c takes d5. Now we see the same symmetrical structure. Of course, we don't have the bishop fianchetto on g7. We have this bishop on e7, so it's a bit different, yes? This bishop is probably going to develop on this side instead of this diagonal. So let's see where that took us. Rook to c1, bishop to b7, bishop to c7, forcing the queen to either go to e8 or c8. You don't want to go to c8 because after that I'm just simply going to sidestep with this queen. Also, you don't have a good way to continue your development. You would love to put one of the rooks on c8. If you take that square away with the queen, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So he played the move queen to e8, queen to b3, knight to e4, knight to c3, offering the knight exchange, of course. Take rook takes c, and this is the position after rook takes c3. I'm going to follow it up with doubling up on the c file, and we see raise down. 15 minutes on the clock right now. 26 minutes, 55 seconds for Sam Shankland. This is not surprising. Of course, we know Sam is a theoretician, but Ray Robson with only 9 minutes to go. Well, this is going to be a very, very difficult defense, a very unpleasant position to defend because you simply don't have moves. You're going to get squeezed slowly but surely, and White's moves are very, very easy. I'm just going to double up, maybe even triple up on the c file, put my pieces in the center. I mean, I don't like this situation for Black one bit.
One quick question for you, though. The bishop on c7 seems misplaced. So if Ray were to continue knight f6,
Sure.
for example,
Yes.
rook c1 if
Sure.
he wanted, knight e4, rook has to go back. And if I play a move like f7, f6, it's like you would like your bishop on c7 to be somewhere else so that you could play rook c7.
According to the engine, this is already almost busted. Yes.
Oh boy, that's a
And
good
that is
move.
because once you put the queen on the 7th rank,
Then
then I'm going to drop with the bishop and then
got you.
invade on c7. I'm ready to invade even if you challenge me on the c file.
Got
So
you.
you need a rook on c8 to already be ready to exchange one pair of rooks and then double up and exchange the second pair of rooks
Got you.
with the other rook to c8. You're not in that position. I'm putting immediate pressure on your pawn structure. It's, in my opinion, doesn't look good. Now, with that being said,
Right.
the computer doesn't give White a huge advantage by any means. Not an objective, let's say, advantage, dominant advantage, but a practical advantage. That is the way I understand this position. How about you guys?
Yeah, I always
I like
felt
white, but I don't think it's overwhelming.
I always felt that I played this with White. I got a nice position, and then immediately it was a draw. Like you couldn't do anything.
Where did the advantage
Where did the
go?
advantage go? Black is very solid,
Right.
And the most difficult thing is to find a square of penetration,
Yes.
because you can see that White has all this control over the c file, but what do you do with it? Even invading on d8 is difficult. The moment you put a rook there, bishop d8 kind of forces you out. Rook c8 played, but as Cristian was saying, that's all
Clock.
theoretical.
Yeah.
The clock is a real problem here for Ray. His position is also not so pleasant to play. I mean, I think rook a1 gets banged out without too much of a thought because you cannot go knight c5.
I was about to say that once again, rook c8 seems wrong because after the move rook c1, you're inviting White to play a move like queen a4,
Yes.
right? And gift me the pawn on a7.
I don't
certainly.
like rook c8.
No, I don't either. It just doesn't feel right. By the way, just on the before the move rook c8, I'd like to go one more look because strangely enough, I've had the Dutch. Can you believe it? I had the Dutch in my repertoire once. Knight e4. Then I became a good player.
Then you understood.
Yeah. G5, a completely different approach. Again, I'm trying to play against the silly
Bishop,
piece
yeah.
and I didn't. And one day, maybe not immediately, but one day, this f5. It's a Dutch defense where the open c file definitely does favor White, but it's not all one goal. However, after the move, rook
C8, which I don't like at all.
I don't like that move at all. Then it's very easy for White. White's play comes.
Rook C1 is very natural, and already Queen A4 seems more or less like a serious threat.
Exactly, A7,
right.
And putting pressure. But what happened in the Wesley Jeffery Xiong game? Knight D3.
Wesley played Knight D3, which we said
was one of the
winning
practical
moves,
choice. Easy move to make as a human being. You're just covering up the D file. It's very solid, right? The knight on D3 is very solid. You're also cutting off the action. This knight is never escaping via C2. Well, it does actually escape via C2 like this, but hey, you had G5, remember? I have G4 as well. That's going to destabilize your defender, the bishop on F5. You're going to have to move away. I'm going to pick up the knight. That's going to be all she wrote. Now, one thing I don't understand, and something is wrong with Jeffery, because let's not forget, yesterday, he got two completely losing positions out of the opening.
Right.
He blitzed losing positions out of the opening in the Armageddon and in the playoff against Fabiano Caruana. And Fabi was bamboozled about that whole situation. Like, why is he giving me this, right? Now, Jeffery right now, with a knight to prepare and a change, he comes out, he blitzes another losing position out of the opening. And right now, he's getting punished for it.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that.
No argument either. And it was quite strange in that game with Fabi yesterday, where, like you say, he blitzed his way into this losing position. It was almost like he said, "Yeah, I don't care. Like I don't care what the computer says. I don't care what you guys think. I can play this kind of chess." And
something strange about that.
That was very, very peculiar indeed. I just wanted to turn quickly to the game of Fabiano versus Sam Sevian, because we do have a number of moves and a very different approach by Sam versus the ladies matchup, where we had seen E6,
E5,
rook D8, E6, E5 in that previous game. Instead, what Sam has done is said, hey, look, you know, this knight on E2, you know what, if I put my bishop on A6, I can fight for the control of the C4 square. This diagonal, this is a very good idea. Let me go in this direction. B7, B6, castles, bishop A6, a little bit of annoying pin, as mentioned. Rook E1, get out of the way. Rook D8 by Sam. Knight G3, and we can see from White's point of view, on a good day, we want to play bishop B2, E4, and use our extra pawn in the center. Knight C6, Rook B1. That wasn't bishop B2.
There's many ways to handle this position, right?
Pardon me?
There's many ways to handle this position. I think Rook B1 is relatively logical. We were told it's a novelty, but it's a very well-known idea. Rook B1, at some point you go A4. Instead of putting the bishop on B2, the bishop will probably go to A3 eventually. White is bracing themselves.
You keep the pawn on E3?
You keep the pawn on E3 for a while.
Just to keep this guy under really good protection.
Under good protection. On a good day, you force black to take on D4. On like a great day, you force black to take on D4. Almost never does black take on D4 because you take back with the C pawn, helps the bishops for white. So white plays slowly. They go A4, bishop A3, the queen moves somewhere. Sometimes it's F3, sometimes it's E2 when the bishop is not on A6.
Right.
And then slowly one day you will play E4.
Right. For me, my approach as black is like, hey, your advantage is the two bishops. I really want to trade those light squared bishops. I'll fight for the control of the C4 square. I'm looking as black with the maneuver knight A5 and bishop C4 in mind. I'm thinking, yeah, I can play C5 takes D4 when I got control of C4.
And this is one of the things where little details about the position matter a great deal at this level. This maneuver knight E2, knight G3 is done very specifically because breaks as E5 lose some of their power, because you do not want to allow this knight on G3 to jump to F5.
Gotcha.
But when the knight is on G3, it can't go to E5 itself. Notice that when you play the move knight A5, which is very normal, in the other variations of the move, so on F3, it immediately jumps to the E5 square, covering C4.
Exactly.
So you can see the little details of the position, little subtleties, change the plans. Here, the move knight a5 is more appropriate than the move e5. It's probably going to be seen here on a later move. Rook ac8, for example, is also a very logical move in this position, but I would not be surprised that this move knight a5 comes on the board pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, if rook b1 is a novelty, it's a little bit of a surprise because, like you say, it's normal in these types of positions. Cristian, what do you have for us?
I was looking through the variations in this one. Actually, knight to a5, and this whole idea doesn't work. You have to get ready for it first, because once you play knight a5, I will play simply e4. And this is another reason why the knight is already on g3. I'm going to open up, completely change the character of the position. I'm going to open up this bishop, ready to jump to g5, put a lot of pressure on the knight on f6. You don't have a defender for this knight on f6. If you try to double up on the d file, well, that's going to take away one of the squares from your knight. So after bishop to g5, you're going to be in trouble. After e4, it's a very awkward position for black, and my attack is coming very swiftly with the move bishop to g5. So you have to get ready for that. You have to understand that once you release the tension on this pawn on d4 with the move knight to a5, which is very logical and is the way you usually want to play, take advantage of the light squares, c4 specifically, and potentially exchange, as you were mentioning, Yasser, the light square bishop. That's your strategical dream in this position. Leave me with this bad bishop, especially when the pawn is still on e3. But unfortunately, that doesn't work. So what you have to do is play it slow. Potentially h6. This has a clear plan. Later on, after you play e4, bishop to g5, no longer in the position. And a very interesting, and this might be something that the neural network engines have found, maybe Fabiano has done some preparation with them. A very interesting plan is actually to go rook to b2. Rook to b2 followed by f4, and then potentially rook to f2, and even try to open up with f5. Some crazy maneuvers like this one. And after rook to d1, rook to f2, black has to wait. They cannot. It does seem like white's position and white's piece placement is very awkward, right? But I do have this very nice control in the center with this pawn structure, right? c3, e3. You cannot play e5 because that opens up the f file. You could potentially play e5, but I have a feeling some sacrifices with rook takes f6 are going to come on the board. For example, if you try to do something like this, boom, rook takes f6. Knight h5, thank you very much. I can even play slowly bishop to d2, rook to f1. You don't have any breaks in the center because I'm very, very stable with this spear pawn on a d4. And he played it. Rook to c8 was played instantaneously, replied by Fabiano Caruana. 1 hour and 34 minutes left on the clock. Rook to b2. I'm telling you guys, these players are preparing with some engines that we don't even know about.
I remember these old games of Michael Botvinnik where he played the A3 Nimzo Indian, the same-ish. So you think, okay, that's really a bad idea. And his idea was that he would go rook on A1, A2, and then the rook would come all the way across the board to the king side, and he'd crush his opponent. And you'd go like, how did he do that? That was like just remarkable.
It's funny that you mentioned that because all these old ideas tend to make this comeback, and maybe in a different manner, because you can see that the engines are now recommending this rook b2, rook f2 in this variation. I myself looked at those games that you were mentioning. Yeah, and I was preparing against the Grandmaster, and I played exactly that idea: rook a2, rook to the other side, and I won.
Nice.
And you can. It's really rewarding to study all of these old games because all these ideas, they make a comeback.
Exactly.
And you can see it right now. I love this move, rook b2. I love the preparation Fabiano is bringing. This is exactly what you want to see from a player of this caliber.
Absolutely. Let's just jump into that game of Wesley Sove, by the way, because the players been playing lots and lots of moves. When we left it at the point knight d3, and we were all but just saying the last rites for Jeffery. Let's see how the game continued. e5, bishop takes e5.
As Cristian predicted, right?
As predicted, knight c2, and now comes this really nasty reply g4, knight b4 takes. And at the end of all of this, we're going to have two knights for a rook, and I think we've just caught up with the players after captures.
That's the position, and he's just played the move king
e3 or rook g1.
King e3. Yeah, king e3, f6. But I mean, this is resigns.
Exactly. I was about to say that I'd love to throw in this move, rook g1 check, just to make sure that king has to go into the corner. And yeah, it's just two knights versus a rook, and well, it will just be material advantage. By the way, if Jeffery loses, it's just to remind everybody.
When Jeffery loses.
When Jeffery loses this, then he will have one last chance to stay in the tournament. He will be in a must-win situation in the second rapid game, which will be coming right up.
How the tables turn in these events. It's incredible that
Jeffery
he was this close.
1 second away.
1 second away of defeating Fabiano Caruana in the champions bracket.
Exactly.
And now he's just busted out of the opening against Wesley. Must win with white. Oh, man.
Rescheduling his flight home. I mean, like, what?
That's
what?
crazy.
That is really, really crazy indeed. Let's just see what else. The Ray Robson game, we have been critical of Ray's play.
No, but also the time management.
Also,
the time management has been terrible for Ray.
Knight b8 to a6. And, well, what can I say other than it's a good thing he's still in the game. And, well, maybe he's improved
maybe a little
his
bit
position.
So what happens here? You go you have to go knight c6, right, to do something.
I assume you want to tickle the pawn on a7, and like you say, you want to do something.
Problem is queen d7.
I don't want to move my a7 pawn and lose the b6 pawn. I have only one defense, queen to d7.
But sometimes one defense is good
That's all I need, right? Pretty good. And now, if you don't have something immediate,
yeah, I'm going to play bishop b7 next move. And against queen a4, I can still play bishop b7.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Bishop b7.
So instead of that, Sam has played the move e3. But
boy, this doesn't feel like he's really
that much better, right?
Yeah, that whole knight b8, a6 did not get punished in the way I more or less expected. So here we were. We did not look at the move knight b8 because we just kind of assume that white is doing very good. Surprising. I mean, one thing I might have asked black to prove if the intent was something like this. The knight on a6 is not a great shakes, but okay, knight e5, knight a6, and
well, actually, the move knight e5 surprises me a little bit because it traps its own bishop, right?
Right.
Like if you go back before this,
yeah.
Knight e6 is not a humongous threat. I can always move my bishop back.
Right. I'm assuming he was afraid of knight c6, maybe? Okay.
Okay.
I mean, something maybe to be said just for, just play on.
I mean, I was wondering if I can get away.
I do, after all.
Yeah, you have the nice file. I was thinking just play e3, play direct chess. Okay. Yes, I understand my bishop on f4 might get trapped, but it's not getting trapped, right? G5 is not.
Right.
And the idea is that I can now play bishop f1 to b5, right?
Exactly.
And maybe this is a little, or this is a lot more pressing, actually.
Yeah, because we're not, essentially, we're not impressed with what Sam has achieved. We kind of thought his position offered more than it does. I don't know if he's played knight c6.
He's played e3, bishop b7, e3, bishop b7, and then bishop f1.
E3, bishop b7, and bishop f1 on the board.
Wow.
But it's also about the clock, right? And bishop takes e5 by Ray after some thought, and he did
start to pick things up. Speed things up a little bit.
Well, otherwise he loses on time. Queen b8, a very nice move as Ray is preparing the move rook c8 in order to trade off the active rook on c1.
Where's Sam's advantage here?
No, it's on the
dissipated.
Clock. It's not in the position anymore.
Completely dissipated, as Cristian's saying.
Yeah, it's not on the board. It's just on the clock. Yeah, it's frittered away.
You can try to go something along the lines of queen to a3 and try to invade on the long a3 f8 diagonal.
But queen a3 already have to calculate because e5 is hanging. Right?
Yes, yes. So we're going to have to calculate like queen a3, queen takes e5. Maybe we can put it on the board. Queen takes a7.
Queen takes b2.
Queen takes b2, and then
Rook
invade rook to c7. And how
maybe?
is that? Where are you hiding your bishop?
That's the problem. Maybe the bishop is nastily
You can go to
trained.
a8, right?
I can go to a8.
Or c8.
Or c8, yes. Yeah, and this is the question, whether I have any sort of tricks, immediate tricks. If I don't have any immediate tricks, then your position is perfectly fine.
Exactly. Wow. Okay. Well, we are about second life after all.
Yeah.
Okay. Quick look also at the ladies' elimination. This was a strange game. It wasn't an open Sicilian.
This is the Katerina Nemcova with white against Ruiyang.
Exactly. And but it transposed into a kind of an open Sicilian where white's queen on a2, tucked away on the a2 square, makes a strange impression. Usually these positions, I'm used to seeing a white queen, for example, on the f2 square or the e2 square.
Anywhere but a2.
A2 is not usual, and the doubling of the rooks on the d file, as both players a little bit perplexed and challenged. It's not a clear-cut position for either player to play.
It feels that both sides have their pluses. White does have a good structure in the sense that b2 and c2 are okay.
Right.
e4 is defended. You can argue a6 is a weakness, but on the other hand, black's very active.
Exactly.
Has the open files, has the potential breaks in the center, which is huge. d5 and e5 are both available.
Yeah.
I'm a Sicilian player, so I like playing these positions with black.
Right.
I have the suspicion this is close to equal.
Absolutely. I would call it dynamic equality as well. Let's jump to the championship section and again catch up with, oops, this is not Ray's, pardon me, this is not, rook, you said the rook came to b2, right?
It went
It did.
yes, rook to b2, and that pawn is back to f4. Rook to b2, yes.
And then he played knight a5.
Then he...
Sorry, h6 first.
h6 and f4, and I think we had a very similar position in the analysis that we were
exactly.
He went knight a5 and we expect rook f2. I would at least expect rook f2.
Absolutely.
doing. But we see that Fabiano is just blitzing his moves, and now
Until now.
finally
Yes.
he's taking his first thing.
Exactly.
Where to put the rook? If you want to go to d2, then probably that's going to be attacked via c4 by the knight coming to c4. You don't want that. So it does feel like the natural choice at this point is to swing the rook all the way to f2.
You also don't play f4 to play rook d2, right?
Exactly.
You could have played
you
rook
play
d2 last
f4
one.
for a reason of making a big wind-up on the king side. Rook f2 and preparing bishop b2 and so forth and so on.
So how does this continue? Let's say I go rook f2.
Yes.
I guess bishop c4 and knight
Looks
normal.
reasonable.
I don't want to trade that.
No,
You
I think
definitely
bishop
don't
b1.
want to trade that bishop to b1.
Yeah, and then?
And now,
And now what?
do I have any? Can I miss? Discombobulate your pieces somewhat.
Sure, let's go queen f3. I feel like you're actually helping me.
Well, this was
Well-
my question. Can I sacrifice my queen on c1?
And I think I
Can
think
you?
it's
Okay,
not much of a
take.
sacrifice, right? I mean, it's
No,
a lot
I get
of,
a rook, a bishop, and
and another bishop.
no. You play rook f4.
Rook f4.
No, but this version.
Yeah, the bishop is
Not on this diagonal anymore.
Fortunately,
And finally, the rook has reached his
F1.
natural spot. His natural spot on f1.
nicely done. Yeah, okay, a little speculative queen sacrifice there going on. But we can see what Fabi is doing at student body right. Like just bring all of the forces over to the king side and land a big blow against Sam's king.
Where is the big blow going to come through? Like, for example, let's say I go bishop c4,
Yes.
bishop b1, and I pass. I'm just going to ask you,
Like a beautiful move like b5.
yeah, a beautiful move like
You
b5.
secure your domination of the c4 square.
Sure.
Okay, and here it comes. Boom, 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 right?
So you do go e4, and this was my question, because the moment you go e4, now I have a target on the d4 square, right? I can start with the move knight b3, maybe I can go cd4 immediately.
Okay, CD4 immediately looks right.
Somehow I don't feel like I should play e4.
Right? It doesn't feel that I play f4 and e4.
You get them both in, right?
If you get both of them in and you don't have any problems, that's great. But d4 is so weak. I can start playing knight b3 here.
Right. Well, my dream, of course, is that I'm going to go e5, queen c2, force some weaknesses on the king side. Okay, here you.
Queen b6.
Guess what? B5 actually came in.
Great move, Yasser. Great move, Yasser.
And handy. But hold on. I mean, here's the big blow. I'm producing after all is said and done.
But I can still take on d4, yeah?
Oh no! Please tell me you can't take on d4. You can.
I can because
of knight e2 check.
Knight e2 check, and nobody's defending the knight on e2 at the end. Let's show that variation. Knight takes
Wait a
d4.
second.
Pawn, yeah.
Knight
Pawn takes f6.
Pawn takes f6.
Knight e2. You take with the knight.
No, but I take with the queen. That's the thing.
No. If you take with the queen, I also have an idea.
That's three pieces. But
Yeah.
this is the most principal. Is whoa. Bishop d4.
Yeah, but bishop d4, bishop d1. I'm not.
You're not
playing.
unhappy.
I'm not unhappy.
What
If I take with the queen?
Knight takes d4, takes with
It does
the queen.
feel very speculative.
Yeah. Take with the queen, take with the bishop. You have to
Take with the knight.
But
with
now
the
the
knight.
rooks are
Oh, yeah.
streaming in. I'm
And
not
now rook
happy.
d2.
Yes.
I'm not happy.
And now.
If you go bishop e5, then you take on e2.
Absolutely. Give me the tactics. Puzzle rush time. Bishop d5, rook takes e2.
Nice. Knight takes d4 was a blow because unfortunately it's not like my queen has a great choice of squares either.
And of course, we're going down these lines, and this is very speculative, it's very far from the position. What we're trying to do is trying to understand the position.
Yeah.
What are the dynamics? What can I get away with? Can I play e4? What will be the black counter chances? So even though this line will never happen in a million years, you're starting to wonder how exactly both players are poising for the future.
Exactly.
What are the breaks that we want? What are the tactics in the position? Do they work? Do they not work? And this is more or less how we learn about these situations. Because I've never seen rook a2, rook f2 in this structure.
No.
And I'm wondering what squares is it undefending? What squares can I take advantage of? And I'm still not entirely clear about White's plan because e4 leaves d4 undefended. And the moment you play f5, I play e5 and laugh. Right? This is terrible. You don't play f5 in this position ever.
No, I don't want to play f5 unless I have some knight h5 business very,
right?
very quickly.
Very concrete, right?
yeah, exactly. Again, I mean, I feel like I want to play e4, e5, d5. The other thing is this knight is really a great defender.
Right.
Does it make sense to just get traded off? In this case,
And rook f3 is an idea, but also f5, f6.
now f5, f6
Right.
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Now their knight on a5 looks
It's not blockaded, and the knight on a5 is offsides.
I can see the danger for both sides here.
But what scares me is the speed with which Fabi played rook a2 to b2 and f4.
That's
I've got
scary.
a feeling that this is part of some really deep preparation that maybe, you always have this feeling that, your opponent has prepared something, not necessarily for you, right? But you're the one who is being victimized. You walk right into
speaking of Fabi, it reminded me of a game that he played against Jeffery Xiong in one of the U.S. championships.
Okay.
Fabi played d4, and it just happened that Jeffery had learned this neo-Tarish with taking on d5 quickly with the knight in the Queen's Gambit.
Yes.
And he had never played it before, ever.
Oh.
But it just happened that a couple of weeks before the tournament, Fabi woke up one day and said, well,
why don't I just study
this? And he spent a week studying that with Rustam until they basically came up with like a million different strong ideas. He just played one of them. Jeffery got crushed. I mean, just absolutely crushed.
Oh, no.
Straight out of preparation, but it wasn't for him.
No.
It was just general prep.
Exactly. Good work pays off. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Well, reminding me of those type of situations where it just feels like you fell into a trap. This is exactly what I'm seeing in this game, this big battle between Aronian and Dominguez, because we see Dominguez playing the Petrov. We know that he's not generally a Petrov player. So who knows whether he understands the nuances of the Petrov yet in his career. And he played the move d5, knight to g5. I remember I saw not only Fabiano but also Lev starting this type of very aggressive attacks on the king side with the move knight to g5. And after a 25-minute think by Lanier with the black pieces, he played the move h6. Now, this obviously looks like the most natural response, right? You want this knight out from g5. What black's idea in this type of positions is to try to destabilize the bishop on d3. This is the most aggressive piece in white's position up to this point. So the way you do that is you go c5 followed by c4. The problem is, if the knight on g5 is unchallenged, when I play the move c5, white is simply going to respond with the move c4. And if you try to take, I'm going to simply be able to take back with the bishop, and you don't have the idea and the option of capturing the knight on g5. This is going to be tremendous pressure for white on the square f7, which leads to devastating consequences. So you cannot do that. You cannot play c5 first. You have to start with h6, put some pressure, build up this pressure against the knight on g5. The problem with the move h6 is obviously whenever you move pawns in front of your castle, you're creating hooks in the position. So what I can do is just simply retreat my knight at some point, follow it with f3, g4, and then g5. If I manage to get there and you don't do much on the queen side, you don't create a lot of pressure on the queen side, then you're just going to get checkmate as black. So let's see what happened. After h6, immediately Lev responded with f3. He is still within his preparation. Can you take? No, absolutely not. You don't want to do this because after knight to d7, I'm going to go g4, and now we see this idea of f3, g4, clearing up the second rank. I'm going to follow it up with the move queen to h2, and checkmate is going to follow very swiftly. So you cannot do that, of course. He did not take on g5. He played the move c5. Now, again, the problem with c4 is that I can simply take on d2, and then take on g5. So you have to find a different way to build up your attack. And right now it seems like finally Lev is thinking about his options. G4 is one of them, allowing the move c4 and then just simply dropping back with the bishop on e2. Now, you have to be very careful whenever you're playing this move c4, because you're also giving up white a strategical trump, big strategical trump, and that is the square d4. I'm going to be able to plant the bishop there, and that's going to open up a lot of new and exciting possibilities for my attack. This is going to be a very, very exciting matchup right now. It seems like Lev is ready to take some chances.
Right.
He knows what he's doing, and let's see if Lanier is going to be able to fend off the attack.
And it's interesting because Lanier Dominguez, yes, he's not a Petrov player, but he actually plays this variation with the white side. One of the very shocking games that I saw in this particular variation was Lanier Dominguez Perez with the white pieces against Wesley So Tata Steel 2014. If you haven't seen that game, it's a masterpiece. Wesley resigned in 21 moves, which is not something he does very often. And he resigned because it was made in 3.
Okay.
So you can understand that Dominguez knows these positions inside and out. Great attacker, great defender. This is going to be a wild one. I love seeing this kind of clashes. Levon, deep in thought, not afraid of taking risks, but Lanier plays this very well.
Me too. I love these battle of ideas, these games where the players are castled on opposite flanks. And it's all about who gets there firstest with the mostest. Getting there first is Wesley So. When we left it, it was 2 knights versus a rook, and things have not gotten better for Jeffery whatsoever. In fact, Wesley's got a passed f-pawn, and he's pushing it for all it's worth. It's already now on the f6 square, and it's about to go to the f7 square. Once this pawn gets to f7, there will be a threat of f8 equals queen and knight g6 check, forking the king and the rook. This was over before it started.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. It's very uncharacteristic of Jeffery.
Right.
To just straight up lose. Even in the games that he had a losing position against Fabiano yesterday.
He was fighting.
He was fighting, but this one is not a fight. This is just a clear material disadvantage where if you resigned when the 2 knights were already in the center, that's perfectly acceptable resignation.
Exactly. And we do have rook f1 on the board. Again, this is the first rapid chess game. Jeffery will be fighting for his life. In the next game, he will likely have to win on demand with the white pieces, and we're just expecting f7, knight g5.
Yeah, f7 looks killer, right?
Exactly. Something also to be said for knight g5 too.
Well,
I mean, because
knight g5 blunders the
oh,
f6
pardon me.
pawn. That is the one move.
I'm dreaming. You know what I'm dreaming?
Yeah,
of, knight g6 check and f7 check. Don't blunder my passer.
Don't blunder your beauty.
Push him.
Yeah,
f7. Get it up the board. And I think that will be all she wrote.
All she wrote, yeah.
So f7, king to g7.
Knight to g5. Let's
to
just put it on the board.
yeah.
So f7, knight, king to g7 to sidestep the threat of knight g6 check. f7, king g7, knight to g5, now with a new all-purpose threat of knight e6 check, and then followed by queen. So we assume rook drops back to f6. King goes up, push, knight goes to check the king, and after takes, you can push, but I get there first.
So let's try to go back.
Yep.
Guys, why are we trying? I mean, the f7, I think black resigns. We have many other games to look at.
It's like one of those things. It's vultures.
The
right?
vultures. This is vulturing. This is carry-ons here, man.
we gotta look. We're rubbernecking.
What is this? The guy's dead, and everybody's like, oh, how do we kick him, man?
It's not completely over. Okay.
You see?
What is this?
I go king f8.
King f.
Where, here?
Sure, yeah.
And I
Check.
check?
I understand that. King g7, and you take my
Real?
rook. But
Yes.
how
is
bad
this-
is that endgame? Because
Up a knight?
the knight is very bad against the marginal
H
pawn.
pawn.
Yeah, I know. But it's still a knight.
I understand that.
Yeah, it's completely lost.
It should be.
No, it should be. This is my understanding of chess.
You're right. You're a piece down.
You're a
beat
piece
me.
down.
Win that game. Win that game.
Yeah, we win.
No, I get it. It's for
Okay.
sure winning, but show me.
Oh, really? Okay, let's go.
King e7.
And let's go.
You want to go that way? Okay, you allow me to go king f6. Okay, I'm not going to go king f6.
You're
I'm
gonna
actually
wait.
going to go king d7.
Yeah, that was the question. I was wondering if your intent was just to.
And I'm going to go h4 now.
Right. And so
I don't know why you're pushing your pawns, but whatever.
it's kind of nice.
King
Yeah.
c7.
You don't need to, right? At some point here, you're going to have to calculate, and there's going to take us another 5 minutes.
But no, because I've got the knight as a tempo. Whenever we're in opposition, I get to move.
That's fine.
But you
King
don't win
d7.
this, right? You don't win this with the tempo.
King d7, king e7. I just stay. I'm just
He's
waiting
just-
for you.
He's just hanging.
Yeah.
Yasser, stop moving your pawns.
Why?
Just take your pawn on h4 first, and then go back.
Put my knight on h4 first.
Take the pawn on h4.
A6. Okay, now we're talking.
A6.
I'm not sure
What
if-
am I like asleep here? What's going on? Oh,
No,
you're
no,
gonna
no.
put your king on the A8.
B6 is a draw. B6 is a draw, but B takes A6 is winning.
Okay, b6 is a draw because I go, I guess, king.
King A8.
King
But, I,
A7
but
or
don't I
E8.
checkmate you with my king and knight?
No.
You're not in time.
You're not in time.
What? Get out of here. Why don't I checkmate you?
Well, because I'm giving up my h pawn whenever you go king. Wait, how is it? So king d7.
And you made me with king c8.
I think you did.
King c8 is mate.
Right.
No, this version is mate. I think you have to give, I think you have to give up the pawn first,
With h3?
No, you cannot do that.
and then you're
That's
lost.
completely.
Thank you.
Then even this is losing. Why are we looking at this? There's so many interesting games
Okay.
going on.
Let me refresh the board. Sorry, everybody. We just got off on a tangent.
That is not that easy.
It's super easy, guys. It's super easy, man.
By the way, we do have king e4 on the board. There was no... after f7, Jeffery did not play king g7. He invited the ending that you've been looking at, Cristian, with knight g6, f8 check. And first came the move knight
G5.
Knight to g5.
We have rook f5 and king e4 on the board, and rook f1. Played already?
Played very quickly, in fact.
Yes.
I'm wondering
No,
if...
but now you can go just knight e6.
I think knight e6 is the easiest, and the idea is on an h3, I actually go... No, just go knight e6.
Knight Edgar 6.
Yeah,
okay.
h3 is kind of clever, because if you go f8, I can't catch the pawn.
I just go
But knight
knight
f3
f4.
is just...
And there's no giving
knight
up the
F3.
rook.
Yeah, there's no giving up the rook.
Gotcha. So
And he did go for 96.
96, right.
that's on the board.
All right, we're just expecting a handshake. We've been expecting a handshake for a while.
What do you have?
There's a couple of games that are still
Let's see the
interesting.
handshake. Yes, there we go.
There is the handshake.
Great. I'm glad we didn't have to show that an extra knight in a pawn endgame is winning.
Allow me to demonstrate why 2 extra pieces is a win. All
right.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the Ana game, because remember, some of these players are fighting for survival today. We are on the first of 2 rapid games, 25 plus 10, to determine who stays in their elimination bracket. Let's take a look at the game between Ana Zatonskih and Stavroula Tsolakidou. Both players are down to 2 minutes. So let's jump straight into it. It's a very complex position. Let's count the pieces. It's...
Well, there's somehow the bishop landed on d8 and...
What a move, Bishop d8, by the way.
Bishop d8.
This feels like it was a King's Indian, except it wasn't.
Doesn't it? It definitely feels
Definitely
like
feels like a King's Indian. So what is the situation? Black is up 2 pawns right now, although White will regain b4 pretty soon.
Right.
Then Black will be up 1 pawn, but
Whoa.
what is going on in the
C6.
position? Bishop b5 play, the queen's hanging.
Normally speaking here, it's all about breaking through with bishop takes h3, but somehow the bishop
It's
is
on the wrong diagonal, right? That being said, Black looks very sketchy on the diagonals, but somehow solid. I don't see how White creates too many threats.
I'm wondering, doesn't that move not encourage knight f6? There is a...
Knight f6, queen e6. You still have 1 square for the queen, it seems.
But a7
rook takes a7?
is hanging.
so knight f6, rook f7.
Yeah, knight f6, rook f7 is...
Oh,
That's a problem. Yeah.
Or even queen f7 check in that case too.
Yeah,
okay.
on both ways.
Wow. Oops, that clears the cobwebs.
Maybe that's why you should play queen g6 first, I think. Queen g6 to cover.
F7 square. Let me just show everybody what I have just missed, by the way. Knight f6 looks really attractive. You attack the rook with a discovered attack against the queen, but then when you see the move rook f7 check, it's like,
stop.
Oops, my bad.
So you go queen g6,
I
right?
don't think there's another move.
But then I go rook c1. So my idea is to try to...
You don't take the pawn on b4 with the bishop? I thought this was the idea too. Okay,
She's playing queen f6, which is
what
similar but different. Because there's no knight f6.
Right.
That's a strange move, actually.
You put the queen on the desired square of the knight. Queen f6.
Queen f6 played.
Okay,
So what if I
and
take on
again,
b4?
what is the time situation?
Remember, they're below 2 minutes both. A minute 22 for Ana, a minute 50 for Stavroula. They're in very severe time pressure. Both of them are time pressure addicts.
Right.
And they only get an extra 10 seconds per move.
Okay, and the move, as suggested,
Rook c1 makes a lot of sense, yeah.
c1, covering a lot of squares on the open file. Now,
Knight c5. Now, something that I've noticed for Stavroula, she's fearless. Even when she has almost no time, if she calculates, she's just, I believe in my move, and that's it. Because Knight c5, I would be terrified to play that. Rook c5 is an idea, Rook g7 is an idea.
Right.
You're opening the 7th rank.
Exactly.
But if she doesn't see a problem, she just plays it.
So you have to start with rook takes g7.
Rook takes g7. I'm assuming she wants to recapture with the king.
And then you hide on you hide on g8. Sorry, h6.
To get out of what appears to be lots of nasty threats on this diagonal. Your king escapes a queen g8 check.
I need to involve that bishop on a5 into the attack somehow, but yeah, I think she missed a bit by not taking on b4.
Rook g7 with the queen
g7.
Whoa!
Wow!
Without a thought too.
By the way, yes, that's what you just came back quickly. Queen takes g7, bishop takes b4, as you said.
Yeah.
Cristian, you want to involve everybody. Send everybody an invitation to the party. Bishop takes and d6.
It's definitely white for choice here,
I think
right?
king takes g7 was key.
Whoa! Bishop c6.
Oh, tactics. Queen c6, rook takes b4 is the idea, but...
Indeed, trade off that nasty bishop on b4.
Excuse me, but does queen takes c5 work?
Boom! Queen c5 does work. Takes and you're mated. And because the bishop owns... Oh, she missed it.
She missed it.
She missed it. Queen c5 was winning. d c5, bishop c5 check, queen e7 only move.
No, knight d6.
No, but knight d6 I take, and I take on c6. That's 3 pieces.
3 pieces, that's way too many.
That's way too
Your
many.
king is also exposed.
And she's taking the advantage of queen c4, taking, but now it's winning for black, right? Because out of nowhere, queen a7.
Check.
Guys, queen a7 is coming.
Check.
My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That was what the whole setup was all about.
Queen a7.
That
Who
was
knew
why-
that white's
Well,
king
you
was
can go
weak?
queen a3 right now. Queen a3 defends both the rook and a7.
That was
That's
why
a must
she
move.
You
why
have
she
to make that move.
captured with the queen on g7.
But the
She
endgame...
foreseen.
He foresaw this. But the endgame is
Oh, no,
busted.
queen
oh,
a7.
no. Oh no.
She's
Queen
missed
a7
queen
is over.
a7.
That's
and
mate.
she sees it.
That-
This is over.
The head shake.
Oh no.
The head shake. Queen c4 was a blunder. She had to play
no.
queen a3.
And that is a mate. That is a mate that we see on Reddit
That's a
all
very
the time.
instructive mate.
Hi Reddit.
the classic
Smothered mate.
The puzzle rush. That usually gets me like 3 points on a puzzle rush.
I'm always
challenge.
annoyed, but I can pre-move all of it, so it's not, it doesn't take too much time off the
Right.
clock. Yeah.
You have
And
to go
that's
king
it.
h1 and allow queen g1.
My favorite.
Oh! Stavrula, what a crazy game that was near the end. Let's go back. Let's show this queen c5 move that Anna missed. That was absolutely key. Missing this chance. Change the game. Huge swing there.
So here we saw the move bishop takes b4, bishop c6. This was all black's combination.
Right.
When she had played the move queen g7, she had foreseen queen a7. What she had missed was the move that Cristian said, can you take on c5? And the
Sharp
answer was,
Cristian, yeah, not just the way he
Yes.
dresses, but the tactics as well.
Look at this one. And the whole point is this bishop covers this diagonal so that after any captures, bishop captures, and suddenly this bishop is hanging after a queen e7, bishop takes, and rook takes e6.
It does, actually, rook takes c6, yes, this is completely winning.
Yes, sorry.
But if you do go knight to d6, I was looking through the engine right now, it seems like it's not that clear. Okay,
Really?
Yeah, white is still much better, but it's not that clear because you don't have actually this rook takes c6 that we were mentioning because once again, this check comes on the board. Followed by queen to a1, this is going to be a checkmate, right? So what you have to do is actually
Take the rook.
after
Take the
bishop
rook.
takes c6, you have to take the rook specifically to cover a7.
Right.
Now you don't have queen to a7, but I do have queen to b7. Still, the position is not as clear because
a lot of
I have a
pieces.
lot of. You do have a lot of pieces, but I do have some checks, and you really have a weak king on g1, right? Of course, if you start taking my pawn on e5, maybe you can even lose one of your pieces and take all the pawns and still be in a better situation. It would have been a battle, right? But after
question.
queen to c4, that was just a double question mark, and this is just completely game over after rook takes b4. It just finishes the match.
Whoa. With the sacrifice.
Wow,
That is
what a roller
sweet.
coaster game. And it's one
Wow.
last chance for international master, many-time U.S. women's champion Anna Zatonskih. She will need to win with the black pieces on demand against Stavrula. And who would have thought the second seed of the event is already in danger of being knocked out from the tournament, especially after winning a clean strategical game on her round one against Tatev. She's now lost 4 games in a row.
Whoa.
She has to bounce back and win to stay in the elimination bracket. What a situation, guys. What else do we have in our rapid games? I think
Let's
that's
go
Sam
to
Shankland.
let's go to Ray's game
Ray's
because
game. Yeah, we need to go there immediately.
I was very impressed.
And they're repeating this is a draw, as we kind of expected, more or less. But in the Katerina Nemcova Ruiyang game, it feels like a very one-sided match. You can just count the pawns. It's 2 extra pawns for black. The 15-year-old youngster, I'm actually not sure if she's 14 or 15, one of those. Yeah. And very, very strong play here. And she's up 2 pawns, completely winning position.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Nothing to say. That is indeed the case. I don't exactly see how Katja managed to lose 2
and
pawns.
how is the time situation?
16
looking like?
seconds for Katerina and 45 for Ruiyang.
Rook to b1 check.
Check. Very quickly played.
All right, not a lot of choices here.
King f2.
King f2 or rook c1.
Yeah, but Rook C1
C1?
does resign, yeah.
Everything resigns.
Yeah.
King f2 resigns also,
Oh,
right?
she's gonna flag anyway. And she's flagged.
F2.
She
She
flagged.
She flagged. She
Oh
flagged.
my goodness, she flagged. She
I don't
forgot
think
about
she's
the time.
noticed. But we do have arbiters.
She
We have
forgot about the time.
where's our... Where's our arbiters? Arbiters.
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 Mr. Bird?
Mr. Bird.
Mr. Bird.
Calling Chris Bird. What happens if she like leaves?
If she loses, if she gets checkmated in one, there we go.
Yeah, there
she
we go.
finally
By
notices.
the way, your clock is down.
No. All right. But the position was completely hopeless anyway. It's not like it
By the
changed
way,
anything.
3 wins in the elimination bracket. Wow.
Yeah, boom,
Out
boom,
of
boom.
4.
That means that already 3 people are in their next game, which will start at 3:30 Central Time, in a must-win situation, or they are knocked out of the tournament.
Right.
That is huge.
Absolutely. And let's go back to the championship bracket and this game between Levon Aronian and Dominguez. Great fight going on. After the move C5, did Levon go into a bit of a tank, I think?
He didn't go into a huge tank. It was 20 minutes. But considering the time control, it is pretty big. He's gone for the move Bishop B5 a little bit from weird, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's sidestepping the move C5, C4. He's basically saying, okay, my bishop really isn't that great. If I go G4 and Bishop F5, maybe it's not something I want to do. G4, C4, the bishop goes back. He was worried that maybe the bishop would become a little bit too passive, so he played Bishop B5 after a 20-minute thing.
But it's a strange move, not only because I have the reply Bishop D7, which is very normal.
Sensible.
But even against the move Rook F8 in this position, which is awkward, but it does ask the question, well, your bishop...
Why did you put your bishop...
And I think C4 is a very serious threat.
So much so that it would probably encourage me at this point to just like say, okay. But I did get you to slide your rook back to F8. I don't know if it's a great achievement.
Something which I never know is an achievement or not, because
right.
the rook is defending F7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Intriguing game, but as we get prepared for our first break, before we go on our break, we just want to say that we've got some very nice roll-up vinyl chessboards I have in front of me with the red and blue. We'll see it.
That's pretty cool.
I think we're going to get some of the players to sign these boards.
Nice.
Especially before the eliminated players. we better get our boards all signed here, folks. And they're available at Q Boutique.
QBoutiqueSTL.com. You have the website there on screen. Please join us. We have all kinds of cool merchandise for you guys. It is really cool. It's a great store. I'm wearing a tie from there right now.
Exactly.
They have all kinds of stuff. I encourage you to go and support the club. QBoutiqueSTL.com. And guys, we'll be back right now, but it feels like we're taking our 3rd or 4th break because we already have so many great results. But we're going to take our first break. We've got done with the first part of the elimination bracket. We're going to come back into the champions bracket. Follow up at 3:30. We'll be starting with the second game of the elimination bracket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
And we are back in the third day of the American Cup. We have two brackets now, the Champions Bracket and the Elimination Bracket, where players are fighting for survival. Remember, in the Elimination Bracket, they are playing today as 4 players will be saying bye-bye to the tournament, and let's see the results so far of the day. They are playing 25 plus 10 games, in which we had a crazy start. Zatonskih lost with the white pieces in an absolute melee against IM International Master Stavrula Tsolakidou, who now only needs a draw with the white pieces to remain alive in this tournament. Meanwhile, also in the women's section, we had Katerina Nemcova not finding her stride here in this event, losing with the white pieces against Begim in the Classical, and now losing with the white pieces against Ruiyang in the first match here in the elimination bracket. She is now absolutely forced to try to play for a win with black, or she will be returning home. Meanwhile, in the open section, an absolute shocker as Jeffery Xiong simply forgot his theory, mixed up his openings. Who knows what happened, but he basically gifted a full point to Wesley. So now Jeffery has to win with the white piece as a tall order, but I'm sure that he will try. And in the other game, Sam Shankland tried with the white pieces, had a humongous time advantage, but was inaccurate and did not put enough pressure on Ray Robson to cause serious problems. That game ended in a draw. Meanwhile, bracketology, let's take a look. In the open section, this is the Champions Bracket we currently have underway. Aronian and Dominguez are playing a sharp Petrov, while Sevian and Caruana are fighting it off in a fascinating Nimzo Indian with very, very cool strategical ideas. In the women's section, we have, this is the elimination section. As you're seeing, Robson is going to be facing Shankland. They have split the point, as we said, and as we said, Jeffery is in an absolute must-win game against Wesley. Meanwhile, in the women's section, it is Irina Krush that cruised through Ruiyang and Tokhirjonova that cruised through Nemcova. They're fighting each other right now in a Nimzo Indian. Meanwhile, Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan in their classical first game, they are fighting it off in some kind of weird Queen's Gambit decline. Hard to put a name on it, but still interesting game. And as we mentioned, this is the elimination bracket where 2 of these ladies will be going home tonight.
And Zatonskih losing 4 in a row if you go back to her match with Tatev of yesterday, where she lost 3 after being in pole position.
And she's such a brilliant player. How many times has she won the U.S. Women's Champion? How many times has she played board 1 for the U.S. Women's at Olympics? She's been a 25-30 player.
Right.
It just shows you the talent that is cropping up all throughout America.
Exactly. Cristian, jump right in with the championship bracket.
Absolutely. I was looking, of course, at this game between Aronian and Dominguez because I spent most of my time trying to explain how this bishop on d3 is probably one of the most dangerous pieces for white, and you want to preserve it as it is. At least try to coax back to attack it with the move c4 so that it creates this weakness on the square d4. Instead of that, Lev played the move bishop b5, which puzzled all of us. Rook to f8 was an option. It doesn't look very natural, of course. Seems to me that bishop to d7 is a must-played move, and he played the move bishop to d7. Bishop takes d7, queen takes d7. And once again, without the light square bishops, now I'm starting to attack the knight on g5, because after, let's say, you play a move such as king to b1, maybe I can even consider taking, and then knight to h7. That's on tap as well. I can get ready for it, maybe with the move queen to f5, maybe queen to b5 as well. I have a lot of options. Even rook to d8 with the idea to displace this bishop from e3 with the move d4 is an option as well. Instead of that, he decided to go knight to h3, and now we have the move rook to d8. A very interesting idea that I was browsing through this position was d4, c takes d4, and now just play the move c4 with a strategical idea to get this knight to d5, and that's going to create immense pressure on your castle on the queen side, because I'm threatening immediately the move c3 after that. So for example, if you try to go g4, I go knight to d5, your attack is not really coming my way, because for example, if you go g5, boom, c3 arrives on the board, of course. If you take on c3, opening up your king like this, you're gonna get checkmated in 3 moves. Bishop to a3, queen to b5, queen to b2, and that is all she wrote. So you cannot allow the move c3. The problem is, if you do play c3 yourself with white, that creates, once again, a hook in the position. I have a couple of options. One of them is to just simply take on e3, follow it up with a bishop takes h4, or even bishop to g5, winning the queen. And that's going to give black the advantage. This is the variation I'm talking about, bishop to g5, pinning the queen. Also, it's a double attack. You're not going to be able to do both. You cannot take on e8 because that's pinned. You have to take on g5, and of course, we know this is game over.
Right.
This is game over. Of course, he's not going to allow that to happen because he did not play this move d4 followed by c4, a very difficult practical decision. Rook to d8 looks much more natural. You're just putting your rooks on the central files, and at some point you're going to threaten this move d4. You're trying to create pressure in the center. Let's see what happens if white goes g4. Boom! d4 immediately. Take. And now queen to d5, taking
Double
advantage
attack.
of the fact that with a move g4, you actually weakened the pawn f3. I'm going to create a double attack, queen to a2. You cannot allow me to take on a2 because that's just going to allow my queen to invade next to the king, create mating threats, and that's going to be a huge problem, and you're not going to be able to answer it. You have to go king to b1, and now after queen to f3, we can easily see that black is the one in control. I just simply have the better placement of my pieces. I have more activity. You don't have an attack. This knight, if you're going to try to attack it with g5, going to go to e4. It's all she wrote. But let's see how Lev is going to try to respond to all of this.
Because of the variations you're pointing out, I suspect the move king b1 just to cover that a2 pawn and to get, well, to sidestep some of those nasty attacking ideas that you were mentioning with queen d5 as well as d4, c4, knight d5. King b1, okay, and just leaving g4 for the moment.
It just doesn't feel like you have your attack pending on this side, because as soon as you play g4, I have these ideas of targeting the pawn on f3.
Yeah.
So I can anticipate that with a move such as queen to c6, for example.
I like that move.
Queen
That's
to c6,
sly, yeah.
It's a very cagey move because,
Right.
of course, I have d4 also opening up the rook. Now I'm watching this potential open file with the rook in front, and that's might create some problems against the queen on d2. So after queen to c6, it just feels like black has an easier play, and it doesn't seem like white has done much on the king side in the last few moves.
Thank you, Christian. And we have a board full of pieces in the game between Irina Krush and Begum as isolated queen pawn. And I love these games, these isolated queen pawn positions for both sides, actually. Black has this beautiful knight on e4 as a compensation for the pawn. And white has a super solid, basically one of the best kinds of positions that you could want against the isolated pawn. Knight is on f3, knight will come to f4, and the rook is on the c file. Now, having said all of that, the strategic weakness of the isolated queen pawn is the fact that it's isolated. And in this particular case, nobody's attacking it. So this gives black the possibility of just playing moves, quiet little moves like queen e7, bishop d7, rook d8, which eventually carry a very big punch. You always have to be mindful of ideas of knight takes f2 and queen takes e3 in the position. How do you like the position? I mean, it's strategically, it's wonderful kind of position, but which side, I should have said, do you prefer?
Well, it comes to the specifics of the position, in my opinion. I have played the isolated, well, I think every grandmaster has played the isolated pawn with both sides, right?
Right.
It's just part of your upbringing.
You gotta
learn them.
Exactly.
You gotta learn them. But in this particular position, I think I'd rather prefer white by a very significant margin. And the reason is that I feel this knight on f6 is wrong.
It's wrong.
Yeah, because the e4 knight is great knight.
Yes.
It's a great knight.
Beauty.
But you can only have one knight on e4. You can't have two knights on e4.
Right.
This knight on f6 is not going anywhere.
Right.
And I feel that in positions where I go knight f4,
yes.
you cannot take on f4. You're just too weak.
No, I don't want to give up this beautiful bishop. That is for sure.
You're just too weak on the dark squares.
Right.
And if I can start pressuring your pawn on d5 in the next couple of moves, which I normally can't, right? Normally you have to blockade this pawn before you even consider doing that. But if I don't have to establish anything on d4, I can directly attack it with knight f4, bishop b1, and start asking questions, then I like white.
Okay, interesting. How about you, Cristian, and your experience of isolated queen pawns? First of all, do you like playing against them or you like having them?
I love playing against them. I used to like playing with the isolated pawn when I was younger and a bit more aggressive. And my opponents were also a bit weaker, so they didn't know how to defend, of course. But nowadays, unfortunately, I do like to play against the isolated pawn. As you were mentioning, Yasser, in this position, it all comes down to who will find the correct plan. And I really liked what Alejandro was mentioning, this idea of knight to f4 and targeting the pawn on d5, knight to f4, bishop to b1, attacking this pawn on d5. Of course, Black is going to probably respond with a defense of that pawn on d5, bishop to d7, bishop to c6. But are you going to assign a defensive role to your pieces with the isolated pawn? That's probably not going to spell the right things. And unfortunately, I don't really see a very easy plan for Black to try to create any sort of attack against the king, because we know this is what you're going to try to do. And this knight on f4 beautifully controls this diagonal. You almost never want to give up the bishop for the pawn, because despite... this is just looking ugly, right? With this monster unchallenged on the long diagonal, controlling the square e5. This knight is going to jump to e5. I'm going to be able to go f2 to f3 to attack and challenge the knight on e4. It just doesn't seem like Black's pieces are going anywhere in this position, and the engine actually agrees. 1.5 advantage for white. You cannot take on f4. But of course, are you going to go knight to f4, or are you going to be tempted to place that knight in the center? That's another question that Irina will have to answer in the coming minutes. It's all about who chooses the right plan at this point. If Irina goes astray and plays the move such as knight to d4, well, it does look beautiful, the knight, but where is it going after that, right? Now I'm going to go bishop to d7, rook to d8. I have the easier moves now. Exactly. If you go knight to f4, if you find the right plan, then you're probably, as white, going to have the easier move. I like white in this position.
I feel it's the same problem, this knight on d4, as we were talking about the knight on e4, because, again, how many beautiful knights can you have on d4? You have one.
Superfluous knights.
Superfluous knights, right.
Dvoretsky was mentioning this term, superfluous knights.
Yeah.
I always liked the hippopotamus game, Michael Tal. So Michael Tal is playing against the isolated queen pawn. He has this like knight on f2, knight is hitting f7. There's a knight on h5 hitting g7. There's a bishop hitting the h6 pawn. And he has to make a combination. He's going to sacrifice a knight on f7, a knight on g7, a bishop on h6. And he thinks for 40 minutes, but during this 40-minute think, he's thinking about a poem where a hippopotamus is stuck in the swamp.
How do you get it out?
How do you get this hippopotamus out of the swamp? I mean, you need a crane. And this goes on in his mind, and he looks up, and his clock is down to a few minutes, and in a frenzy, starts sacrificing knights. And he said the next day, I had the pleasure of reading in the Pravda sports pages that Michael Tal, after a well-calculated combination, that's what a brilliant game in the Soviet championship. And all he was thinking about was a stupid hippopotamus, and how do you get the hippopotamus out of the swamp?
And Irina did find the move knight f4.
Knight f4, that's the key move there for her.
She's so particularly strong in this type of positions. If I had to think one player that I do not want to face in this kind of positions from the women's section, Irina's so strong. Every time she gets this isolated pawn, she's done it over and over again to win so many U.S. women's championships. She gets this positionally annoying positions where your opponent has to actually find ideas, find ways, but you already have a long-term idea. You're forcing your opponent to play precisely, and it's difficult for them to do so, and Irina has won so many games against the IQP.
Yeah. There are certain positions that players just have an instinct for.
Right.
And the isolated queen pawn happens to be for Irina. Bishop D, knight f4, as we were mentioning on the board. Just wanted to check in with Levon. Levon, by the way, did not play king b1 and just, tucking his king in to protect the pawn on a2. No, he said, it's about the tempi. I've got to bring my knight on h3 to f4, which we all understand, as it is prepping g4 and g5. The knight on h3 was definitely not well placed. So I like that move, except for all of these tactics that Cristian had been mentioning before.
There's so many ideas. d4 is an idea. Queen a4 is an idea. Bishop d6 is an idea.
Exactly. Bishop d6 opens up the rook so that I can't take the pawn
d5,
on
right.
e3. But Cristian, back over to you in that Fabi game. Did Fabi get to play his rook to f2?
That is such a fascinating game, and we were looking during the break at some of the lines. Let's see what happened. I think we left it somewhere along this move. Knight to a5 came on the board, and we saw the move e4 played almost instantaneously by Fabiano. Take on d4, queen to d7, trying to create some pressure on this pawn on d4, and this is the big moment right now for White. White has to play the move e5 if he wants to preserve his initiative. Now the problem is the lines that you're starting to calculate after this move e5, at least to my eyes, was rook to c1.
Right.
This was the move that I had to understand what happens after this move. Rook takes c1, queen takes c1, queen to d4. Of course, you would love to play the move queen to e3. Unfortunately, that just loses the rook on b2, undefended, unprotected, and you're going to resign the game. So you're going to have to go king to h1, only move. Knight to g4 is very threatening, looks very threatening. You're going to go knight to f2. And here, h3 was one of the first moves that we considered. Unfortunately, after knight to f2, well, that's almost a family fork. That's a 20-point fork. Knight to d3, and that just wins the game, of course. So knight to f2, knight to d3, critical idea. And in this position, instead of h3, White has one defense with the move knight to e4, strengthening the control over the square f2. And if you try to go bishop to b7, now you have to calculate this move. A rook to d2, knight to f2, rook takes f2, bishop takes e4, and finally, the move of the round, rook to f1. Of course, you have to find this move. I'm joking. You don't have to find this move, rook to f1. Your position is still better, but black does have some compensation. If you do find this move, rook to f1, with the idea to challenge black's pieces, black's major pieces on the d file with the move rook to d1, well, you're almost completely winning as White. Fabiano has a lot to calculate after this challenging move. Queen to d7, e5. If it comes on the board, then Sam is going to be looking for alternatives to queen to d4 or rook to c1, and probably the move is going to be knight to h7. Unfortunately for black, it seems like after d5, this pawn sacrifice,
beauty,
this is looking good because I closed up the d file. You set up all your forces with the idea to blast open, get the queen to d4, exchange the queens, get to an endgame, have a beautiful structure, and destroy my attack. Unfortunately, with this move d5, a typical sacrifice, I'm going to clog this d file with the pawn on d5, and that's going to work in my favor because this bishop on b1, tremendous attacker. This rook is going to come to f2. This knight is going to come to h5, followed by the queen coming into the attack. Something has to give at this point and is not going to spell very good things for black right now. If he finds this move e5 followed by the pawn sacrifice with d5. Fabiano is in a long think right now, actually, after c takes d4.
Wait, what happens to e5?
Places
knight
itself.
d5, though?
1 minute 22 seconds, and after queen to d7, he's already 1 minute 22 minutes, 1 hour 22 minutes, and right now he only has 55 minutes left on the clock. what were you mentioning?
We were
Alejandro?
mentioning that after e5, knight to d5, knight h7.
Knight to d5,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. I'm thinking that we want to play queen g4 and knight
Queen to
h5.
g4 and knight to h5. You can start with knight to h5. And
Either way, and white is just fast.
It's
It
not
is
looking
very
good.
fast. His
It's
knight on
not looking
a5 is a sore thumb, yeah.
It's
I mean,
out.
look, the best move in the position right now, according to the engines, is g6. Nobody plays g6.
Nah, bishop
Nobody plays
though.
g6.
That's
yes,
the
because
best.
You see bishop d5 and you stop calculating. You
Right.
don't want to open up the position of the king with g takes h5. I'm going to go bishop to f3. But also, after g6, check this move out.
I like this. This is visual.
f5. I want to checkmate you.
Yeah. This is
Forget about
visual.
knights. Forget about pieces. I want to checkmate you.
Bishop
take
takes
my piece.
h6, queen
Sure,
takes h5.
I'm just going to take on h6.
Yeah.
This one is
Yeah.
completely busted. I'm going to be able to invade. First of all, also this rook potentially, or this rook is going to go f2, f3, g3. Who knows? I'm going to be able to bring all my forces into the attack. Maybe I don't even need them because this one is all she wrote. It seems
But I
like
do
black is
like-
completely losing.
I do like this pawn sacrifice you mentioned very much. e5, knight h5. This is like a dream pawn sacrifice.
yep.
Takes. And I've seen the bishop
Not the best
b1
move.
was
Knight to c4 has to be played.
Right.
Knight to c. You cannot take the pawn on d5
Yeah.
because that's just going to open up so many possibilities for you.
I just wanted to say bishop b1 was too sophisticated for me. I was thinking f5 and like knight h7 takes,
I have to
f5,
say-
rook f2 and bang,
Winning
bang,
as well.
bang.
Winning
Yeah,
as well.
bang,
Yeah,
bang,
that
bang.
looks terrible.
Winning as
but
well.
knight h7 is
No,
it's a bizarre move.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
what
have
to do, right?
Well, that's
what to
why
do,
knight
'cause
d5.
You see knight d5, but unfortunately, it looks like a good knight. But where is your attack on my pawn on
Yeah,
d4?
that is the
there.
issue, right?
Non-existent.
I guess that's the issue.
And in order to get that attack going, you have to go with the knight to c3. The
See,
problem is
and for all of these reasons that
You're
you
not in
just
time.
mentioned, Christian,
yes,
I think my instinct as a GM would be to put the knight on e8 instead of h7.
makes a lot of
To
sense.
just defend
Just to
g7.
defend g7.
Makes a lot of sense, and the same thing comes on the board.
Yeah.
d5.
d5, yeah.
Look, Fabiano, we know analyzed this type of structure.
Yeah.
He's seen this sacrifice. Maybe not in this particular line, but in other lines he has seen, he knows this sacrifice. Right now he's just trying to understand the nuances, the tactical nuances, in my opinion, after rook takes c1. That seems to be, at least from a human's perspective, the critical move after e5.
Yeah, you want to be able to see knight e4. By the way, put that move, rook c1 and queen d4 on the board because I wanted to share with the audience.
By the way,
during
the engine
break,
hates this rook c1. But
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the only thing I would calculate.
During the break, queen takes d4. We had a funny moment between Christian and I. We went knight g4, knight e4. And in this whole variation, Christian, where bishop b7, rook d2, knight f2, rook takes, bishop takes, rook f1. It's important to note that the rook on f1 is not the king's rook. It went rook b1, rook b2 to d2 to f2 to f1. And we really like that pathway. It was very, very nice. And it was very nice that it's
He
the
did
queen's
not
rook.
play the move e5. He
did
played
not.
rook to
Prepped it with the
d2
rook to
after a
d2.
very long think.
By the way, on those very old classical sets, the king's knight and the king's rook have a stamp on them, a red stamp, just on the very tops of the pieces, because a lot of the notation was descriptive, and they would say king's rook to queen 8, and you have that extra stamp to give you the idea that it's your king's knight that's going to g5 and not the queen's knight. Important stuff.
Important stuff. I actually learned chess on descriptive notation.
Oh,
Yeah. So
it took you years to.
I'm a boomer. Don't worry, guys.
It took you years to overcome your handicap of learning descriptive notation.
Descriptive notation is
Me too.
It's just a handicap. I mean, it's just
terrible.
It's a terrible system.
Yeah,
No one came up with it.
Exactly. All right, let's jump. I just wanted to mention that in the game of Alice Lee Tatev as
Yeah.
black has more than equalized. She just kind of went past the equal, and I think
You start thinking for an advantage here.
Exactly. I start thinking that Tatev is going to start winding up something on the king side. Maybe, for example, if the queen were just to retreat, let's just put
And
something
I think
on the
there's
board.
not another move, right?
Yeah, you start to immediately thinking about, as Jennifer Shahadi would say, a rover. Bring your rook up and over. Rook to d5, rook to g5. You start looking at bishop takes h3 and saying, hey, my turn to attack. Let's go. So,
Well, it's not even like my turn. Where's White's counterplay?
True. I don't know exactly how Alice misplayed it to give Tatev such an easy play.
Yeah, it's not that we're saying that Alice's position is really that bad. It's probably still quite holdable. Probably Black's a little bit better, but
it's easier.
But it's easier
Practical.
to play. It's practically really easy to play for Black
Exactly.
and really hard to play for White. The plus side for Alice, she has double the time of her opponent. She has an hour and 2 minutes left for Tatev, time pressure addict, 33 minutes. This is really not an acceptable amount of time to have been used on 18 moves.
Tatev always, just like Ray Robson, never cured herself of these time troubles. I see it in a lot of her games.
Yeah, Tatev, Anna Zatonskih,
Yeah.
Stavrula from this tournament alone.
Oh, you got another one to deal with.
I got. Don't worry. I mean,
There's a line.
There's a line. Christian already filled out his application to SLU. I mean, we're getting the whole gang together.
Exactly.
It's terrible. It's terrible watching as a coach.
Right.
But this one looks pretty simple. Rook d5 is of course an idea, but you could also go queen e5, queen g5. The main thing, not queen e5, queen c5,
Queen
g5.
c5 to g5
Yeah,
also.
and one of the things that worries me about this position for Tatev is that she has so many options.
Yeah, sometimes you fall in love with your position. You're just looking at it.
Looking
so
and looking
nice,
and looking,
so nice,
right?
So nice.
Sometimes you even overestimate your position and you think, you see one line, it's equal, one line, it's equal,
Yeah.
and you want to force the position, and sometimes that doesn't work. So this is the psychological dangers of a position like this, where Black has pretty much everything, but it's not crashing through. You still have to be patient, you still have to play logical moves. It's hard to really assess one against another. Just choose one and go for it.
Exactly. In this case, I would definitely be playing rook to d5
And
to g5.
all of this is stylistic, right? Like you're looking at rook d5. I'm more of a calm player. I really like prophylactic thinking in chess.
Keeping your options open.
Keeping my options open. I like knight d5.
Knight David 5.
Yeah, because the way I see it is that you really want to play knight c3. This is your next developing move.
Absolutely, no question about it.
But maybe if I play knight d5, knight c3, queen e5, you'll have a second thought about that, right? That is an uncomfortable pin.
Exactly, unless there's a way that I could maybe turn the tables
Yeah.
and exploit it against you. But I understand what you're saying, that you look at all of the options, and also you're trying to guess what your opponent wants to do, and let me stymie you.
Yeah.
I don't want you doing what you like to do. Tigran Petrosian was the great master, as was Anatoly Karpov, at stopping you from implementing your idea. So knight d5. There's more to think of, and that's unfortunate for
That's unfortunate for Tatev. You just don't want to give
Choose one.
We have a couple of tweets. Remember, you can
thank you for
join
the conversation.
The conversation here with us. Send us the tweets at #TheAmericanCup or #US We're checking both of them. International Master Kostya Kawutsky, who is running the recaps and is running our Twitter, will be having his eye out on the best questions. And we're told we have not one but two
Let's
tweets
go.
at us. Let us see.
Yasser play
When did Yasser play his last official tournament game?
I think it was Barcelona 2012, 13, 14, I'm not sure.
Well, it was in Barcelona.
There was the Maestro. I played with Kevin Spraggett, and boy, I just...
Kevin Spraggett, you.
No. There was
Like
the Spanish-
Larson, Reshevsky.
No, this is 2014, dude. I think it was that. Look it up. It will be in your database.
2014, let's go with that.
Yeah, and the Grandmaster from Argentina, who... No, get out of here. You're terrible. But yes, 2014, I think so. Take a look. Look
And
it
I
up.
think on the tweet it was #Thursday vibes, but it's Friday. So good morning, St. Louis.
Friday vibes.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Good
Yes.
morning, St. Louis.
Guys,
We
do have
more
another
tweet.
one.
Let's
we do
see.
have another tweet.
Dennis Boros, Grandmaster Dennis Boros. It's good to see a whole new generation showing great chess. When are we going to see the likes of Sevian, Nizhny, Robson join the Singfield Cup field?
Ooh.
Well, we did, didn't we? Didn't Robson play the Singfield?
I don't think he did, actually.
Not in the Singfield.
Jeffery played the Singfield, and it was Dariush. Actually, yes, Dariush and Jeffery played the
You're a
Singfield.
student.
But I think Sevian is beelining for his spot,
He's
right?
knocking on the door.
Right.
Absolutely.
Nizhny is an interesting one. Nizhny is extremely high rated. I think he's above 2690 right now.
Wow.
Yeah, 2695. I'm being told. It's a
Also,
monster.
knocking on the door.
There used to be a time where being a grandmaster was a pretty cool thing in St. Louis. Now being 2650, everybody in St. Louis is 2650. It's incredible the amount of talent that we have here. I don't know when they're going to get invited in the Singfield Cup.
I remember us going to lunch with Susan Polgar and her son Tom, and as we left the restaurant, a van pulled up and everybody got out, and it turned out to be the SLU students, and we were all going to the chess club. And as we're walking, Tom looks around and he says, I'm the only non-grandmaster. Everybody else was a chess grandmaster. He's like a master
He's
player.
a master level player.
Like,
Tom Polgar is a master level player.
what's
He's
going
nothing
on?
to be sneezed at.
I mean, grandmasters galore. That's why we got to keep an eye out on the 40-player Blitz tournament that we mentioned earlier. Christian, get in what you're showing us in the game between Levon and
So I've been trying to understand how any of the sides can improve their position and make any sort of progress. After knight to f4, bishop to d6 was played, and finally this prophylactic move, king to b1, potentially defending the queen side, specifically this pawn on a2, which likely will be attacked. Now, queen to a4, to me, it makes a very artificial impression. I don't like this queen to a4. I just played the move king to b1. Why would you go queen to a4? Of course, you have an immediate threat, and that is to take on e3. Yeah. For example, if I just play a move such as rook to e1, you take on e3. I take back on e3 with anything, and then you're going to capture the knight on f4 with a tremendous advantage for black. But of course, I don't have to do that. I can just simply defend my position with the move g3. Not only that it defends the knight on f4, but also I have ideas of queen to f2, queen to g2 later on, improving my position a little bit slowly. And it seems like maybe the best move for black would be queen to c6. d4 is very difficult to calculate. It doesn't seem practical. This trend with the move queen to a4 doesn't seem practical. So to me, to my eyes, queen to c6 looks much more compact, much easier to play from black's perspective. Of course, would you like to take on d5? Absolutely not. You don't have a defender on the bishop on e3, and it's very simple to calculate that after knight takes d5, queen takes d5, we exchange everything, and I take a piece, a free piece on e3. So how do you prepare this idea of knight d5? Maybe with rook to e1. Now it seems like knight d5 is finally a threat. But is it? And this is the question that black will probably have to ask himself and answer, because you can immediately start your own attack on the queen side with the move b5. This is the whole concept in the position. You want to open up the position and try to checkmate the white king. Can you take on d5? Well, it does look like you can, right? Because right now if you take, I take back, and then it seems like I have quite a nice position, right? It seems like I'm a pawn up, and you don't have a good way to make use of the pin on the e-file. But after queen to d5, I have this beautiful move, queen to b6. Now, the question is, what if I just simply go queen to f5? Well, I can go bishop to g3, rook takes d8, and now queen takes d8. And we see that not only that I'm keeping my attack on the bishop on e3, but also I'm creating this attack on d1. So for example, if you go rook to e2, I have queen to d1 coming down the board with devastating consequences. This is game over. So if he sees this idea of b5 and then shielding the queen with queen to b6, well, it seems to me that black is in a great situation right now, and he's the only one that has a clear way of improving his position. That is queen c6, b5, b4, open up the position and try to checkmate the white king.
Thank you for that, Cristian. I love those subtleties. I really, really do.
Geometry. Wow,
yeah.
Geometry's crazy.
But one lady is not being subtle at all. Tatev is making naked aggression, I would say.
When is she subtle?
She just went for it. She just played the move Rook D5. That's an absolute post up. Rook up and over. She's eyeballing the white king. Rook G5, Bishop takes H3 is on a black's agenda. I like what you were saying, keeping your options open, being flexible, Knight D5.
None of that business.
I would plant the flag. Rook D5, and Alice is under pressure.
All right, this is
Rook D1.
One thing I love about Alice Lee's play.
Okay.
Fast.
Practical.
Very fast, very practical. Look, this is clearly not theory, but she's only spent 30 minutes in this game.
Wow.
And she's under severe attack. Rook D5 came on the board, and she calmly plays Rook D1.
Like, let's go.
Like, let's go.
And what is the situation after Rook G5? I presume King F1 or King H1 to sidestep.
Yeah.
Bishop takes H3 is necessary.
Absolutely. Let's go with King H1 just to put a move in.
Okay. And
then?
Well, naked aggression?
Yeah, but this doesn't work.
Let's go. Let's have some fun.
And like I take, I'm not sure how much fun you're going to have here.
I don't know. Well, I'll get in a spike check. I'm going to go down in the blaze of glory.
Oh, I want to see where your spike check is. I got King H2.
Okay, King H2, Queen F5.
Queen
Gift me the pawn.
I'll try not to gift you that particular pawn. All right, let's say I go Rook F1. I think your idea would be Queen G6, or what is your idea?
Okay, Knight G4. I was hoping for Bishop F1, by the way. I just had
yes, of course.
I had a different idea for you, that in case you had Bishop F1 on your agenda, I had Knight G4 on mine. And the idea was I was going to checkmate you on G1 and or H5.
That's not very nice of you.
No, it's not. It wasn't. But you had Rook F1.
Rook F1, yeah.
Okay. All dressed up. It's a nice party, but
is it
Rook
enough,
G6? Or you mentioned Queen G6.
Yeah, but Queen G6 actually has no threat.
Rook G2 wasn't. Yeah,
And
here
this feels a little slow, right? I can go Knight A3 just to move a knight out of the first rank. So that I have the ability to play Rook G1 against Queen G5. Yeah.
Rook H6.
Ah, you tricked me that way. Yeah, this doesn't work.
Yes. I had a dual idea of Rook H6 and Queen G5. Again, naked aggression.
Naked aggression, yeah.
But hey, unfortunately I was in the same generation of Larry Christensen. That guy was sacrificing left, right, and center. I mean, he came at you with bare fists. It was terrible. So you had to end up calculating these sacrifices because Larry put him on the board and said, "I'm coming after you with everything I've got." So Rook G5. By the way, Tatev has not immediately answered.
This is the big problem with Tatev. You know, she has an idea, but
I mean, she played Rook D5 with purpose. But having said A,
say B.
Say B. Let's go. Rook G5. That's the mismanagement of the clock. By the way, talking about one player who kept the flexibility for everything was Fabi. Fabi did not go for those D5 and F5 type of variations that we were looking at after takes. We were looking at after Queen D7, E5. We thought that was the most purposeful move. Rook D2 was Fabi's choice, and after Bishop B3, he just calmly captured and played Bishop B2, prepping D5, and Bishop takes F6. Queen A4 is on the board. We've caught up with the players. And White is winding. Is he ready for D5 or not?
Well, it is playable in this particular position. I don't know if it really brings any kind of advantage, though.
Exactly.
I want to trade the queens.
No, I wanted to keep the queens, in fact.
But
that was
how, right?
Right. If I do
let's take a look at Queen B1. I think this is
Queen Boy 1.
One of the ideas, right? But
Assuming Knight B3.
This is the big issue, right? You attack the knight.
Well,
sorry, attack the rook.
Here's the point. Black can not allow
D5,
this
right.
D5, bishop takes F6 idea. So he's got to be lickety-split with his answer, which is knight B3, and then I'm assuming rook D3.
I assume rook D3, knight takes D4.
And now we're here.
Another question is this spin down the D file actually dangerous? For example, if I play rook ED1,
Exactly.
I'm not threatening the knight immediately, but how do you get out of it?
exactly.
Not so easy, right?
Not so easy. Not so easy.
This might be very unpleasant. Unless tactically I'm missing something, but I don't think so.
I hate walking into these pins.
Pins, right.
Wow. Well, these are the types of variations that the players are going to be calculating. And what are the times of the two players, Alejandro?
In the game between Fabiano Caruana, who has 50 minutes, and Sam Sevian, who has 34. Not exactly even, but not too bad, I think, for Sam, considering how surprised he was out of the opening.
Absolutely. This rook b1, rook b2 that Fabi brought, a very innovative idea, and I liked it. Over to you, Cristian. What do you have for us?
Guys, what I'm worried about in this position for Tatev, and you guys were pointing out, is that she only has 22 minutes on the clock and so many options. In fact, rook takes d1 seems to be the best move in the position.
Really?
Do we think Tatev is going to play rook takes d1? No. She will think for another 5 minutes and play rook g5, right? Rook g5 has to be played. I mean, it's such an obvious move, but unfortunately, it does seem that after king to h1, she will spend another 5 minutes and then sacrifice on h3. Also, sacrificing on h3 is not an easy decision because we do see
you're burning your bridges.
The bishop is coming to f1. If you allow me to get the bishop on g2 and create this cocoon for the king, followed by rook to g1, well, this is going to be all she wrote.
So how does this go?
It does seem like queen e6, bishop to f1, queen to f5.
We got a few, right?
We got something,
yes,
right?
Queen to e2.
Oh, queen e2 is a nice move.
Defending the f3 square, you don't want to go bishop to g2 because after rook takes g2, actually you are...
F3.
Sorry, not rook to g3, of course. Rook takes g2, queen to f3.
Yeah.
It does seem like black is breaking through. You're just simply going to take the rook, pawn up, a devastating attack. This is completely all she wrote. So we're not going to get this, right? Queen to e2 does seem to make a lot of sense. You cannot defend that f3 square with knight to d2 because f2 is going to fall. So queen to e2, and now this is the critical moment. This is the critical moment. It seems like white has defended. But you have this very beautiful move, knight to g4. Not easy to see from afar. And I'm worried that she's going to spend all her time on this bishop takes h3, try to make it work, and not spot this move, knight to g4. Knight to g4, I still go rook to d2, and now knight to e5. You're not even giving a checkmate, but rather you're improving the position slowly.
Bring
now, of course, bishop to g2 is a problem because of knight f3. You have to go f4, e takes f3, and now we get this position, which is a mess. I'm going to go queen to d1, queen to f2. I have a lot of options. Black also has a lot of options, and I'm afraid that it's just actually going to be a slower game. It's going to develop into a slower game later on. You don't have clear paths of checkmating the white king in this position. This is going to go down to the wire, and what I like from Alice Lee is that she plays super quick. Just like that, super quick, just like that. Plays rook d1, makes her decisions so fast. That shows, once again, a lot of experience. And let's see what Lanier did. Finally, the pawn sacrifice that we were looking at many moves ago finally came on the board. Queen to b5, king to b1. Oh, sorry, excuse me. King to b1, queen to b5 came on the board. We were considering queen to c6. It felt like the more natural choice, followed by b5 and b4, try to open the position like that. He decided to go with queen to b5. Queen to c1 immediately played by Aronian, very similar to what Alice Lee is doing. He's playing his move very quickly as well. And immediately came d4, 24 minutes for Dominguez, 59 minutes for Aronian. Take on d4, c4. We have this position on the board. c3 potentially coming on the board. It does seem like black is
knight d5,
burning some bridges right now with this pawn sacrifice. But objectively, it seems to be working.
Wow, great
Wow,
stuff.
what a great concept.
What was fascinating for me was in that whole analysis that Cristian was making of the Tatev game, seemed like some swashbuckling tactics, and then he goes, and then it's going to calm down to some technical game where, you know, the clock is going to be the deciding factor. And I was like, what? You went through this great sword fight all the way to this chess clock being the decisive factor.
And it's
You're right.
it's
Time mismanagement is
Time mismanagement is very big, and sometimes you need some self-awareness of where you stand. Like, for example, if you spend another 5 minutes as Tatev in this position and you go down to 13, and you start thinking rook g5's unclear, just take on d1.
Right.
Take on d1, develop your bishop, develop the other rook, make a draw, and go home.
Yeah, play with white in the following
game, right?
Exactly.
But I'm afraid that she's going to burn her clock to like 13 minutes, play rook g5, be in an extremely complex position, and blunder something.
Agreed. By the way, if you would go back, Cristian, for a moment to that game of Lanier, because I just wanted to say that I'm really not interested in the chess engines version, but for me, if you would play the move g4 for a moment,
yes,
I will take on f4, put a knight on d5, and I'm thinking to myself, whether I'm right or wrong, like I've just got this beautiful knight. I'm going to play c4, c3.
Well, you have a
great
clear
compensation.
Yeah? You want to go knight to c3.
Exactly, and rook e2, and I'm thinking, hey man, I actually have more than enough compensation here.
No, this
I
looks
just
great.
love it.
This looks amazing for Black.
Right, exactly.
Why can't move?
Exactly,
Yep.
and for those people who play the King's Indian, they often make these types of sacrifices where they get a dark squared.
Yeah, knight squared, knight on e5 or f4, right, yeah.
And here we're seeing it. I usually get these types of positions from a Caro Khan, not from a Petrov.
That's
but,
right,
and we get this knight on d5.
Also, it doesn't feel like these are the positions Aronian enjoys playing, right?
I mean, you gotta
he
tell,
wants
you
to be
gotta
on
tell me
the
a
other
person that
side.
enjoys this position. Who's enjoying this? This feels like something went really wrong. I love this sacrifice.
I do too.
And it's one of those positions where even if the engine says 0.00,
right, that's what I mean.
There's no grandmaster that will take white.
Exactly.
No grandmaster ever will take white.
Exactly. You just sort of say, I'm not interested in the computer's valuation. I just know that as a human player, you're staring at a
Yasser, but you're a pawn grubber.
And I'm a pawn grubber, but I do appreciate dynamic play, and the knight on d5, the rook on e2, the pawn on c4, by the way, can really be an incredibly disruptive pawn for black. I like the attack.
Yasser is a pawn grubber, but first he is a grandmaster.
There you go. I mean, let's start with that. Fabi's game. Some moves have been played. It was that.
No, he has not played after Queen A4.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's our analysis. I thought, oh, look at these moves. Beautiful. Queen B1. I was going to praise you. Get out of here.
No, they're still on Queen A4. Fabi deciding whether he wants to. Really, I don't think there's any choice between anything else. It's D5 immediately or Queen B1. I don't really see anything else. I don't like the variations with the queen on e2, because when the knight comes to b3, attacks my rook, and then takes on d4.
It comes with a tempo.
It comes with a tempo.
Yeah.
So these are lesser versions for white.
Exactly.
That's why I wanted to put the queen on b1. So it's really those options, right?
Well, there is just this one moment, though. Okay, it is queen e2, knight b3. I do have this move e5, which I'm thinking is going to provoke you to go knight to e8. I don't know if you want to play knight to d5 and deal with... The rook is still hanging. Well, excuse me.
Sorry, what rook?
The rook on d2.
The rook on d2 is hanging.
I was thinking, if you take the rook, I take the knight.
I was also wondering if I could start with knight d4.
Knight David 4.
Yeah.
Ooh. My gosh, that threw me backwards. Okay, can we just see it? Rook takes. I'm assuming rook takes. Pawn takes. I'm assuming rook d2.
You have to go queen g4.
Yes, and I assume g6. And rook e6 might get
mated. Might get mated, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
The queen d1 will is good enough.
Good enough, right?
Good enough.
Also, I could just take on b2.
Correct.
It's not such a clear position, huh?
Gosh, it looks threatening, but there are counter threats too.
Right, rook d1 is coming. Unclear.
Maybe it's just very good for black. I
It
don't
might
know.
be, yeah.
Wow. Cool stuff.
And he has made a choice. He decided to play the move d5 immediately, allowing the queen trade, but he thought this moves knight b3 were just too annoying to deal with.
Exactly.
Immediately allows the trade of queen. So let's take a look at a couple of variations, d5. Most logical is to take the queen when you can.
Exactly. And as black, I would not want to hesitate too long. Bishop takes f6, queen g4 check might appear, and that will be no. So queen takes.
It also asks the question at this particular moment, which rook you want to take with.
I'm assuming he's going to do this rook.
But it does drop the pawn, right?
Knight takes. Pause. No tactics, no puzzle rush tactics, no. Knight takes, no e7.
Let's just show it. That d takes e6, for example. Rook takes d2. Rook takes d2. Knight takes d2. e7 almost wins, but you have, unfortunately.
I was so close.
So close.
All right. So that means, in that case, I have to actually
take with recapture
with the rook on the d file. Rook takes d2. I am still threatening a very nasty bishop takes f6. So in case of this,
yes, right.
Then bishop takes f6.
Right, but if I keep my structure, like I pass with something clever, I'm not really sure. Just let's make a move. Let's make a move just because I want to see the threats. Okay. Let's go a6. It's a dumb move. I'm sure that we can find b5.
Useful before. Let's try it.
Maybe again, right?
Okay, I want to mess up your structure, and I want to go
knight h5. So this is your idea. You want to go knight h5.
That's the idea for sure.
I like this. What if I go then instead something like king f8?
In order to play king e7.
Right.
That's cool. Okay, so I definitely like messing up your structure as before. And let's see what happens when your king does manage to make it all the way to e7. Isn't there a way of blowing up the position against
I am curious, right? But I am.
Well, I think maybe you should probably start with taking on e6, exchange the rooks on the d file, and try to invade on the 7th rank without knight h5.
Without knight h5.
Keep the king on
that's
f8.
A good idea, right?
Keep the king on f8.
I like that. Take on e6. This is very instructive. Take on e6. You force.
You must capture.
You must force, yeah. And even here, maybe even also e7 check was interesting.
Ooh,
to throw in
e7
nasty. And knight f5.
No, but
this one also looks very good, right?
But
Rook
this
d7.
still looks like play on one go for white.
For white. And we already have the moves queen takes d1. Immediately Fabi took with the d rook, which is what we were expecting.
Exactly.
And yeah, I'm warming up to the fact that bishop f6 is a serious threat.
And king f8, by the way. I love that e7 check.
Just
got a knight f5. Ooh. Excitement. So
let's try to solve.
So what if you take on d5?
Yeah, this has to be the
What
issue.
if you just take on d5, right?
Okay, so
let's take on f6.
This is where we kind of stopped ourselves, though. We didn't find a really good answer.
Now I have rook d6, maybe?
And rook d5?
Rook takes d5.
And again, knight takes f6 is the intermezzo move.
But I'm actually not even going to throw it in. I think it's stronger to just take directly on with the
And
pawn.
have a passer?
Have a passer, because you still can't prevent knight f6 next move.
And there is this nasty rook e8 check.
Right.
It feels like this is just too good.
This is too good for
Let's
white.
drop back for a second. So instead of rook d6, let's go rook c6.
Rook c6.
The knight h5 first.
Oop, sorry. Knight h5 first. Rook drops back to c6. Boy, I don't like this at all for you, Cristian. Or in this case, I don't like it at all for Sam Sevian.
So I would take that.
So bad, right?
Seems like you're getting close to creating some sort of a mating.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid as well. I got to go check.
Yeah, and f5
and h7 and f5.
Rook f8 is coming.
Correct. Or
rook e7.
Yeah.
Am I in time though? Because I do go knight to c4 right now. So I do go knight to c4. You have rook e7. That's a big problem.
The rook e7 is an issue, right? Because you can both play knight e5, knight takes f6, or knight e5 I could just consider to take on a7.
That is the problem. Yeah, you just take on a7 and you're a pawn up.
The training is working.
I have learned.
I'm so
by
proud.
osmosis.
You just soak it right up. I see that Tatev, after a long think,
13 minutes. I called exactly 13 minutes.
Oh, wow. Has played the move rook g5.
Yeah.
She did. She did. And right now it seems like Alice Lee is pondering her options. King to f1 or king to h1.
Yes.
You have to get the king off the g file. That's the first step. King to h1 seems to be the right one, just so that you keep that f1 square for the bishop. And we see Tatev, she's not getting away from the board. She's trying to calculate right now because she knows she's under tremendous time pressure. And look at her. She goes king h2.
Let me explain what Tatev is doing wrong here.
Okay, please.
When you play the move rook g5, it's a relatively easy move to play rook g5.
Indeed.
And then white has a bunch of choices. King f1, king h2, and king h1.
Exactly.
Play rook g5 immediately.
And then
let your opponent make a decision, and then you can calculate based on what she's done.
Right.
Then spend your time.
Exactly.
So what do you do now?
After king h2?
How do you sacrifice?
I mean, if I was Tatev's coach, I'd say give a check, king g1, queen e7, and then repeat the position.
No, you give a check, I go to h1. Right?
h1.
Oh, he doesn't want to draw anymore.
No, I cannot go to g1 because you take on h3.
Oh, that's what am I saying?
So I have to go to h1. And how do you continue? How do you build up your attack? Because if you don't find something, well, I'm going to go knight d2 or knight a3, knight c4, get my rook involved in play, and all your pieces are on the king side.
Drifted, yeah.
But nothing is happening on the king side if you don't find the right sacrifice.
Right.
I think it's time to develop your pieces.
Bishop f5.
I mean, I think at some point you need to develop your pieces, right?
Get more of the guys over there. Right.
It is how chess works. We want to have everybody play, everybody be part of the party.
Exactly.
Super unhappy with the fact that she has 12 minutes left.
All right, Alejandro.
Let's move 20.
How long will she think for this one?
She'll go under 10. Then she'll realize, oh my God, I'm under 10, and she'll make a move.
Panic move?
Panic move, yes.
h6, h5, bishop e6, something like that.
But that's the problem with the position. She can play any move.
Yeah. Big problem.
That's a big problem.
By the way, as we keep our eye on that, I just wanted to turn once again to our Olympian matchup between Levon and Lanier. Levon, for me, played a move I never even considered. I don't know if you guys, if I give you the position after Black's move, c5, c4, and I say, give me your 3 favorite moves, I think one of them might include the move rook h1 to e1. Another one might include the move d4, d5, just saying, okay, I don't want you to have a knight on d4. Would your radar pick up the move g3? No. Would g3 be on
What is g3 doing?
What is g3? Help me.
So when the rook comes to e2, it doesn't hit the pawn.
It doesn't attack the pawn on g3?
Move.
Maybe rook to h2 to defend the second rank like that?
Like Fabi.
It makes no sense.
I don't get this move, g3.
I'm good. I'm glad. I just thought, my gosh, I just...
But it's a move, and Lanier has 16 minutes.
That's the other point. You've got to make... And it's not a terrible move.
It holds the position,
It's a terrible move.
Oh, is it?
It's a horrendous move.
Thank you.
It
Now
almost
I'm
loses.
better.
It almost loses on the spot.
Wow.
Okay, where we're going.
The only
Because
thing
I
you
would
need
have
to
never
understand.
considered g3.
No, but the only thing you need to understand right now, guys,
Yes.
is that I'm going to put a kibosh on you with the
Right.
move c3.
Okay.
Then I'm going to exchange this bishop for the knight, and then I'm going to plant the knight on d5.
Right?
And after that, I can do whatever I want.
Right.
Once you play the move b3, I'm going to have a lot of time to go a5, a4, open up the a file, and checkmate you.
Well, allowing the move c3 definitely looks very suspicious. We're going to have to let
You don't have any
Lanier...
counterplay.
You don't have any counterplay. I love Lanier's position. Let's let him think. We have to take a bit of a break because the moment that we come back,
we're going to be in time trouble.
Not only time trouble, elimination bracket starts.
Exactly.
So we're going to come back right before 3:30 when our games start. We'll take a small break, check this out with the engines, and we will return in a few minutes, guys.
We're back in St. Louis. Over the board chess is back as well. How does it feel for everything to be coming back to normal?
Yeah, it feels really good. I also had the similar feeling that this is the first time that I come to play again, and things feel very close to what they were before the pandemic. And and it's great. I hope that we can continue on this trend and that this is a good start of the chess season in St. Louis.
Oh, I'm just really happy to be back playing over-the-board chess. It's been pretty much 2.5 years of playing online, Blitz, Bullet, Rapid, and starting to play over-the-board just almost feels foreign to me, you know, after playing all these Blitz games online.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be back in St. Louis. I mean, I'm happy that things are getting back more to normal. You know, we don't have any mask requirements anymore. Yeah, it just feels pretty normal, and I'm looking forward to playing.
Yeah, it's gonna be different, right? No masks, finally. Just seeing each other, seeing expressions. Everybody has to come back to poker face because every gesture is very visible when you don't have the mask. But I look forward to it. I think we are all excited to play this tournament. This format is absolutely fabulous.
Obviously, it's much nicer to be in person, and especially to be playing in such a prestigious tournament with all the best players in the world.
Well, I'm very excited, you know. First, for quite some time, we're gonna have some audience just next to us watching the games. And I think we're all ready to put up a show.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Yeah, it's been a while since I played a tournament, and this is the second time I play in St. Louis. And it seems like a really cool event, so I'm glad to be invited.
I am very happy. Actually, first time when I played here, I had to wear a mask. So this time is going to be my first time without wearing a mask, and it's going to be totally normal. And I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I was not playing chess for a couple of years, and even after the US Championship, I didn't really play for a while. Until I played the Spring Classic recently. So it's nice to kind of play 2 tournaments within less than 6 months apart. So hopefully I'll be in, a little bit better of a groove going to this tournament, and yeah, hopefully it will show my play, but mostly it's just fun to be back on the board.
I'm thrilled to be playing my first St. Louis event of 2022. Obviously, I can't remember the last time I've played a tournament in the U.S. that wasn't in St. Louis. I mean, this is clearly the place for American chess. And I've always loved knockout tournaments. And being able to play a really strong elite knockout event with some of the best players from all over the world is really great.
Oh, it's awesome to be playing again. I haven't played. This is my first tournament of the year, so I'm really looking forward to it. And it's just kind of nice to have some normalcy again.
I really hope it's back to normal, and we will continue playing chess and playing without masks and enjoying chess game and enjoying social chess life, doing some chess camps, which I'm missing. I usually teach in a lot of chess camps, so I hope everything will come back.
Now, okay, we can see everyone's beautiful faces again, and yeah, I think it's a really nice sign. I'm hoping that things remain this way. And yeah, tournaments are coming back, so it's just really nice.
US chess only getting stronger and stronger. I'm very excited because I'm actually trying to focus on over the board this year. So this is my first tournament, and after this, 2 tournaments in Grandchester and then Norway. So I'm going to be playing chess for 2 months, basically, but it's a good start.
Yeah, it feels pretty much back to normal now. I mean, we played the US Championship last year, so that was already, I guess we were starting to get in gear of over-the-board tournaments coming back. And this is really nice to be back here again and playing. It feels sort of like a US Championship again, but with such a unique format that not quite a US Championship.
Welcome, everybody. It is day 3 of the American Cup, a double elimination tournament. And because it's double elimination, some of the players have 2 lives remaining, and some of them just 1.
Exactly. We're going to see say goodbye to a number of those players as we look at our brackets.
And right now, it is the last opportunity for some of these players. Ray Robson is playing against Sam Shankland. They split the point in the first game of their elimination bracket game. So right now, Robson will try with the white pieces. Meanwhile, Jeffery Xiong in an absolutely must-win game against Wesley So. And he must win because he just completely blundered out of the opening.
Exactly. He was lost within the first 5 minutes as we sat down, and we got that news from Cristian. We couldn't believe it. Jeffery was lost out of the opening, lost the game, needs to win to stay in the competition.
In the women's elimination, we have a very similar scenario for Katerina and Nemcova, who lost with the white pieces against Ruiyang without too much of a fight, to be honest.
Right.
And Katerina needs a win to stay in the event, but she will be playing with the black pieces.
As does Anna Zatonskih.
As does Anna Zatonskih, who also lost with white in a chaotic game against Tsolakidou, but it was the Greek player, student of St. Louis University, that was able to make the last trick, and of course, that one is the one that counts.
Right.
Stavroula needs only a draw with the white pieces. We are, of course, expecting these games to be super sharp, super interesting, but the championship bracket is still going on and still has very fascinating games. Particularly this game of Aronian and Dominguez is catching our eye.
There was a transmission error because G3, which was a very surprising move for my eyes, I just could not have guessed it. We were expecting the move C4, C3. Hasn't been played according to our transmission, but you said you went upstairs, you saw it on the board,
and perhaps we
saw
can
it with
get
your
a
own 2
close-up
eyes.
to it.
That G2, that
Perhaps I
C4,
was lying,
C3.
because I see a rook all the way on the... Oh, a lot of things happen. A lot of things happen. We have to catch up because our board is not working.
Right.
Let us go. I assume it was C3. I saw it was B3.
C4, C3. I'm assuming.
I assume
B3.
something like Queen A5. I assume it was Queen A5.
There's a bishop on A3
Yeah, Queen
as
A5,
well.
Queen
Rook
A5,
E1,
Rook E1.
Bishop A3, Queen D1.
The other rook, the other.
Excuse me.
So that it
Rook,
doesn't get trapped.
yeah, so we don't get our queen trap.
Bishop A3, Queen D1.
Yes.
Rook D6, Bishop F2.
Okay.
And this is the position we have on the board after Rook takes E1. Now we guessed the way here, but we're pretty sure.
Right.
And this is our current situation. Now the question is, how are we doing here? Because if I take with the Rook and I go Bishop B2,
with the threat of Queen takes
with
A2,
it's a strong
force
threat.
mate.
Yeah, it's a pretty good threat.
It's a really good threat.
It's a really good threat.
I basically have only one move, and help me out if there's an alternative to A4.
But if I go slowly, like a...
It's over.
It's over, yeah.
Do I have an alternative to A4?
You might have to take with the bishop.
I'll tell you the alternative, guys.
Resign?
Queen to E2.
What?
Queen
to
E2.
No, there's no... Rook A6, Queen takes
covering
A6.
A6. So
no, but Rook A6 first, right?
Rook A6, Queen takes A6. That's the alternative.
Get out of here! Get out of here! What is
resign.
this? What is this? What is the clowns over there?
Our ace in the hole is
yeah. Look at it, like -7 behind him. Yeah.
Over, completely over. I mean,
it's over, right? After
Rook takes E1, the game is over.
You
Rook
have to take
takes
with the
E1.
bishop, right?
No, you can take with a rook. Bishop to B2 is coming on the board. There's absolutely no defense. Even if you don't take and you go something like, first of all, after A4, all the time it comes Queen to B4, Queen to A3. But in this particular case, I can also just simply take.
Oh, that's nasty.
Good luck
That
covering A1.
is
right.
so nice.
It's completely over. But check this out. It seems like if the moves that we made are the correct ones, at this point, Bishop to C1 apparently is equal still.
Also, it would be strange not to play Bishop C1 when I have the option.
Even though after Rook to A6,
maybe,
it does
maybe
seem like Black still has the advantage.
Right.
Well, wait a minute, because I get to recapture on
You have to take Queen to E1.
Oh, I was thinking Knight D3. Oh, but then I take with the Knight, then you drop.
Yes.
So you have to play Queen E1, yes.
So your idea with Knight D5.
Yes.
Sorry, Knight to D3 to defend the bishop.
And
the
then
problem
Queen
is
A3.
Queen. You have to defend B2 and now
That's
Queen.
mate.
And that's
right.
mate.
So I have to keep you honest, and eyeball the e3 pawn with queen
E1.
The knight has to move because it is a check.
It is a check.
Not only that, but whenever you're going to take on c1, I have to meet that with king takes c1 and try to run away.
Which is a good move, queen e1, right? It allows me to flee.
Exactly. So queen e1.
Not queen on e2 because I want to flee on e2 with the king.
Exactly. Got to get on your running shoes. Don't want to impede the king.
But guys, this is over. This is over.
But
after
bishop,
rook takes c1, it's over.
But by not playing bishop c1, Levon signed his own death certificate.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, after queen to e1, sure, I can still go knight to f6, and now you have to harass my queen, try to exchange the queens, otherwise you get checkmated. You have to go queen to e5, but I can continue covering that queen with the move b5, and yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to play this type of positions with the white piece, try to defend this like this, queen to e3. What if I just simply take? Yeah, sure, you're going to take, allow me to take on a2. This is almost impossible to play from a practical perspective. And see ideas such as queen to a1, now you meet this idea with king to d2 because I have queen to c8 at the end.
Ooh, nice.
Impossible to see. From a human's perspective, it's impossible to see. You're going to provoke b5 so that you open up the diagonal, c8, a6, and now you have king d2, queen takes h1, queen to c8. Good luck finding this over the board. He did not. He played the move bishop to f2, and after rook to e1. I'm not sure if he's thinking. I'm not sure if he's resigning. We're going to have to wait and see because bishop to b2, rook to a6 is coming on the board. Lenier knows it. Lev knows it, and there's absolutely no way to stop it.
Wow. Alejandro, the second elimination games are about to begin.
And it's a big one. They have actually started, as you see them on the board. 3 players that
facing elimination.
They must win. Anna Zatonskih, Katerina Nemcova, and Jeffery Xiong all in a must-win game. 2 of them with the black pieces, which makes it even more interesting. Meanwhile, well, Wesley only needs a draw with black. We know that he had difficulties finding a way to try to win with black against Sevian, but drawing with black is certainly a Wesley specialty.
Absolutely. No, when Wesley gets in the driver's seat, leading a tournament, he's generally one of the very, very best players in terms of roping in a victory from a position of strength. Now, where he really showed, I mean, it was a fizzle. It was a real bad fizzle with black against Sam Shankland when he needed to win. He didn't generate anything. And he was actually kind of lucky just to get out with a draw. In the game of Jeffery Xiong, this is, again, the Joko piano has become...
Well, it's a Berlin.
Yeah. It actually is. Sorry, I saw the bishop on c5. I thought it was a Joko piano, but it wasn't. It was a Berlin. And we're looking, the players are playing quite a theoretical game. This is not Fabi versus Sam Shankland. We were looking at Jeffery facing elimination against Wesley. So queen e7 has just been played. Again, the same kind of nonchalant, kind of queen d1, moved around, got to e2, got...
With a spin.
Yeah.
With a spin. And you like how he touched the clock with the pinky?
Yeah. And dropped his button with the pinky.
But also, Wesley has 26 minutes on the clock. Right now, dropping 25 minutes, more than he started off with.
Right.
He just knows
because
his position so well.
It's so difficult to outplay Wesley in these positions.
Wow.
And Jeffery only 21 minutes, so he might be aware of where to place his pieces, but he doesn't really know how to exactly do that.
We were talking about Irina Krush and her mastery of isolated queen pawn positions. She loves playing against the isolated queen pawn. I think for Wesley, so these e4, e5 positions, he just plays
fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Wow. Queen e2, there is a pause as Wesley's considering bishop g4, maybe a little pirouette with his knight, knight d8, knight e6. Ideas after knight d8 also include c6, trying to embarrass the bishop on b5. But let's also jump and not forget that we do have a classical games going on.
Guys?
Yes, please.
But I do want to go to that Aronian game because I feel...
With the camera.
I think we're going to see a handshake.
We're going to see resign soon.
I think we're going to see a handshake anytime soon. Bishop to b2 is on the board. Queen takes a2 is a clear threat.
Beautiful checkmating threat.
And there's no way to stop it.
Queen takes a2, followed by rook a6 and rook a1.
It's over. We're going to see a handshake.
By the way, losing with white?
This way.
Whoa.
Not just losing with white.
But
I mean, he just got crushed.
Yeah,
It's move 26.
Yeah, this move G3 just very, very perplexing. I didn't think it was a horrendous mistake, but it actually turned out to be, as he followed it up with Bishop F2, reminding everybody they do play two classical games, and Levon will have to win
with
black. With black against Dominguez, probably one of the most solid players in the top 20. I mean,
exactly.
I've seen him go like +1 and draw 10 in the U.S. Championship. I think he beat Shankland in one of these tournaments.
I think it was
drew
Sam.
10.
I think it was a Sam Shankland interview where he said, "I felt like an idiot because I had the only loss against Dominguez in the whole tournament." Dominguez, very, very, very solid player. I mean, beating any of these top players on demand is tough. Beating them with black, doubly so. As Levon is sitting there going, "Oh my gosh,
what have I done?
What have I done? Where did it all go wrong?" Because
it just didn't feel like he was understanding those positions.
No.
He didn't feel those positions.
He didn't feel the attack.
Yeah. The knight
He played everything fast, knight g5, h4, everything correctly according to the engine, but he did not know the follow-up.
Okay, this is a tough way of starting the second round for Levon Aronian. I'm just going to look at the other classical games. Looks like Fabi is enjoying a plus against...
And we're being told that Tatev Abrahamyan has sacrificed a bishop.
As expected.
In probably the worst version I could have imagined.
No, it's not that bad.
Five moves.
But like, why did you not do it when...
Before White developed
all her pieces?
Yeah, I understand that. It can't be the worst version. Anyway, bishop takes h3 on the board.
It's a pretty bad version.
It's just dead lost, yeah?
No, it's not completely. Wait a minute. Queen c8.
Yeah, bishop f1.
Bishop f1, queen f5 is going to pop up.
And then bishop g2.
But then I'm going to sacrifice and plant my queen on h3 and hope and play.
Wait.
I'm running.
What?
I'm running, Yasser.
You're running.
You're running to the center, right? Let's put that on the analysis board, bishop f1.
Okay, so queen c8 is on the board. We're expecting bishop f1, and Alejandro and I were just debating the merits versus the demerits.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Queen f2, rook d2, you resigned.
What?
Queen f2, rook d2 looks crushing. Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that I'm welcome to snack on this pawn,
yes.
But after queen f2, rook d2, hearty hand clasp. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, the problem is that you're also losing the e4 pawn. Because I'm going to be able to take with the queen as well.
And this is a rook.
This is a whole rook. I've chased you.
Yeah, this is over.
To
just
thanks
running.
for the rook, right? I mean,
what's a rook amongst friends? I mean, come on,
King
guys, look at this horrible king.
Nobody believes you.
Yeah.
Nobody believes you.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm losing my great supporters here. But hey, it wasn't me who sacrificed the bishop. We do have queen c8. We are expecting Alice to play the move bishop f1.
So I think this is important to point out, Yasser.
Please.
After queen, no, you are on the correct position.
Okay.
After bishop g2, queen takes f2.
Oops, excuse me.
Rook d2.
Queen takes f2, rook d2, yes, sir.
Queen h4, for example. It does seem like you're continuing your attack, right?
I mean, I've got some heavies over to the
pawns,
king.
Some heavies coming if you manage to go
Yeah, maybe
h6.
queen g3.
Maybe even queen g3. But I think queen h4 is better just to explain the idea.
All right.
Because after queen h4, I simply take on e4.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you take with the knight, I'm going to take with the queen.
Reminding me of the back rank mate.
Not on d8.
Not d8, but on c8.
But on c8.
Because the d8's covered.
So queen h4 covers d8, but I have two rooks ready to bounce on the 8th rank.
Right, so not rook d8, but rook c8, and it will be a back rank mate.
Yeah.
Very good.
And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. If you lose the e4 pawn, then there's no attack.
Wow. I don't see anything.
I'm thinking. There's not much to think about. It is looking for, but it's that move queen takes e4 that comes with such ferocity. Wow. Yeah, what can I say? I mean,
meanwhile, let's take a look at Levon's body language. He hasn't resigned just yet, but
wow,
he's not a very happy man.
Now, I know exactly what Levon is thinking. He's not looking at any move. What he's doing, and what we all do, is internally we regress and we're thinking about where, and he's looking at the score sheet. I think he's got an eye towards the score sheet. Where did it all go wrong?
Right.
I did this, I did this, I did this, I did that, I did
and
that.
It fell
oh,
apart.
by the way, I resigned.
Yeah, right.
Sorry for wasting your time as well as my own, but there's nothing to say here. Queen takes a2, rook a6 is simply checkmate.
Yeah, like they teach us in school books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So deflated.
Now, normally if this was a very, very well-attended U.S. championship, there would be about 12 players around the board, right? To rub it in and to look at your demise. But
Queen
this is what we're
takes
seeing.
A2
Queen
is
takes
such a
a2.
nasty threat.
There's nothing to do about it.
Nope. But boy, I must say, it was a confusing moment, that whole G2, G3.
It's like he didn't sense the danger.
No.
Okay,
No.
guys.
Right.
All right.
Let's just
What?
let's have some fun. All right. What if I try to survive? Not survive. Forget about that word.
Right.
There's no survival.
There's no surviving.
B4.
B3.
B4.
Best move
Okay.
in the position.
Just because, you know,
What
I want to
else?
see a
What
funny
else?
variation.
Queen takes
whether it
A2.
works or not. Queen takes A2. King
Yeah.
takes A2.
Check
Check or B5.
or B5.
No, but it doesn't
King
work,
B3
right?
and rook to A6. So let's go B5.
No, but this loses, right?
How does it lose?
King
And
B3.
B.
King B3 and B5.
Unfortunately, I have...
You have Queen A1.
Queen A1.
And you survive.
I don't think I
Actually,
survive.
you're not surviving.
I think I win. I think I just win that
Who's
position.
winning?
Right?
No, because maybe you are winning.
Yeah, because the endgame is pretty bad, right? Queen A1, bishop takes A1, knight D3,
Knight
and...
D3, and yeah, maybe the wheels have completely fallen off of that attack.
And things that will never happen for 1,000.
Yeah, but B3,
B4,
yes.
I take on B4, the game is over.
Yeah, exactly. Queen takes B4 is also pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's so over.
Wow.
Yeah.
And once again, in the elimination bracket, it's Jeffery has to win is white against Wesley Slow to force a playoff. Reminding everybody it's a 25-minute game that these two are playing.
It just feels like a very normal position.
Sorry, and it's a 5-second.
5.
Yes, 25 plus 5.
I think it's 10, sorry.
It is.
It's 25 plus 10, yeah.
25 plus 10. Sorry to mislead you.
All right.
By the way, Alice Lee is making all the right moves. She played bishop f1, queen to f5, bishop g2 is on the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then Resigns is coming soon. That's not Alice Lee.
And this is...
Ruiyang against Katerina Nemcova.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, Katerina here needs to win, but
also
she's taken on f2, which we didn't really see an alternative, and we're thinking rook d2, right?
Rook d2 and
almost
knight takes
finishes
e4.
the game right now. 5 minutes and 45 seconds only for Tatev. 37 minutes, such a huge time difference.
It doesn't matter. You're down a piece. But I think that's the problem. She psychs herself out, Tatev. And she had a brilliant position. You can do anything.
No, I thought that she came out of the opening actually with the edge.
With the edge, right.
Right. She had space and easy development and rook d2. Unfortunately for Tatev, she's actually forced her opponent
to find the good
find
moves.
all
Yeah.
the good moves. I mean, you have no choice. You can resign or find a really good move. Oh, I'll find a really good move. It's been a narrow path for Alice, but she's navigated it very well, and she is now
on the verge of winning.
Winning.
Yeah.
12 years old and
That's
finding
impressive.
herself in a final.
That's very
the
impressive.
First American Cup.
That is the future of
It's making a
American
statement.
chess.
Isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember so many years ago when Bobby Fischer became a grandmaster at the age of 15, and I thought, oh, nobody will ever, ever, ever touch his record, break his record. Alice Lee, the winner of the American Cup at 12 years old, nobody will ever, ever, ever break her record.
Man, even I made it younger than Fischer. I mean, you have like a list of people that made it younger than Fischer.
I know. I stopped talking about youngest grandmasters long time ago, but that was very funny. Alice Lee, 12 years
She's
old.
She's a FIDE master, and she has her own show.
She just
I know.
She just got her first IM norm.
Wow.
So she's already starting to accumulate her IM norms for her IM title.
Dang.
Yeah.
Dang. And of course, she on the chess kit, she has Alice's Palace?
Alice's Palace, I think. Something
Yeah,
like that.
that's great. She's inspiring children all over the world.
But just look at how focused she is.
Very impressive.
I don't see her get off the board. Almost never. She's always there.
Good Sitzfleisch, as we would say. Ray Robson, let me just check in on Ray Robson, Sam. They drew their first game. Ray now with the white pieces, looks like he snapped off a pawn. Good for him. Knight takes you, and yeah, look at Ray go.
That's all theory, yeah?
Is it really?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know Queen E2.
This is from one
Berlin,
of the
right?
long Berlin. All theory, wow.
As if we can get Yasser's board up.
And Queen E2, you said is new? What was old?
I think it's Queen F3, but I forgot why. I don't actually play this line. I prepared it for somebody.
Queen F3.
And I remember it's Queen F3. I just don't know why. Queen E2 seems to be Sam. But Sam, strangely not in prep. He's, sorry, it's Ray, of course, it's not in prep. Sam, of course, in prep. Sam has 27 minutes.
27
minutes. He knows exactly where he is. Yeah.
Right, he's not a pawn down.
No, he's not a pawn down. He knows exactly what's going on.
Okay.
And I think the move maybe is Queen F4, right?
Queen F4, the desirable rook E8 obviously
doesn't work, right?
Doesn't work because of the knight. So the move Queen F4 is designed with a very specific idea to tickle the knight, also to land with a rook on D2. I like that move, Queen F4. It looks very pleasant. Queen F4, I might even start to think that I should just give my pawn back right away.
And then
play
we will
knight
have,
D5 and make a
we will
draw.
have a playoff. Remember that if
Exactly.
they tie these 25 plus 10 games, they will be playing again later today at 6 p.m., perhaps a little earlier if the classical games are done earlier. Two games of 10 plus 5.
Gotcha.
And if they tie those,
That's
Armageddon. That's right, yeah.
The 1 second
oh my
Armageddon of yesterday still left us so enthralled. What do you have first, Cristian?
Well, one player that seems to be making a comeback in her match is Nemcova against Ruiyang. She lost the first game with the white pieces. It didn't seem like she did anything right in that game, but in this one, she's taking the bull by the horns. Knight to h5, bishop to b3, king to h8, ready to blast open the king side with the move f5. Knight to h2, f5, and we have this position right now. Take d4, allowing the move e4. That's not right.
Beautiful.
d5, knight to e5. This is the current position we have on the board, and I'm just looking at black's pieces and black's plan, and I just see after knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, I see a queen coming to g6, I see a rook going to g8, and I don't see any defenders around your king, and I don't see any way in which you can bring any defenders around your king. Look at this bishop. Why did you play the move d5? Why did you play the move d4 first? I have the perfect piece placement, and all your pieces are away from your defense. This is going to go down in flames for white. Knight to e5, 20 minutes for her, 13 minutes and counting for Ruiyang. I think she's going to bounce back in this one.
That would be incredible.
Winning with black.
On demand. That is hard.
And for Katja, I think she's... how do you say? She's need to reacquaint herself with the pieces, because the first match it was not impressive. The first the first game today, Katja has not been impressive, but now
you can see the Kashka that we're used to. She's she's a formidable player. She's of course a very busy player. She's not a professional chess player. She is a PhD student at Arizona University. She's studying communications. Definitely a demanding career off the board for her. But it's good to see her play good chess because we're used to her representing the country in Olympiads and world teams, and she does amazing.
She really does. I remember her playing in Baku. I was loving it when she's in the lineup.
Guys, why is Levon still playing?
Levon is
he
still
actually
playing?
made a move, right?
Did he really?
Yeah, he played Queen D3 and instantly Linear play B5. No Rook A6, Queen takes A6. B5, you cannot take my Rook. No touching that.
Aha. So just for everybody, the big threat, of course, is Queen takes A2, check, and followed up by mating the White King.
Okay, so
with
I understand.
The move Rook A6.
No, the funny thing is that B4 doesn't work now.
What's that?
Before
For the same reason.
Queen A2.
Well, Cristian showed us.
No more B4?
No more B4.
No more B4, yeah.
No more King B3.
And he's played A4.
A4 has to be played,
but
right?
I think Queen B4 comes immediately.
So you will have one check. Queen to B4, Queen takes B5, Queen to A3, and now you give a spite check.
Exactly. And Queen
on
B4
E8 or
very
B8,
quickly
and
played.
then I just simply go King to H7.
Yeah.
I could also.
There is a check on E8. There's a check on F5. There's a couple of spike checks.
There's 3.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice. Very good.
If it was 3 check, you'd be crying.
Yes, yes.
There is a variant.
There is a variant, yes.
Of 3 checks, which, by the way, Leonard Otis, on our production team, is very good at.
Very good at. He trains for it. He played a world championship match
It's
for it. I mean,
amazing.
it's amazing.
Right? I mean, so much talent.
He told me that he lost the match because he got out-prepared. And I was like, what? He got out-prepared in 3 checks?
Yes.
What is this?
Yes. You don't know what you're missing until you try it yourself. 3 check, a very nice variant. Queen A5, I think that's it. Levon can stretch, but there's nothing else to be said. Queen A3, Queen A1 on Black's agenda, and there's, quite frankly, nothing to be done.
Meanwhile, it seems that Ray and Sam are heading quickly to their 10+5 games, which will break their tie, because this one, well, it just seems completely dead. Drawn 3 against 3 on the king side, 2 against 2 on the queen side. Heavy pieces for both. I think it's time to find a way
to make a repetition.
And there you go. Levon has resigned.
Our number 1 seed.
Our number 1 seed must be disgusted with this game. Linear taking full advantage of the situation, winning a crushing game. And he will be very smooth, and he'll be a clear favorite coming in tomorrow, as he will only need a draw with the white pieces against Levon Aronian, and that is going to be a super exciting game for me.
A game that has fallen through the cracks is our number 1 seed in the women's championship.
That's
right. Irina Krush had been playing against this isolated queen pawn way back here. Let's just try to quickly catch up with the players. After H7, H6, it seems like there was a lot of toing and froing, a lot of gnashing of teeth, but nothing dramatic really happened so far in this game. Knight to G4, knight to C3, and we've caught up with the players.
I think Begin has done an excellent job of exploiting small weaknesses in White's scams. She keeps using the weakness that B3 left, puts a bishop there, controls the C file, puts the knight on C3, all their knights coming to E4. It feels like she's getting good counterplay for her isolated pawn. I think she's done a brilliant job at handling this position. I'm very impressed with the way that she's doing this.
Okay, concretely, if we continue the line, knight takes F6, queen takes F6. Now that I've put this knight in a pin, I just need to move the queen to an effective square. So queen G4 looks like a tempo. The rook has to go somewhere. I'm not 100% sure.
Let's just go rook D8.
Rook D8.
Yeah, rook D8.
And because this knight is in a pin, can I do anything?
You can try, but I do have. Oh, knight F4 is clever because I don't have knight E2 in this position. Let's put that for the audience. Knight E2 check with the knight.
Yeah. Because isn't that amazing?
Right. It's a discovery, but you get counter discovered. Knight takes E2, queen takes A1, and this annoying bishop H7 check. Freeze the rook on E1 to take my queen.
If you haven't lost your queen like this at least 10 times, you are not a grandmaster.
Yes.
I mean, these discovered checks to pick up the queen, every chess grandmaster has not fallen for it once, twice, or thrice, a dozen times. But
So
okay.
after knight f4, let's try to break that pin with the move d4.
Yeah, d4 seems necessary.
d4. That's clever.
I mean, we're heading towards that line because she played the move queen to g4.
Yeah.
It's on the board.
Okay, it's on the board. So d5, d4, temporarily breaking this pin. And if I take...
I
You
think
can
you take on
take.
b1.
And
right?
now the question is, how much compensation do I have after knight
Pretty
h3?
good.
It's
You've
pretty
got
good.
two
Pair of
bishops.
bishops. The bishop on a1 is buried.
Exactly. I would say that very attractive.
Yeah.
Very full.
So I go bishop d6 in the next move, attack the knight.
Yeah.
I think it's full comp.
But perhaps I can even go queen takes d4, right? Or even rook takes d4.
You could, right?
Yeah, because e8.
No, rook takes d4 I cannot do because the bishop takes c3.
Rook e8 is protected. There is no back rank mate. Okay, we'll keep our eye on this one. How is Sam Sevian doing?
That one seems to be heading to a draw. Christian, what do you have?
Yeah, absolutely. This one seems to be... I think we misunderstood Black's ideas in this position because you guys were analyzing the position after bishop takes f6, g takes f6, and you were saying white is crushing after knight to h5.
Very enthusiastic.
Actually, the problem with knight h5 is that I'm going to go d4. I'm going to allow you to take on f6. This knight is going to be out of play, and I have a huge weapon, the d-pawn. I'm going to roll that down the board. I'm going to defend it with the knight, and then I'm just going to start picking up your pawns. You don't have enough compensation and enough activity with this central pawns. So unfortunately, after knight to h5, you are in trouble after d4. This is the move that we did not consider. If you cannot play the move knight to h5, well, then you have to take on d5, which he did in the game, but this allows me to take back, and pick up the f4 pawn.
Yeah, I saw a position where I got a pawn on f5 and a knight on h5, and I
no
thought,
more
f
pawn.
No more f pawn.
Yeah.
It's a big difference, right?
Totally.
Huge difference. And let's see how they played check, king h7, rook to e7. Now I go behind your pawn. I allow you to take the pawn on f7, even the pawn on a7, but I'm going to eliminate this guy. This is the one that I'm after, and it seems like we are in this position right now. Everything is equal. I do have, let's say, a structural disadvantage as Black, but it doesn't really matter. I have enough compensation through the activity of my rook. And this one is over. A draw between Robson and Shankland, and we're headed for an Armageddon at 6 p.m.
6 p.m. And they do a flipping of the coin?
Excuse me, not an Armageddon. We're actually going into
They
the
don't play
playoffs.
Armageddon. They play at 2 games of 10 plus 5.
Yes.
They'll reverse colors.
Right.
So Ray will start with the white pieces.
Brilliant. Got it. Again, we're seeing great prep by Sam Shankland.
Easy draw, right? Very professional.
He had 27 minutes and already 20 moves on the board.
Didn't need to think.
Unfazed.
Yeah.
Impressive. By the way, Katya.
How's she doing?
She's just killing.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, F2, F4 was the last move.
Yeah, but
there
what
by
are you doing
Jan.
against Queen G6?
I'm wondering. En passant too.
Also, right?
Yeah.
Every move.
Every move. It
Yeah,
just
the more you
doesn't-
look at it, the more you're like, every move wins.
Yeah,
So-
but Queen G6, your first.
It's just very direct.
Looks really, really, really powerful. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that
White's
looks overwhelming.
White's position's
actually,
falling apart here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Anna Zatonskih needs a win to stay in the competition.
Well, the good thing for Anna fans, she is currently up a pawn, and I think that is the end of the good news. I really don't like her
It's
position.
One of those Catalans where White gets an enormous amount of free play for
the pawn, right?
And like you say, the end of the good news, because that's a ferocious attack coming over on the
I think
king
knight
side.
g4 is coming, e4 is coming, h5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pawn, but it's suffering as well.
Yeah, knight g4 I think kind of plays itself, right?
Right.
The knight is coming to e5, it's coming, you're allowing e4, knight h6 is coming, h5 is coming.
Yeah, the really
knight g4 played.
Yeah. The really good news for White is that h5, when it lands, you needed to defend it. You needed to play h5. You needed to defend the knight. But once you do get an h5,
boy,
there's a weak, very, very weak king side that Anna has to figure out how she wants to repair.
Yeah. I love the opening choice here for Stavroula. Not afraid to give up a pawn.
You know, that's the problem when you're White and all you need is a draw. Sometimes you play it so timid, so passively
that you get into a bad position, like Ruiyang.
Exactly. You end up not playing your game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what I told Stavroula in the break that we had. I got to see her for a couple of minutes after she beat Anna in the first game. I told her the most important thing that you do with white, play a normal game. Don't think that you need to draw. If there's a forced draw, take it, obviously.
Right.
But if it's not forced, play your move.
Exactly. Exactly.
And we have the move f6. And here it's where it gets crazy, right? Because I think white kind of has to go e4. But, I mean, e4 is a very logical move.
E4?
I would bang e4, yeah.
Bang e4.
Because where's the knight go?
What you were just talking about coaching, and I can't remember all the players, but I believe it was a Dvoretsky story where he had a player on his team that just loved sacrificing. There's just he just had to sacrifice. He wasn't himself, and all the team needed was a draw. All the team needed was a 2-2 tie, and everybody's happy. And he's got this player. So Dvoretsky just threw the dice. He said, if you don't sacrifice a knight, you're not going to have dinner tonight. I get to sacrifice. He crushed his opponent. He crushed his opponent. It was a beautiful understanding the psychology of the moment.
Player, right?
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
I don't play for a draw.
Play for the momentum.
Right. Yeah. And it was very nice. You must sacrifice a knight or you don't get to eat.
Rough.
Rough. Nice. F6, why were you attracted like that instantly to the move E2, E4? Help us understand.
Mainly because I hate this knight on D5.
It's plugging things up on the D file.
I just want to get rid of it before I do anything else.
Okay.
Like, because FG just destroys your own position, right?
No, yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, FG, E takes, and boy, I put that, and I'm yum. The knight has to go.
The knight has to go back, and then I can figure out what to do.
What I'm
going to do next, based on where the knight on D5 goes, I think. Yeah.
Exactly.
And here, I don't know, I'll play something like knight F3, or maybe I'll see, I don't think knight H6 ever works, but perhaps I'll throw it in.
He sacrifices?
Oh, does E5 work?
That's what my question was.
E5, FG, HG, and then knight F6. Whoa. Okay. We're not forcing her to sacrifice a knight, Yasser. That was a Dvoretsky student, not my student.
Not your student. But guess what? We have the man of the hour with Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with Lenier Dominguez after a tremendous victory against the #1 favorite, Levon Aronian. Lenier, first of all, big congratulations. A win with the black pieces against such a strong opponent. Did he surprise you in the opening with this move E4? And how did you approach this game?
Yeah, thank you. It wasn't really a surprise. I mean, Levon plays both E4 and D4, so I wasn't really surprised by his choice. But I do think that he played the opening in a dubious way, and after the move Bishop B5, Bishop D7, it feels that Black is somehow already better because all my pieces are coming to the center with tempo, and then it looks very ugly for White from that point. Maybe it's not lost, but certainly a very nice position just right from the opening.
Perhaps we can see that position on the board right now. We were surprised by this move, Bishop to B5 as well. Also, we were surprised that he was playing so fast. Did you guys discuss the opening at all after the game? Did he tell you where he missed his preparation?
Yeah, I think he probably confused the lines, and he thought that because he was thinking about the lines where Black plays C6 first and then goes C5, and then we get some very similar positions. And then I think he thought that he was just tempo down or something like that, and that's why he went Bishop B5. But I mean, after a move like Bishop B5, it's clear that something went seriously wrong. For White, I think G4 is the move that is consistent with what White is doing, but then C4, yeah. And Bishop F1, I wasn't sure. Bishop E2 allows Bishop D6 maybe, and there are some, I mean, the pieces on the E file are a bit, Queen E7 ideas, or Bishop D4, and then I thought maybe I can take on G5, HG, and Queen C7. This is an idea.
Wow, who's getting mated?
Oh, Queen
C7.
I
I think Queen C7.
Queen C7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was getting you checkmated him on the dark squares. In this case,
Yes.
he might return the favor on the dark squares as well. Something terrible? Nothing.
FG.
There is a rook e5, right?
Yes.
It's close,
takes on
Lanier.
It's
close, Lanier.
Yeah, but still F4.
Rook e5, f4, right?
Yeah. Bishop d2, rook d2, rook e5, f4. Yeah. Who knows?
It's starting to get a little tricky.
Yeah.
But for Bishop b5 was also the question for us. We were surprised by the move. It seemed that it helped you.
I think something like g4 has to be played, and then c4, and I don't know if bishop e2 or bishop f1, but essentially I will, for example, after a move like bishop f1, I will go b5 or queen a5 and b5, maybe b5 first, it's more flexible. And then with the bishop on f1, it's not the same white attack because it's a bit slow still, and this knight takes f7, king f7, g5, it's probably not working because of knight h5.
And sorry to interrupt you guys, we do have a result. As we expected, Alice Lee has defeated Tatev Abrahamyan.
Very good to take a 1-0 lead in the classical. And you were saying at this point, knight h5. You had seen these types of variations. You were expecting this type of game.
I was expecting something like this, yes.
I see.
Crazy.
So after bishop b5, however, suddenly you thought, well, how sweet it is.
Yeah,
I
somehow.
mean, everything comes to the center, as you said. Easy free play.
Yeah, it just looks very, very nice for black. I wasn't sure if it was, close to winning or something, but it was certainly very pleasant. And here I saw this, this pawn sacrifice, which I think it's good because practically it's very hard for white to play this position, especially because I get c3. The point is that c3, of course, allows queen f5 check, and then rook takes e3.
Did the move g3 come as a surprise for you?
Was
it on your radar?
Yeah, I thought that white has to try to do something on the queen side and try to protect. I don't know. I was thinking bishop d2 or king a1. Those were the moves I was mostly considering.
Right. G3 for me was just like completely not.
Yeah, I mean, it feels that black is very close to a win here.
Right.
And I don't know if what I play is correct, but.
We felt that this was his last moment.
Yeah,
right?
this is bad. Bishop c1 probably has to be played.
Yeah, and the computer was showing some crazy way that white stays in the game, but it's very, very...
Yeah, we were discussing some line after the game, something like bishop c1, but I'm not sure if it's correct. And if white takes on e1, if black takes on e1, rook e1.
Yes.
Rook a6.
Yes.
Then there is queen d3 apparently.
Exactly.
If bishop c1, king c1, and
you try to run for the hill.
King runs, and and if bishop b2 instead of bishop takes c1.
Yep.
Then a4.
Sorry to interrupt, but we also have another result in the championship bracket as Fabiano Caruana and Sam Sevian do draw their game as we expected. Only one game left there. Sorry, guys.
Not at all after a4. Yeah.
Yeah, there is just a.
You might still
be
worming your way.
Queen b4 now. It
Yes.
looks good.
Yes.
Because queen a3 is a huge threat. So bishop takes b2, cb2, and c3, queen b3 wins. But here, instead of bishop takes b2, white has knight d5.
Ooh.
And after queen a3.
Yes.
Knight takes f6, gf6, rook e8, king e7, bishop takes h6, and white wins.
Oh,
it's going to be a mate, but on the other side.
Oh my God. That's the cold shower.
That's pretty sad.
Oh, that's very sad.
But
you have seen this?
No, I mean, we were just moving the pieces after the game, but...
nice. What a move. Knight d5.
That's sick.
Yeah, but probably black has to play rook a6 immediately instead of taking on e1, and this way, after rook e8, knight e8 maybe, then put the knight on d6. I mean, I have no idea, but essentially this bishop c1, I think, was probably
the last chance.
The last chance, yeah.
Congratulations, Lanier.
Thank you.
The American Cup. Welcome, welcome. Huh? Nice.
Yeah, very smooth victory there. Congratulations, Lanier. That was a great game. Wow, just Smooth with black against Levon.
Wow, Levon has hiccuped in his match with Ray Robson.
And now today.
Wow. Suddenly his back is to the wall as our #1 seed. But you were saying that Fabi and our newly minted 2700 Sam Sevian.
He wants another point.
Nice.
Drawing Fabiano Caruana, so he's now 27-0-1.
Establishing himself in the 2700 club as Sam Sevian as he draws.
And that means
the
that
#2 seed.
In the championship bracket, we only have one game left, the game between Irina Krush and Begim Tokhirjonova. And we have a bunch of the rapid games left. Of course, that is in the elimination bracket. And we are guaranteed playoffs later, at the very least, between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland.
And in that game of Irina Krush, by the way, the players have followed our analysis, including the pawn sacrifice, D5, D4, all the way up.
All the way to knight takes B1, right?
As they are playing a very well-contested game and going for the 2 bishops for the compensation. Begim has just played the move knight takes B1. But we have our youngest competitor in the field with Cristian.
We are indeed with Alice Lee after an incredible victory with the white pieces against the streaky Tatev Abrahamyan. First of all, congratulations, Alice. That's a big victory for you. How did you approach this match? Do you know Tatev well?
Thank you. So, I mean, I think that her general playing style is to kind of attack, and that's what she did this game. So it was kind of dangerous for me. So the opening I played usually is with knight of 3, then e3. It doesn't usually allow attacks, but she managed to create something with bishop takes h3. So I think that was basically my general approach to this game.
Were you surprised by her time expenditure? Especially after that rook to d5 and then spending another 5 minutes on rook to g5, and you were playing so fast. How did you feel at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that I could defend with bishop h1 and bishop f1, so I didn't think her attack was that great, which is why I kind of blitzed out a few moves. Well, not really blitzed, but I think her time management probably could have improved, but it's kind of hard to play when you're trying to think about how to create an attack, and she tried.
And when did you feel like you're pretty much taking over and securing that full point?
I wasn't exactly sure. Well, she played the attack. I mean, I thought that I could probably defend. So, yeah. I thought that here, I was winning because, queen takes f2, rook d2. And then another of her problem is that she has some background problems. So, knight takes e4 is possible. I thought the knight d5 would also be okay. But after knight h5, knight f4, I think I should be winning. I felt that I was better after, I was able to do rook ac1 one move before she did the bishop sacrifice, but I didn't think it was that easily winning. Around here, rook ac1, because my rooks control the open files and her rook on g6 is a bit misplaced if she's not going to go for the attack.
Nicely placed rooks. You're saying the rook is offside on g. If the attack doesn't work, the rook on g6 is just offsides, you're saying. Yeah. Alice, very impressive. You held your nerve in the face of a very fierce attacker. Congratulations, and much success for the remaining game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Don't say this very often, but a cold-blooded 12-year-old just taking a piece, defending like it was absolutely no issue whatsoever.
Right?
And she wins a huge game here against Tatev, on the verge of qualifying to the finals of the championship bracket. Is Alice Lee only needs a draw tomorrow. Tatev with her back against the wall. And let's be clear about this game. Tatev did this all to herself.
Yes, and it was what we might call a self-inflicted wound, right? Yes. But nonetheless, I mean, Alice, hey, look, it's easy to see the ghost when when the pieces are flying against her king.
I love this about her. She doesn't believe in ghosts. Mm-hmm. She just doesn't see it and she plays it. She doesn't think there are 30 minutes or what am I missing? What is my strong opponent planning? She analyzes and she believes.
Right.
It's a huge advantage.
Very nice. And as we go to the elimination bracket, I just wanted to bring up that game of your student.
Yes.
Because guess what?
E4.
E4. And after knight b6, knight came back to f3, e5, check. That's intriguing. Why do we need the queen?
I really
check?
liked your e5, by the way. I thought that was very, very, very good.
Just a moment ago.
Yeah, because it wasn't a piece sacrifice. It was just 2 pieces for a rook, right? You go e5, f takes, bishop takes c6, bishop takes a8, then you take on g5.
And then you plan
and then you plan something on f6, probably a knight.
And it's it's not a material deficit, actually.
Not at all, right?
This looks like a tremendous attacking. She missed that moment. She dropped the knight back and allowed Anna e6, e5. And as we catch up with the players,
this feels
knight like Struve allowed.
And what is the current time situation?
Knight.
3 minutes and 40 seconds for Stavroula and 7 minutes for Zatonskih.
By the way, the knight came to c4 with tempo. The knight is coming to b3 with tempo.
But what is this queen b3, queen e3, queen c3?
Mistakes.
Training's not paying off.
Looks like a few mistakes here by White. And Anna needing a win on demand.
Well, it might be.
This
is a great position, right?
Boy,
you got the extra pawn.
Yeah.
You got the knights dancing. Knight on h6 looks out of play. Actually, the knight on h6 looks trapped.
Let's jump to the
You
game
have to
of
go
Jeffery.
h5.
Oh, sorry.
As White, probably, right? Try to
do something.
Try to create something. You have to sacrifice. And if you're going to respond after g5, after h5 with g5, maybe I can go g4 after that. And at least my knight is coming back into the play.
Yeah.
At the same time, it does feel quite dicey for White. I don't see a lot of avenues for her attack to be successful. Now, a big moment in this game between Krush and Tokhirjonova, because we were going down the path that we were discussing, but there was a slight difference. And that is the rook is on c6. This was a big moment. Where to put the rook? You're going to put either on d8 or c6. She decided to go on c6. And now we have this forced line that the ladies are following. Knight takes b1. If you do take back the knight on b1 after rook to c2, it does feel like we're getting a version of what we discussed, but a much better version for black, because the rook on c2 is beautifully placed and ready for the attack. Instead of that, Irina found this move, d5, opening up the bishop and attacking the rook. And now we're, we're going straight into this variation. Bishop takes c6.
But that's a nasty pin.
That is a nasty pin, and you can immediately take advantage of it with the move queen to f5.
Oh dear.
I'm going to take a pawn, and now you're going to have to take my knight with either the queen or the rook, probably with the rook. If you take with the queen, actually, I think after queen to d2, it does feel like black has a lot of compensation. Active queen, bishop dropping back to c5, creating a big threat on f2. This knight is kind of out in the open. I'm going to be able to attack it and harass it with my bishop. It does feel like black has enough compensation, but what if she takes with a rook on b1? Now, how is this position? I'm looking at it and I'm trying to find ways for black to continue. Bishop to d7 obviously is a try. Queen to e4, bishop to c6, queen to d3. What if I try to keep my queen connected to the rook? Then you can go bishop to c5. Complicated position. Position, and with the ladies getting down to their last 5 minutes and 7 minutes respectively for Irina Krush, this one is going to be a barn burner.
Absolutely.
Well, keep an eye on that. By the way, Jeffery in a forced winning, he must win to stay in the competition, has an advantage against Wesley. So it's one of those bishops of opposite colors. And in those bishops of opposite color middle game endings, it's about the initiative and who's king is a little bit more exposed. Well, Jeffery got a nice rook on b6.
The knight on d4 is beautiful, and h6 is hanging.
h6 is hanging. f3, if we can ever coordinate, put the bishop on e5, put the rook on h6, and I'll show you what a dark square attack looks like.
And look at the time. 8 minutes for Jeffery, and Wesley is hitting a minute 30. That is not a lot of time there. A minute 20, actually, for Wesley. So certainly feeling the pressure in this position. Jeffery giving himself a real fighting chance.
Absolutely, no question about it. And, well, H6, H5 on the board. We'll keep an eye on that as we have a special guest in studio, Alejandro.
Yes, Fabiano Caruana is with Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed with Fabiano Caruana. First of all, Fabi, how did you approach this game? It seems like your opening choice was just wild.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting line. It was a bit of a gamble, but I felt like it went well. Of course, it's not a bad line for white, but it's very double-edged.
Especially this idea with rook to b1, rook to b2. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, when I found this, I was very attracted to it because I like these sort of weird ideas. It's basically the point of the position is that neither side can do very much. Let's say after rook to b2. It explains his move h6 because if he ever plays knight a5, then he has to contend with e4. And if he ever plays e5, then d5 is very good. So he can't clearly improve his position, but also white can't clearly improve his position. So that's why I played h6, and I can also play h3, but I knew that this f4 idea was extremely dangerous, and I decided to go for it. Although I don't know if what I did was correct after. But yeah, queen d7 I think was a really good move, because I was more considering queen c3, rook d2, and queen a1. It looks a bit strange, but he does paralyze all my pieces. And then I thought maybe d5 is very interesting and very dangerous for him. But this was also difficult to understand because my pieces are kind of hanging. You know, I always have these ideas of bishop b2 and some attack on the king side. But if he plays like bishop c4 here, I didn't see how I was better. So I was mostly considering this.
Bishop b2, you just simply take on d1 instead of a8.
Yeah, take on d1. I think he's even getting better there. I was going to take on c4, rook d3, and some sort of complete mess, which I was trying to figure out while he was thinking, and then he surprised me with queen d7. At first I thought this can't be a very good move, but I thought a long time here. I was mostly considering e5, yeah.
That was our focus as well.
Yeah, it's very risky, of course, because I give away all my squares, but also very dangerous. I just, you know, I'm going all in for the attack. I think knight d5 is forced. Rook c1 doesn't work out, although it's very tempting. And here I was thinking rook f2 is interesting. Because the immediate trying to attack doesn't work out. If I play, let's say, knight to h5 instead of rook f2, then he has a very strong move, I think, g6. Bishop d5, gh5,
and I think
d4.
this was the critical moment the engine was proposing after g6, f5.
Yeah, I considered it, but I couldn't make it work.
Sorry to interrupt. Katerina actually won her game and bounced back.
Forcing a playoff.
Second playoff of the day. We'll have it later today.
Okay, and after f5, you said you were a little doubtful.
I didn't think it worked. I was calculating something here involving gh5, but to be honest, I don't remember what it was.
Because we were looking at these positions with bishop h6 and queen h5, and we thought it was good for you, actually, strangely enough.
Yeah, I don't know, it could have been. I really thought this was critical, but after thinking for like 40 minutes, spending all my time on e5, I couldn't quite make it work. And I thought the endgame would be a bit better for me, but once we got there, it looked like absolutely nothing, and then I started to outplay myself.
He defended very, very well.
Yeah,
actually.
but I think his moves are. I mean, he was very confident here. His moves are pretty much forced. He has to take this pawn, and like d6 instead of rook e8 was the most critical move, but after d6, rook d4, knight f5, rook d2. Visually, it looks nice. You get your knight to f5, but the rook on d2 is so strong. His knight comes in. My d pawn is more a weakness than a strength, so he's not at all worse here.
Perhaps even knight b7 after d6.
Yeah, very often he has knight b7 just grabbing. But after d6, knight b7, I thought rook e8 and knight e4 was strong. It's kind of rook e8, king h7, knight e4. I thought it was strong, but maybe it's also a draw.
Fabi, thank you for joining us. We've got some games that are about to end, and good luck tomorrow in the match. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, and of course the game that has to have our attention is the one between Jeffery, Xiong, and Wesley, so let's go straight into it, as this one is of course an important game, and it is Jeffery Xiong that's up a pawn. It is an opposite color bishop endgame, which gives Wesley some hope for defending this one, but it is a very good pawn on a5, and it's a very good pawn on f3. It's going to keep rolling down the board. Also, the activity difference between the rooks is very significant.
I love getting, I would love setting up just rook b6, trying to keep the pieces of black as paralyzed.
Bring the king in.
Bring the king in, as you say, rock and roll with the f-pawn.
And remember, Jeffery must win this game. He lost the first one. He needs to tie the series and then take his chances in a playoff. The move king f7 played. He's deciding where the rook goes. Time situation is currently 4 minutes and 25 seconds for Jeffery Xiong. Only a minute 7 for Wesley. You can see it right there. Not a lot of
pressure on Wesley. You mentioned the difference between the rooks, especially. If I'm in Wesley's shoes, I want to play the move bishop c4 and rook b8. I like to play both of those moves so that I can activate my rook.
A question that's very common in this kind of endgames. If we trade rooks, is this a draw?
Yes.
Are you sure?
No. But it's my only chance, right? Black, I would like to. If you propose to me right here, right now,
let's trade the rooks, right?
Could trade rooks? I say, okay, I'll go for it.
I think it's an easy win.
I think it's an easy win. The pawns are too far apart, right?
And it's important that the h pawn is a good pawn.
It's a good pawn. It's a dark square pawn for the bishop. Remember that the bishop also has an excellent square on d2, where it defends a potential f4 pawn, it defends the a5 pawn, and it blocks the d pawn. When you have a bishop that does all of those jobs, hey, you're in a good shape. Yeah.
Add up all of the pros of your position. They're pretty darn good. Now, he's just played not rook d6, not rook b6, but he's played the move rook h6 going after the pawn. And this
is good.
Well, this is the opportunity that Wesley was looking for. Get some activity for his pieces. He played bishop c4 very quickly. And I'm expecting rook to b8.
But rook b8, rook b6, this one's definitely winning, right?
No, rook is on h5.
Oh, sorry. He already took on h5. Yeah.
He played rook takes h5.
I meant you give...
Just bishop c5. That's
and he has done it. Yeah, he's done it. Rook b8, bishop c5.
You don't have a clear way as black to improve your position, actually. Yes, you get the rook to b1, but what after?
But I don't... I'm not... I disagree that I do get to improve my position. I would love to put my rook on b2.
Okay.
I put my rook on a2, so my rook is better on a2 than it was on a8.
At the cost of a pawn. At the cost of a pawn.
At the cost of a second pawn, yes. But at the same time, your king could potentially come under fire.
Mr. President of the Pawn Grabbers Association.
Exactly.
This is 2 extra pawns.
Two extra pawns.
This looks like great winning chances here for Jeffery.
I'm not sure I needed the move king g6. I don't see how that improved. But I do like the idea of rook to b2.
Well, he gave a check, I think, which makes no sense to me.
That is a weird check, forcing the king to f2.
Well, he's going to play rook a1 and put the question to the bishop.
That's okay.
Where's the bishop going to go?
I'll put it on b6.
And then can I play? No,
you can't play d4 because the rook on e5 defends the pawn on a5.
Good point. Good point. Good point.
h4 is coming.
Wait a minute.
With the current time situation, I feel this one is hopeless.
Hopeless, right? But it feels hopeless one way or another. King g3 is white's moves come so easily. h4 is an automatic move against most things.
Exactly.
Not against this one.
King f6. Okay, I think that the extra pawns is too much now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Anna Zatonskih also forcing a playoff against Arula.
Forced victory for Anna to keep in the event, and she does it with the black pieces. King f6.
Crazy. 2 on-demand wins.
Remarkable.
In the women's section, they both won.
Wow.
And we might see a third one right now.
And
rook e1.
And as you say, push him, get the pawn to h4.
Well, rook
and
e1
h5.
has a very nice threat, and that is rook a1.
Yeah, it's a nice threat, actually.
Because if I exchange the rooks with 3 passed pawns, I should be winning.
Yes, no argument for me on that score. H4.
What if I
Rook
go
to D2. He's hoping that his D pawn, D4, D3 will give him something, but Rook A1 now. Bless you.
Thank you.
Gesundheit, as we say.
24 seconds.
I don't see where this pawn is
34
going.
seconds right now.
Oh, I see the H pawn.
Wait,
I see where the H pawn's going.
Wait. Rook E4? How do you deal with that?
You're
Rook E4 is
It's
very
crush,
strong.
It's a crusher, yeah.
I think Rook E4 just finishes the game.
And he spotted it as well.
We missed this move. Oh,
look at that.
Look at that move.
Wait a
Look
minute.
at that.
We didn't see that.
We've got a check.
And some kind of perpetual, right? If you take on D4, Rook G2, King H4, Rook H2 is the weirdest perpetual ever, but it's a
No,
perpetual.
but I will
It's a
start
perpet.
with Rook to F4 check.
Correct. Rook F4 check.
And then I will play King G5.
Yeah, that doesn't help. Wait, this Bishop F1. Wow, Wesley, what a resource.
What is going on?
Is he gonna save this?
How do you continue here?
That's actually a very good question.
Oh my goodness,
goodness.
Bishop F1 with counterplay against White's king, and that has caused
real stop there for Jeffrey. We missed this too.
A full stop for Jeffrey.
Okay, so I give a check on F4 first.
King G5.
And then I give another check on G4.
And I take on H5.
And then I take on D4, and finally I have King F4
For
if you
at
give
the
me a
end.
check.
So check
Sorry,
on
wait,
F4.
what?
Check on F4, King G5. Check on G4, King back to F5.
That's a good move.
And keeping your king in that perpetual zone.
That's a problem.
But I'm also not entirely sure that the other endgame is winning.
King takes H5 might be
Because remember, it's the
also-
wrong pawn now, right? On the A file.
Rook takes
now,
D4.
no, it's the wrong pawn. Yeah, you just bring the king all the way to the other side.
I'm not sure I'm on
sacrifice the
time,
bishop.
but...
Oh, you're in time for sure.
Okay.
But I think from a practical point of view, King F5 is so much easier than King takes
there we go.
H5. And Wesley, sensing that his opportunity magically appeared, grabbed it.
What a concept.
Bishop F1.
D4, Rook E4, Bishop F1. Wow.
Who suggested Rook E4?
Terrible move, Chris.
Everybody.
Not
suggested
me. I didn't see it. I was.
I just jumped in the bandwagon.
I was thinking Rook A1 and get your Rook behind the pass A pawn was the way to go.
How do you get out of this? This is
Oh
ridiculous.
my goodness. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps Bishop C7. But then allowing that D pawn to roam down the board, I mean, that's not...
There is a Bishop
not
D8
healthy.
check.
But then I take on H5.
Exactly, and you gave up the attack that you wanted.
And he's done it, but this is a completely different scenario. And it's only 2 pawns. The rook on F6 threatening A6, maybe?
Maybe he's trying to set up his own mating net.
King F4 and some attack against Black's king.
This should be a theoretical draw by this point, right? I did take a very important pawn.
And by the way, that D pawn is still on the board. The D4 pawn could really give nice.
Remember, Jeffrey doesn't have the option of drawing
Counterplay.
this game. He needs a win or he will go back home to Dallas.
Dallas Cowboys.
Crap.
Peace be upon them.
That's not nice, Yasser.
No, I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. I always have problems. Their owner,
Fans like this, yeah?
Yeah.
King F4, but where?
What
does this move do?
What? Is there some checkmate? Okay,
Am I
I'm
threatening
thinking Rook
A2. Rook A2 is screaming to be played, right? With D2 next move.
Exactly. Rook A2, D2, and also that I can give my check.
I can check on A4, right?
And he's played
he's
it.
done it. No way. Is Wesley wiggling himself out of this one?
I tell you, they just need that little window of opportunity and they'll crawl right through it and save the game.
This is incredible.
So what if I go behind the pawn, Rook to D6?
I think that's a very good move for you to.
I think you should.
For Jeffrey to make, actually.
But I could go D2, right?
You can go D2, King E3, and now Rook A3.
Yeah.
Trying to make a draw, trading off the F3 pawn.
At this point, what Jeffrey should strive for is a Rook and Bishop versus Rook endgame.
Oh man, that's a sad thing to strive for considering the position he had.
But he has to.
But at the same
There's
time,
no
I
other
really feel like if you gave Fabi, for example, these top players, Fabi, Wesley, that ending, they'll draw it.
It's not that easy.
I know it's not in
that
practical
easy.
terms, and I've won it myself on numerous occasions, in fact. But it really is a draw, and if you know what you're doing, it's not a difficult one.
Right. Yeah, it's a surprisingly easy draw when you know it, but it feels that everybody that gets into it doesn't know it.
like somehow they, I actually, was it Sasha's? Grishuk, somebody in one of the Rapid events lost it very recently, and it was a good player.
And remember when Wesley had a minute against like an infinity amount of time?
Right.
No more.
For the first time, Jeffery has fallen behind
There's
on the clock.
There's no way these moves help White's cause.
Where is he at all?
No
King
way.
F7, and thank you for letting the king escape.
Back, right?
Exactly.
Where's he going? King F7.
These are not useful moves for Jeffery.
I'm sure he has some deep ideas, but they.
By the way, again, this kind of chalance.
Right, yeah.
The easy.
Okay, so he wants to.
But I don't get it. What is he playing against Bishop E2?
Bishop E2, King E3.
D2?
King takes bishop.
D1?
And you take, and you got skewered.
And I get skewered. King D1, and we're going right into it. I saw
D2.
It. If I saw it, Wesley definitely saw it like 10 minutes ago.
D2.
You don't play Bishop E2 without seeing that.
Right.
Exactly. D2.
Yeah, D2
and he's
D2,
reaching for
yeah.
it. He's reaching for it.
There you
He's
go.
done it. And give me
the rook, give me the queen.
Give me the queen. Oh,
wow.
And Jeffery, unfortunately, is going to be returning to Dallas because this is an easy draw.
He's not actually returning to Dallas because there's a Blitz tournament.
That's right. That is very true.
He will
All
hang
the participants that are getting eliminated in this event are going to be playing in that one.
Welcome to stay around and play in the Blitz.
I think mandated, not welcome.
Now,
I think
somewhere in their contract.
Well, if he's going to be around, I'm going to say, Jeffery, come and join us on the show. I mean, he's a
Also
great
part of the
insight.
contract.
Also part of the contract.
You put the king on D5, you put the king on C6, you give the rook for the F pawn.
I understand. I was a little bit surprised by the move King E6. I thought he would just play Rook A4 and not allow White's king to go anywhere.
No, but you just go King D5 here, yeah.
And you're saying make a.
They're just gonna give up the rook. It's a wrong color pawn, right?
True.
I guess it doesn't really matter. The pawn doesn't make progress. And yeah, I think Jeffery's just gonna give up. Well, guess not.
King G6, F4, Rook A4.
I mean, every move, right?
Yes.
Every legal move in this position
is equal.
Is equal. That's one of them. Oh man, this is disappointing for Jeffery. I mean, he clearly had this game won. He did the hard part, and it feels that out of nowhere, one mistake, Rook E4, allowing magical counterplay with Bishop F1, a sudden perpetual out of nowhere.
A heartbreak.
Exactly.
A heartbreak. This is a real heartbreak.
And then you combine that
with yesterday,
with yesterday, and from a dead winning position, with just an extra second or two on his clock, he would be in the champions bracket.
What a heartbreak here, but Wesley's got this under control. Kudos to Wesley. What a resource. He just finds things out of nowhere. That fighting spirit to claw his way back down from that position.
I've seen this tenacity. I mean, it's almost like the honey badger. And he just finds, as does Hikaru Nakamura, time and time again. Whenever I think Hikaru is really, really on the edge, he comes up with stuff that you thought, no way.
No way.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at this. He's wrong-footed, Wesley, but Rook B4. Probably there were other drawing options too, but Rook B4 is certainly a good one. You're not
probably every move that's not Rook F4 and Rook A5 was a draw.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. We're just waiting here for the handshake. This game should finish pretty much at any moment.
Exactly. King F6, Bishop C3 check, King G6. And you're not making progress.
Nope.
Is time a factor, by the way?
No.
What is the clock situation?
I mean, Wesley has a minute.
A minute versus
3.
3.
Not an issue at all for players of this caliber.
No.
Bishop e1, king f6. And I think that's a 3-fold on bishop e1. And yep. Draw agreed between Jeffery, Xiong, and Wesley. So, well, not agreed. They had a 3-fold. Wow, what a heartbreak for the youngster. I mean, completely winning position.
Right. He had done all the hard work, several pawns up.
And we will analyze that, but of course we have an important game in the championship bracket. They're playing on increment now. It is Irina Krush against Begim Tokhirjonova. A strange position where black has the pair of bishops against the rook and a knight.
2 passed pawns.
And 2 passed pawns. I would almost always take black.
Oh, no question about it. What do you, wow. 2 bishops and 2 pawns versus rook and knight.
That pin on the 8th rank, though.
That's
that is what's keeping Irina alive. Because this bishop gets to d6, I don't think you hold a position.
No, not at all. Of course not. But how do you untangle king h7, g6?
G6 or queen d6 to start off with,
queen d6 makes sense. King
No, I'm thinking
h7
king. I hate being in this pin. Come on, guys. King h7, g6, bishop g7. Solve that issue.
Yeah.
Then you're just going to win with these 2 connected passed pawns.
And this knight is very useless.
Truly.
Right?
Right. I know. I mean, it needs an anchor like f5 or.
It has 0 anchors.
She needs to make a move, and she's going for the king.
Yeah, I like this move. King h7 followed by g6.
Good training, coach.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But.
I don't know about. Take the compliment. King h7, g6, bishop g7. Solve the pin. You said put the bishop on d6. I say put the bishop on e5.
And let's not forget, because we're switching between time controls so
Yes.
often, they're actually getting 30 seconds every move.
Because they are playing classical chess. They are in the champions bracket.
So they have a bit more of a leeway to get down to their last few seconds and then gain additional time. Knight to d3. Where is that knight headed?
Well, it was doing
Knight to
no
e5.
good on f4. On e5, it will at least be attacking the bishop on c6.
And that's a good move. That is a good move. That feels like a grandmaster move. Now you have to kind of hide that king, right? Because knight e5 is going to come with the threat of queen d3, it feels like.
And also just taking the bishop, right?
Exactly.
g6.
So knight e5 is the best way for Irina to disrupt her opponent from getting this bishop on g7 and eventually pushing the a pawn. So knight e5.
Knight e5 gets bishop d5.
What?
d5, right?
Yes, bishop d5.
I assume bishop d5 here. Yeah, instantly played. Makes
Funny.
sense.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know why I had the blockade. I think it's tiredness, but bishop e8 I thought was the idea. just you know, you're going to go bishop to e8, you're going to go bishop to g7, and then you know.
Then you move the bishop.
But
Yeah,
bishop d5 is,
yeah.
of course,
But
much more active square.
And things are uncomfortable. The thing about this position, if you analyze with an engine, if you are one of our fans, and we love all of you that also analyze with an engine, it might not say it's that bad for white. The thing is that practically speaking, it's so hard.
It's
so
really
hard to play this with white. Your bishops are always threatening something. You never create threats with the knight alone. The knight is always getting kicked around, and if that wasn't enough, the pawns on the queen side are always threatening to advance.
Precisely. So f2, f4,
Which is a committal decision.
But
Very committal.
She needed to anchor
The
her
knight,
knight and make sure that it stayed active.
Right.
Bishop g7, that's almost automatic. And again, although they are getting 30 seconds a move.
Yeah, 42 seconds for Irina Krush and a minute 11 for Begim. Okay, the automatic, please.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go, bishop g7.
Not too much to think about here.
All right. Make your coach happy. And don't spend 2 minutes on this one.
And funnily enough, this is really not a move to spend any time on, because
right?
Bishop G7 is just so picture perfect.
And you have to play Bishop G7. Come on, Begin.
We're all expecting you.
No. What?
What? Wait, what?
What is that move? No, that just looks ugly. I don't even know if it's a good or bad move. It just looks ugly.
I agree wholeheartedly with the ugly look. It might not be a bad move though. How do we feel?
It's a confusing.
It's a confusing move because honestly, White's king is weaker than Black's. The king on H7 will never be reached. So I would not trade queens.
Exactly. I'm thinking Bishop G7 and Queen D6, and
you start pushing.
Thinking
Yeah,
about G5.
A5.
Yeah,
and
and
G5 also. And well, there goes our understanding of chess.
Well, she wants to go to C8.
That makes sense. That actually makes sense.
I could definitely get behind that move, but okay, you are inviting the move Bishop E6, which I think everybody would jump on.
Bishop E6.
Stopping Queen C8, gaining a tempo against the Queen.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Preparing Bishop G7.
No real tactics there, right?
Well, the one thing that maybe Queen A3 does have going for her is she is thinking that maybe she'll put her bishop on D6, so that, first of all, we are lined up on that diagonal with the king. And there is the potential that the king on G7 could actually be better placed on G7.
That's how I get mated.
I know.
Put a bishop on D6, a queen lands somewhere in the 8th rank.
You're like, oh, why did I do that? But Bishop D6
here, right?
Is, yes, exactly at this moment. There is maybe
something to be said about it, right?
Yeah. It's not completely.
Yeah, that's how you usually get checkmated.
Exactly. That I would have put the bishop on G7 ages ago.
Ages ago, right?
I like Queen B4. Just create an immediate threat.
Well,
Queen D6. She really wants to exchange those queens, but
she believes in the endgame power
of the two bishops.
Of the two bishops, yeah. Although, if I take immediately, no, I don't want to take this on D6, right? This is a very awkward time to take.
Yeah.
Right, the bishop comes with the tempo, G5 comes with the tempo.
Yeah, probably Queen F3 is the most natural choice, right?
Queen F3. Yeah, but...
Or Queen B1, maybe.
Queen B1 hits the pawn on B7, I can get behind that. Does it? There's bishop D5.
But Queen B1, Queen D4 might be a problem. Now with the centralized queen.
As we were mentioning, it's just so easy to play with Black because Black, every move that we don't consider, it's still an okay move. Whereas White is so close to blundering in every position. I think Bishop G7 now, no?
I think she's going to play Queen B4. Because, I mean, it's a natural follow-up to what she's been doing, which is trying to force the trade of queens.
That makes a lot of sense.
And Queen B4 does force the trade of queens.
Yeah, but Queen B4 in this particular position takes Rook B8, right? And then you have some issues.
Bishop D5.
Bishop D5, Knight F7.
Ooh. That's a good time to sacrifice the knight when my pieces are
all hanging.
All hanging, yeah. Dope.
And then you have to calculate A5, A4.
And then we fight, right? Here we go. Here the fight will start.
Peter Spidler. He'd be very happy because this is his Grunfeld ending.
Yeah, with the pawns, right?
He gets the exchange down, but he gets these two connected pass pawns.
But I think we're going to go through something like this because otherwise you just lose your queen side.
Again, the F4 pawn is now hanging.
There's nothing to think about here for Irina. She has no choice.
She cannot move her queen to E8 and allow Queen F4 check.
Again, a practical mistake, easy to make as a grandmaster. There's only one move, but you spend all your time on it. You should not do this.
3 seconds.
What?
She's
what?
What?
Whoa!
What did
Queen takes F4.
Queen F4 would have resigned.
She just missed. Queen takes F4.
That would have been resigned on the spot.
On the spot.
On the spot.
On the button. Unbelievable.
Oh,
what?
No.
What a turn of events.
And I thought she played Queen B4 recognizing there was no way to avoid the queen trade because of Queen F4. But she played King G7 like this is what it's all about, guys.
Knight to D3 played with 3 seconds on the clock.
And now the queen is dropping back to d6 to keep...
No, e7. Come on, you've been hunting that queen. Just go to e7.
No, she'll play d6.
No, you're right.
No, it's the student.
Wow.
I cannot believe they both missed queen f4.
Queen f4 was just...
But it was just resigns, right? Like immediately resigns.
On the spot. What? Oh my goodness. And Irina...
Definitely doesn't
Well,
win that
okay.
trade. Now it's queen d6. Now
queen d6.
Now it's time for queen d6. We know how this goes.
But you still go queen e8. You're not going to exchange the queens because we know Irina doesn't believe in the endgame.
Absolutely, she does not, and that's why she's been avoiding.
It is funny how
queen
stubborn
trade.
both of these players are on this.
Remarkable. But sometimes it happens.
It happens, right? Yeah,
that one player
and there you go
is trying to achieve something, and it convinces the opponent that they're right.
That they're right, yes, even though they might not be. Especially at the moment of queen b4, right? Because at that precise moment, black's pieces were hanging, and rook b8 immediately wins a pawn.
Exactly. By the way, bishop to d7 here. If you go queen to d8, then I can go bishop to b5, and that would force the queen trade.
I think she's going for it. I think she's going for it.
Bishop d7 on the board.
See, it is
remarkable.
Remarkable. The way they handle this position is remarkable.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Missing queen f4.
This is not a euphemism. It's not. They haven't handled this badly except for missing queen f4. But it is just funny how they're so convinced about whether they should or should not go into the endgame.
Right. And again,
queen d8 and bishop b5 or bishop f5, forcing
the queen
trade.
At least she's playing fast. She's up to 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
That is very good. Very, very good.
But that queen e7 move, king g7
King
move.
g7.
My goodness.
That was great.
This is how coaches die early.
I'm going to have a field day with her tonight. Come on. How can you play king g7 so quickly?
Because she had been thinking about almost every move with a few seconds, queen b4, queen...
But you play queen b4, you're hunting that queen for a specific reason, and that is because you're also attacking the f4 pawn, right?
I mean, that was insane. But still, Krush is under a lot of pressure. She's very unhappy with her position. You can take a look at it. Her face expression says everything, and honestly, it's still a terrible position for white because this version of the endgame looks pretty nice.
It does indeed.
You've been hunting the queen, just take it.
Trade!
Just take it.
Queen takes d8. Do not get mated with bishop e7. That would be terrible. So queen takes d8, rook takes d8, a5. Do we immediately set?
Yeah, I think we start running, right? Because the bishop on f5 is doing a great job of defending d7.
And how? Okay, we've done that.
We've done that.
But do we do b5? Do we do a5?
The thing is, b5 rook a8 immediately loses a pawn, right?
Good point. Good point.
So I think you have to start with
go
a5, and so that on rook b8 I have bishop e4. I don't know how solid I am with those pawns because the rook can still try to harass.
So I'm wondering, should I put my bishop on c5 as a way of prepping b6 and a5? Should I be thinking about g5 also?
Well, she's going to chase the rook away first. I'm not a huge fan of this move simply because I think the rook pretty much anywhere else is better than on d8 because the bishop on f5 is defending d7.
But at the same time, I'm thinking that the bishop is pretty much better anywhere else than f8.
That is true, though. That is true.
That was why I was thinking about bishop c5, bishop b4. Even, like I said, I was considering, should I be playing for g5?
Yeah.
Maybe the bishop belonged... Well, you mentioned that the bishop is actually pretty decently defending d7. So
maybe
if you go
play rook b8,
I'll
I think
play
rook
bishop
b8,
e4.
and then I'll play rook c8. And I think that's how we fight.
That's where we're going. Okay, so bishop to e4, rook c8, bishop to d6. How do you like them?
I mean, black is definitely the one trying to win. Oh, how often do you think black wins this? I think most of the time.
A lot.
I think most of the time, right?
I mean...
And just a reminder that we do have playoffs later
coming
today,
up
coming up at 6.
Yes.
Probably not before, but maybe. And
by the way, for those of you on Twitter, you can join our conversation. Ask your favorite commentators any kind of question that you would like. We're all knowing, but we don't share everything,
Okay, now you have
including
to
our
go
chess
bishop
opening
e4.
secrets.
You have to go bishop e4 right now.
Yes.
What is she thinking about?
Now we have to play bishop e4 because b5
is going to be
bad. Ooh, yeah. For some strange reason, the way she was holding the bishop wasn't intuitive to me that that was the move of bishop e4. You know, some players,
Sometimes
guide. There it was almost like, well, I don't know.
I've noticed that some players play with both hands. I can't do that.
No, I can't either.
I can only play with my right hand, but some players actually use their left, and sometimes it looks a bit awkward.
Exactly. I always had this impression that really, really fine players of a very high grandmastership, they have this beautiful flow with their hands and whatnot.
What you're saying is we have beautiful hands.
Then I played Vasily Smyslov for the first time. And he was rumbling, stumbling, bumbling, making a mockery of how to move the pieces. Knight c4.
Wait, what happens on b5 here?
Yeah.
b5's kind of
b5.
Rook e8. Yeah, Rook e8.
You have to be careful.
Yeah, Rook
There
e8
is a Rook e8.
There's a Rook e8
sighting.
Yeah.
So you have to get that bishop off e7, it seems like. Maybe c5
How
or
about
b4.
bishop to d5?
Bishop to d5.
Just tickle the knight. And by the way, bishop d6 is on my agenda. If I can ever hit the rook on b8 and the pawn on f4, it's like, yeah, baby.
Well, the problem with bishop d5, what if I... Okay, this is very counterintuitive, but what if I go knight a5?
I want to play
Very
bishop
direct.
d6.
And now rook to d8.
And
I want to take that pawn.
And I give you g3.
And bishop c7, right?
Rook takes d5, defense a5.
Bishop takes c5. Oh, my bishop's on d5. Why did I put it on d5?
Somebody put it on d5.
You just played bishop
You just played bishop d5.
Okay. So that's one way we don't want
win,
to
yeah.
play. But bishop d5, knight a5, okay, you forced me, I'll play b5.
But it's very important to take the bishops off, at least one of the bishops off the e-file. And she's going for that bishop d5 move.
But by the way, when you put your knight on a5, which is a terrible
And she's
square,
done it. She's done it quickly.
I play b5, that knight is into Suji.
I get it, but rook b6.
No, wait a minute. No. b5, rook b6, bishop c3, rook a6, b4. The knight's not going anywhere, but
you're losing your bishops, yeah.
Hold on, I don't want to do this. I want to get the pawn on f4. How do I do that? How do I get the pawn on f4?
I don't know if maybe you have to go for this line, Yasser, the one that you were mentioning with sacrificing the a pawn, and she's going for it. She's going for it.
Rook to b6. Okay, so how does the line go? Rook to b6.
Rook b6, bishop c5, right?
Correct.
Rook a6, b4.
Exactly.
The rook's somewhat controlled here. Actually, not somewhat controlled.
No, it's totally
dominated.
And
What?
the knight is dominated.
It's like a Kasparian puzzle, yeah?
And the king is dominated because the king can't go to g1 or f3.
Bishop c5 is a
Bishop
big move right now.
c5, rook a6, b4. You can't move, but can black's king make
Join the fray, right?
Yeah, glorious charge.
But you don't.
Up the board.
You could start with b4, right? It's the same thing.
Well, then you have
Yes.
knight c6 ideas.
Oh.
But then I can go bishop c5 after. Yeah, you can start with b4 as well.
Yeah.
At least it feels like it.
But
feels
in
like it to
any
me, too.
case, rook takes a6, bishop c5.
Yeah, that's the key, right?
It's
What
key
a
that
move.
once you take on a6, bishop c5, controlling b6 square.
What happens if directly b3 here?
Rook b6.
Bishop d8?
Maybe rook b5.
b2?
I take it and I fork your rooks, your bishops.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's a
Oh,
double
you take on
attack.
b2, bishop takes a5, rook b5 hits the bishop on d5, hits the bishop on a5 where the knight is right now. Very good point, Yasser.
We had that nice tactic in, I think it was Alice's game, where the rook comes to d2 and hits
the both. Yeah,
a bishop on e2.
Yeah.
She's gonna go for b3.
But this one seems like it's just a draw. Actually,
yeah, this looks like a draw after rook to b6, right?
But bishop to c5, you really see the magnificence of the two bishops in an open board.
More Kasparian puzzles needed. Yeah,
controlling the rook on a6 as well as the knight, and rook b6. Well, I tell you, Irina didn't have to be asked twice.
No.
She almost is playing as if, like, yeah, this was always a draw. I don't think she really had an awareness of how dangerous the position was for her. Bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5 would have been a huge move, but this one seems to be fizzling out.
By the way, what is the current status of 2 bishops, 3 pawns, versus rook and 3 pawns?
That was Magnus against Karyakin, right? World Championship match.
Well, she has to go bishop d8 right now, I mean. Okay, and she goes for it with 4 seconds on the clock.
I was about to say.
Did I say Magnus Carlsen? Magnus Karyakin,
Yeah. Okay, so why was the bishop...
I mean, you can even just go rook b3 here and call it a day.
Yes, that is the simplest way of doing it. Rook b5?
Yeah, b2. And then
no, but b2, rook takes b2. And
take on b2 and you get the same position.
And then I win the f4 pawn.
You win the f4 pawn, or g2 or whatever.
Or the g2,
and
then it's easy to draw.
Right. That probably should be an easy draw.
That's very easy, right?
Yes.
Especially if you take g2.
But it's only white who plays for a win, even in that position.
It feels like
it feels like
classical game somehow became
a rapid. Yeah. It feels like one of the other 10 plus 5 games.
Right. I mean, I lost the classical feeling a moment ago there. When she didn't play the move bishop c5. By the way, I was shocking that she didn't play bishop c5 because
I think
that
she was
just
looking too direct.
paralyzes.
It paralyzes white completely. Too direct. It is beautiful, this concept, right? Where the bishops just crisscross, control the board.
If Irina had any kind of sensing of the danger, she would have played rook b3 and said, let's get out of here, rook b3 and let's make a
there's
draw.
only 1 pawn left. She might be thinking, how do you try now that I'm up on exchange?
Exactly. Good point.
Well, she is a professional. She understands the chances whenever she sees them. And she sees one right now. No!
Let's make a draw. Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Rook takes b3.
And there is no other move but bishop b3, because why would you ever suffer after bishop a5, rook b5? That doesn't make sense.
Right. If we see bishop c7, somebody needs a...
Cristian was just going to go upstairs, Okay, and this is a draw.
And this is a draw.
What a fight! What a fight here between Krush and Tokhirjonova. This was a long one. I think, wow, Krush is going to be saying how lucky she was on this one.
Truly. As we expect, g3, and eventually the players will discover a way of making a 3-fold repetition. Again, just to remind everybody, in this American Cup, there are no draw offers. The players have to play the king versus king, 50-move rule, 3-time repetition, or a stalemate. And you were saying we never see stalemates.
One day.
One day, we will, one day. And just to remind everybody, we have 2 victories in the champions bracket, but in the elimination bracket, we'll be having how many playoffs?
We have at least... will have 3 playoffs.
Wow.
Katerina Nemcova came back against Ruiyang.
Yes, she did.
Anna Zatonskih came back against Tsolakidou. And in the guys, we have Ray Robson playing against Sam Shankland. And Wesley won his game, so Jeffery says goodbye. He is actually the first player.
Wesley drew his game.
Wesley drew his game. Yeah. Jeffrey's actually the first player eliminated from the tournament.
He is indeed.
Wow.
Yeah.
And once again, considering how close he was to going on in the that's just so unfair.
So unfair. Chess is unfair.
Chess is cruel.
Chess is cruel, and then you die.
There you go.
I learned.
I mean, but you have to experience the cruelty to realize the truthfulness.
The thing is, sometimes we forget, and then we play, and it's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember now how painful this is when I blunder.
I mean, from hero to eliminated.
G4.
Just like that.
Like that,
I mean,
right?
No, king to F3. Okay.
And we are working with the players right now to determine the exact time for the playoffs. We might start a little bit earlier since we have.
We were expecting a 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we were
or
expecting
so.
a 6 o'clock, but.
By the way, G4 down. That's the move that you can really
That's a professional move.
force the
Yes,
draw.
yes, very good.
Right.
Very good. You pre-move bishop takes G3.
Yes.
And they cannot stop the clock after bishop G3.
Must be a disappointing result for Tokhirjonova because she actually refused a repetition earlier in the game, as we will see, and then she went on to get a winning position just to blow it in the last moment.
I mean, not seeing queen f4 is going to sting.
Yes.
That is going to sting.
Yeah.
Ouch. Oof. A missed chance there for Begim. Irina can definitely consider herself lucky surviving this one, but kudos to her. She fought and she fought and she fought.
Yes.
And she managed to salvage this important draw. That means that tomorrow she gives herself a little bit of a breathing room. A draw will still be okay for her as well. She'll be playing with the black pieces, of course. And what a game here we had between these two players, and what a round overall. We had so many players come back in the elimination bracket.
Must-win games.
Situations.
Wow.
And 3 playoffs, guys. We're all about excitement here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're definitely going to see at least one Armageddon today. This is going to be cool.
Be wonderful.
You think so? I don't think we're going to see any Armageddon today. No. I'm going to go with the typical 0 for me.
The typical 0. No, we're going to see one, and it's going to be...
I'm going to say Ray Robson and Sam Shankland are going to be one of the two.
That's a good pick.
One of the Armageddons.
They just can't seem to find any opening against each other.
I tell you, for the opponent, when you're playing against Sam Shankland and you're thinking to yourself, okay, how do I get him into a position where he's uncomfortable? That's challenge number 1, and so far nobody's really getting those positions against Sam. And it is the time.
And he's such a studious player because I remember when I played him in the 2013 U.S. Championship, I played knight f3, e3, b3, and I beat him because he didn't really know the structures. And he just worked and worked and worked. And I'm like,
that will not happen again.
And he's done that for like every opening,
Right.
like every single opening. At this point, you look at Sam Shankland and you're like, how do I even try?
Right.
And that's the big problem facing him.
Yeah, true.
And after match discussion, it is still going to be 6 p.m. that we start the playoffs. So we will be starting in just about 54 minutes.
Show you
and let's see what we
playoffs
got.
are.
GM Ray Robson will be playing against GM Sam Shankland. They have drawn all of their games to get to this point. A very even battlefield between these two. Meanwhile, Ruiyang will be playing against Katerina and Nemcova, both of them winning with the black pieces. Quite impressive. Very one-sided games, I have to say. This was not a fight in either one of them. In the other playoff, in the ladies section, Tsolakidou and Zatonskih, they played a wild game on the first one. They played a wild game on the second one. And Stavroula just cannot seem to get a normal position. Everything has been blown up against Alice Lee, now against Anna. We'll see what this matchup waits for us. This is going to be really exciting. The results that on the championship section today, 2 decisive games, huge things. The first one right there, Grandmaster Levon Aronian. He said, well, I'm going to try this Petrov business with white. And Lanier said, dude, I've been analyzing this with the best of the best of the best. Let me show you what I know about the Petrov. Won a scintillating game, just killed Levon.
Right.
Brutal attack on the queen side. And Dominguez will only need a draw tomorrow to continue his journey in the championship bracket. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana drew his game against Sam Sevian. Some interesting ideas, some fireworks, but a very well-played game there for both. Exactly. That just kind of fizzled, unfortunately, as it happens so often.
By the way, I was more impressed by Sam in the sense that Fabi actually had rook b1, rook b2, rook d2 as an idea, and he said, let me go and gamble with it. And Sam said, well, I'm looking at this for the first time, and this is how I'm going to defend, and he defended it very well.
Very, very well. And in the ladies section, we have Alice Lee just blowing Tatev Abrahamyan off the board. Perhaps the opening was not a huge success for the white player here, but after that, it was cruise control.
Yeah, it was the hesitant play of Tatev that got her into first time trouble and then trouble on the board. So congratulations to Alice.
And meanwhile, this marathon that just finished between Irina Krush and Begim Tokhirjonova. This was a fight. Definitely Begim is going to feel the sting from this one. She had the win on hand. She just had to take a couple of seconds to realize queen takes f4 check was legal, and that would have finished the game. But Krush survives yet another day. Tomorrow she will have the black pieces, but a draw will just send her to playoffs instead of eliminating. And how are we feeling about our picks?
Not great after today's round, that's for sure, because Aronian fell under the sharp sword of Lanier. I see you guys like your chances.
I mean,
you guys like your chances.
What can I say? And for the ladies, understand. You got to say.
In the ladies, I am.
Big battle between the two of us, Yasser.
Yeah, my student here needs to really
get it going. Yes. But for Irina's fans, that was like, whew,
yeah,
that was close.
That was a very close one.
I'm glad we're at.
Let's do some predictions, guys, for these matchups in the playoffs. Let's start with Robson versus Shankland. Who do you guys have in that one? I'm gonna go first. Sure, I'll take Shankland.
Man, the thing is that Ray is such a time trouble addict that when you get him to 10+5, it's like he's just at home. I'm gonna go with Ray just because it's a rapid game.
I like Ray because you can't get into time trouble. You're already starting in time trouble when you only have 10 minutes. But I do think it's going to come to a Armageddon. And I do think Black is going to win the Armageddon.
What a prediction.
Who's going to be Black? Yes, sir.
That's what I got to see the flip of the coin.
Tsolakidou versus Zatonskih.
You don't have to ask me, right?
Well, yeah. Anna, wow. Anna's just, she's all over the map at the moment.
Won, lost 4 in a row, and came back and won with Black. On demand.
On demand. I'm going to go with Anna just because I like the veteran, and what can I say?
I'll have to go with the SLU student, Tsolakidou. It does feel like she has the sharper openings, and she's getting an advantage almost every single game. And the shorter the time gets, the more important that will be.
Fair but in honest, this is another thing. When you are a time trouble addict, and then you realize, hey man, I already started in time trouble. It's a 3-minute game. I mean, then it's easier to play. Then you just play the position. So.
And Cristian picked Sam Shankland for Ray.
I did pick Sam Shankland. The producers
went with Ray.
Me. You went with Ray, and I think Alejandro went with Ray as well. But what about the last one? Ruiyang versus Nemcova. For me, this one is a complete coin flip.
Wow.
Right.
I'm going to go with Ruiyang.
I'm going to go with the experience on this one. I'm going to go with Kachka just because she just won her last game.
Right.
Wins behind the sails.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Kachka, yeah.
Me too, because it feels, I mean, I've been in these playoffs a lot myself. It feels terrible when you're in the driver's seat, you got the win, all you need is a draw, and you let it slip. You feel much worse than your opponent. It's 1-1.
But psychologically, it's not 1-1, right? It's like 1-1, right?
It's different.
I totally understand. And we're being told that our helper, Var Akobian, has picked Shankland, Stavrula, and Nemcova. Ooh.
Interesting picks.
Actually, unique picks. Actually, nobody picked like that. All right, guys.
We're going to come back.
We will take a break. We will come back at 5:50, 10 minutes before the playoffs start. We'll see you there. We'll take a 35-minute break and join us then. We'll have fast action chess, and you can't miss it. You just can't miss it. Welcome everybody. We are here in day number 3 of the American Cup. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, bringing you all of the action with the legend himself, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, and with Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. And we are in playoff mode right now.
We are.
It is the battle of survival for 6 players right now. They will be playing 2 games against their opponents of 10+5.
Yes.
And in case those games are drawn,
then the
Armageddon. But within an hour and a bit, we will know who's going home and who is remaining in this tournament. Let's take a look at these matches that we have for you. In the championship section, we have Ray Robson against Sam Shankland, still fighting for...
All draws so far.
Exactly, a draw so far. They're still fighting for their lives. Meanwhile, Wesley has already advanced. Jeffery Xiong is the first player of the event to be eliminated. He will be joining us for the Blitz on April 29th, but he is now eliminated from the American Cup 2022. A big surprise for me because Jeffery, what a great player he is.
Yeah, we kind of expected him to go deeper in this competition. And in the ladies?
In the ladies, it is the comeback at 4 black victories today. Absolutely remarkable. But Ruiyang tied against Katerina Nemcova in the rapid games 1-1. Both of them, as I said, winning with the black pieces. And Tsolakidou will be playing against Irina. Anna Zatonskih, a matchup that we certainly didn't expect in the elimination bracket so early. This is our seeds 2 and 3 facing each other, but one of them goes home.
Absolutely. And our format.
Very simple. They play against each other twice. It is 2 playoff games of 10 minutes with a 5-second increment. And if they are tied, 2 draws, or each one wins a game apiece, then we will have an Armageddon. 5 minutes for the white side, 4 minutes for black. And if black wins, it ends in a draw. Now, importantly, there is an increment starting on move 61, which Jeffery Xiong was so close to making yesterday. He actually did not complete his 60th move. The 60th move would still not have given him those 2 seconds. He would have to wait until the 61st, but he was basically 2 moves away from eliminating Fabiano Caruana, or sending him actually to the elimination bracket. And actually, Jeffery is eliminated from the tournament himself.
Exactly. That was where we were saying why chess is so cruel. It was literally a second or 2 longer. If Jeffery had that extra second or 2, he would be in the championship bracket.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we had our predictions before we went on break.
In the Ruiyang against Nemcova, we have 3-4 Kachka, and we have Cristian.
One wise guy.
One wise guy out there.
I myself out there, as usual.
Lonely.
That being said, I will say that I think it's a coin flip.
It is
True.
a coin flip.
I think it's a coin
And
flip.
the Shankland-Robson.
We have 2 players that believe that if he starts
It's
in
a
time
split.
pressure, he is a good player,
Right.
Ray Robson. But 2 other players believe in the theory of Sam Shankland. Those are Cristian and VAR. Very, very nice. And in the Zatonskih versus Tsolakidou match, we have 3 and...
I'm the wise guy. One wise guy.
You're going with the experience on that one, Yasser.
I am. But again, I do feel it's also closer to a flip 'em.
Flip, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Pick 'em rather than
After all, they are seeds 2 and 3. They're
Yes.
super close in rating.
Right.
And very, very strong players. Both of them full international masters.
Advice that you gave your player?
Yeah, we went out for a walk, actually. We went down on Euclid here at the Central West End. And I just told Stavroula that she needed to get her mental game in, because the most difficult part of going into this playoff is that she won first and lost second.
Right.
And even though in paper, math, it just looks like a 1-1.
Yeah.
We've played playoffs. We know that's not how it feels.
Exactly.
It feels like you lost.
Exactly.
And it feels like you're coming back from behind and that you need to win. What I told her is, don't force the first game. Don't feel like you need to win the first game, because very often it feels that if you're coming from a loss, then you need to win.
Right.
But I told her that's not true. This is a blank slate.
Right.
Take it easy. And
Good
we have...
advice.
I'll try. And we have Stavroula there
By
making
the way,
friends.
it worked because she's laughing, giggling up a storm, and she's getting ready for a very, very tense playoff game.
Absolutely. And they're also with Ruiyang, who has had a topsy-turvy couple of games today. She really destroyed Kachka in the first game, but in the second game, she showed very little understanding of that Spanish.
Truly. Christian, jump right in. What are your thoughts of these playoffs?
Guys, I'm definitely having my eyes on that matchup, very intense matchup between Shankland and Robson. And what I've been seeing up to this point in that match is that Shankland is simply dominating the theoretical battle. He has, today he had like 26 minutes against 10 minutes for Ray Robson. And we know that Robson is having some difficulties, specifically after yesterday's game against Aronian. He got completely trashed out of the opening in their first playoff match. He lost that one. I'm seeing a repeat of yesterday because I just see Shankland that's so dominant, both with white and the black piece in the theoretical battle, and I think that's going to be decisive.
Christian, if I can ask you, in that scotch where it really looked like Sam Shankland, as you said, 26 minutes, he had all of the advantages. Was it one of those advantages that was optical, or was it real that Sam...
The first game.
Yeah, with this 95, when he played 95.
Oh,
it looked really
nice,
good.
right?
It was definitely real. Let me see if I can find that one somewhere around here. Yes, it was this one, and I'll just actually point out the moment, the big moment that Sam had.
Because it looked so good for white.
First of all, this was his first thing, Rook AC1, which is such a natural move to make. Of course, he was just trying to understand what the nuances are after this move, Rook to C8, because Rook to C8, and I think you were the one that was mentioning you don't like this move because it weakens the A7 pawn.
Exactly.
It was a bad move indeed, according to the engine as well, so we know that probably Sam did not look at it during his preparation. He did play the most natural move, Rook AC1, and now Knight to B8. I really have to commend Ray for finding this resource, finding this plan. Because if you sit on your hands, the problem is I'm going to go E3, Bishop F1, Bishop B5, and that's going to be decisive. In fact, that was the way to go right now. I know that Sam knows this plan. I know that he saw within his preparation this idea of E3, Bishop F1, and transferring the bishop on the other side. He had to do it right now. Instead of that, he played the move Knight to E5. So, for example, if you go E3, you're just simply not in time. And if I remember correctly, I think Alejandro was on this path of ideas with E3, dropping the bishop back to F4. It does look like this bishop could potentially get trapped. But whenever you go H6, I'm going to follow up with H4. I'm going to stop you from going G5 or maybe even G4. We saw that idea in the Wesley versus Jeffery. Xiong just making a bit of space behind on G3. And after E3, Knight C6, Bishop to F4, it's a very problematic position for black because I have a clear plan, and that is to go Bishop to F1, Bishop to B5, and create this spin, which is going to force you to respond with potentially something along the lines of A6, which is going to weaken even more your pawn structure. You have to go something like Knight to A5, but now you're just simply not in time to cover up all the entry squares on the C file. Rook takes C8, Bishop takes C8, I just move away with my queen, and then later on I'm going to jump with the rook to C7. You have to cover up all those ideas of B4 as well. Harassing your knight is not a pleasant and fun position for Ray Robson, and I have a feeling if we would have seen this position on the board, Sam would have went on to win this game. And we see right there, Sam Shankland, always focused, always ready.
Thank you for that, by the way, because it was really one of, it bugged me that such a visually attractive position, Sam didn't do really anything with it, and Ray somehow made a very easy draw, a perfunctory draw, in fact.
That being said, when you go into the 10+5 and you're Sam, it feels that you have less work to do, right? That your opponent got into trouble. You review a little bit on what happened there and try to make a bigger press, but the line worked.
It did.
And then Ray has all these questions. Do I repeat the line? How do I improve it? Where is the improvement? I only have, what, an hour to really look at it? It's not so easy. Of course, we're going to switch up colors.
Yes.
So Ray starts with the white pieces first. His white piece attempt was nothing. He just played a rookie one, Berlin, didn't go anywhere. Sam knew everything.
27 minutes.
27 minutes.
After 20 moves of play.
And of course,
and
he
they're
will
off.
repeat it. He of course will repeat it.
E4, E5. That's the other thing about these top players. They are absolutely stubborn in their opening beliefs.
Oh, they must be. They must be, yes.
If you're a French defense player, you go down on that hill. You will die on that hill. And look at this.
Are we going
very
to
quickly, the whole line.
Yeah.
Oh,
they played.
So they just played all of this.
Let's see who's going to come with an improvement. It has to be Ray.
Has to be, right?
Has to be Ray, yes. Let's see where the improvement is.
Yeah, all the same. All the same as their first game today. Sorry, their second game today. D5. All right. We're just waiting. We're just waiting. We're waiting for the novelty.
Sam knows everything. My goodness.
All right.
10 minutes and 51 seconds already. At least Ray is over 10 minutes as well.
They're both known in this position, but it seems more or less well known.
Are they just going to repeat it?
Wow. I mean, the fact that the F2 pawn was hanging and
they
you just
didn't
played
touch it,
G7, G6.
Without thinking.
Without thinking. And it's like, wow.
G6, interesting, yeah? Because you could take on F2. It is known.
Right?
Yeah, you can take on F2 with the bishop and with the queen, and they've both been played before.
Well,
G6,
94 was the improvement, let's say, from
the
Ray
previous
Robson.
game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bishop E3 was played in the previous game.
Yeah.
And now we have Queen E1, instantly Queen F6 to G7, just making room for the knight to go to F6. So knight F6, rook E8 on
Sam's
Black's
preparation
agenda.
is
stellar.
It's pretty sick. It's pretty great. I have to say, Sam Shankland's preparation, it really is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
He just knows everything in every line, very confident about all of these variations, and just finds all these ideas, right? Queen G7, Rook H4 played. A very logical move here by Ray Robson because it is attacking
H6 square. So the idea behind this move, from Black's perspective, Black really wants to play knight F6, attack the rook, also attack the pawn on D5. So Ray, anticipating that the knight is going to jump to F6 square, let me get rid of the arrows, moves his rook in advance so that he can actually introduce his own threat of bishop H6.
So now you have to move the queen away, right? Queen to E5 or queen back to F6. Queen back to F6 doesn't make a lot of sense. Queen E5, I think, was played.
Previously, in a previous game?
No, in
right
this
now.
game. Queen E5 was played.
In this game.
Instantly.
Not instantly. There was a little bit of a lull there.
Really?
The first one, yes.
For me, that's rather instantly. Queen E5 has like 3 seconds.
He still has more time than he started with, right? He started with 10 minutes and 5 seconds. He currently has 10 minutes and 37. Ray, not the time pressure that we saw in the other positions. Now, let's analyze here. White has a pair of bishops and more space. Why is white not better?
Well, that's a very good question. The problem is that the desirable bishop H6, knight to G7, the pawn on D5 as well as the pawn on B2 is hanging. I don't really want to trade queens on E5. Queen takes E5, D takes E5, and I think Black's center is rather mobile, and he has sufficient compensation for the two bishops in that case.
Right, yeah.
And that is the problem. Black has control over the E file, and if you do decide to take on E5, then which was played indeed, that allows Black to build up that majority with F5 potentially coming, followed by E4, and this is starting to be quite destabilized as a position, and who knows who's better.
And I agree, and I think that's the reason we saw the move bishop H6. I was starting to get worried about this knight coming to D6. Beautiful blockading square.
That is the much more desirable square is the D6 square. Bishop H6 provoked knight G7, forced knight G7. Now, the other thing I start to say is it's not just the two bishops advantage. The strange thing is this rook is a little bit like, what are you doing poking out on the H4 square?
Yeah,
if you want to go rook to C4, bishop back to D6.
The thing is you want to go C4 at one day, right?
Yes,
yeah,
you do.
You
want to use your more,
right? You want to,
utilize your majority on the queen side with C4 and B4. I mean, even
B4 right away.
Exactly. Even B4 right away.
That's what the rook is doing on H4.
We needed an excuse. On the other hand, you are arguably making Black's life a little bit easier.
Especially
if Black
with
can
bishop
get an A5.
Or bishop D4, also not so easy to meet.
Bishop D4, not so easy to meet. just slightly worried about C3. But
Sam's still within his preparation. Rook to E1, bishop D6 instantaneous.
How do you beat this man?
I don't know. What happened after
Rook E1, bishop D6.
Yeah, Rook E1, bishop D6 played.
On the board.
On the board? Yeah.
Now, Robson is down to his last 7 minutes, while Sam Shankland, 10 minutes and 49 seconds.
And cruising.
How do you match that? At some point, you have to pull the brakes, right?
Yeah, exactly. You also were just mentioning, Ali, that you love to use your queenside majority by playing moves like C4 and B4, and maybe on a very good day getting in C5. The thing is, Black is actually going to make a very solid blockade on the queenside, and you'll never be able to use your majority if Black gets in moves like A5 and B6. Again, Black is looking to play his own F5 E4 majority, and it feels just fine. Let's go and check out the other playoff games.
This is Ruiyang against Katerina and himself. We're going to step away from the Robson-Shankland game just for a second. It seems to be a repeat of the Spanish that they had previously, Katerina winning that convincingly. But this is definitely a better version than the previous game for Ruiyang. She is down the pair of bishops, but she got the break D4 in.
Yes.
I wasn't necessarily convinced about bishop takes F4, but she felt it was necessary. I always feel this knight on F4, you take it the last possible moment.
Right.
But she decided to take on maybe the move H4 followed by G3, getting some kind of bind on the king side.
Hard to say.
Hard to say. I feel it's about equal.
Yeah. One of the things, one of the players that I've really admired over the years, Shakhriyar Mamedov, and he's playing some of these E5, Bishop G7 fianchetto positions incredibly well, I feel, as Black, and he's actually done great with the Black pieces when he gets his variations in. By the way, G2, G3, D5. Followed by D5. All of these moves come with tempo, but at the end of the day, this bishop on C2 says, General, don't forget about me. What's my role? You're going to put all the pawns on light squares? I don't know. Is that bishop?
It's strategically counterintuitive to me. What is the long-term plan for White?
Well, White has to go at some point C4, C5 and try to break on the other side.
I totally get that, but without a dark square with bishop, how do you?
It's a big problem. Yes.
Right? Because H4 was bishop H6 comes.
Queen G7, F5.
I feel taking on F4 was a big mistake.
It made Black's life a lot easier. Yes, yes, finish the sentence. That's exactly what happened. Now Katya knows what her plan is as we're seeing it unfold. Bishop H6, Queen G7. You get to play in King's Indian defense style attacks, and White is a long way from playing C5, Rook C7, and Splat.
Very long, especially with the bishop on H6 controlling C1.
Let's see what Anna Zatonskih has played in her.
Well, it doesn't matter what she played in this game. It matters how many minutes she has. She only has 4 minutes on the clock, while her opponent has 10 minutes on the clock. This is a huge problem right now.
Exactly, as Anna has, once again, gobbled that Catalan gambit pawn and says, come and attack me, and your student says, okay.
Bishop H4, clearly an indication of prep.
I'm ready. If you play G5, I am ready to sacrifice a piece and let's go.
And C5 seems to be the move that has finally got Stavi out of her preparation.
Stavi, huh? That's a nice nickname.
It's what we call her at SLU.
Nice. Stavi.
Yeah, Stavi. And I mean, it's hard for me to resist the move E4 here, to be honest.
Resist the move E4. No, on the contrary. Whenever there's a piece that is pinned, as is the case now, all you want to do is apply more pressure against the pinned piece. And E4, prepping E5 is the way to go. That would be my absolutely first instinct.
So after E4, you probably have to take the queen away from that diagonal with something like Queen C7. Is that it?
But Queen C7, bishop.
Allowing bishop takes F6.
It looks scary, especially after bishop takes, pawn takes, and I think I do go E5 here.
With or without queen d2?
With or without queen d2, I'm not really sure.
Because
if I
queen
throw it
d2
in.
is always a nice tempo, but I like it without because maybe
queen
g4.
Yeah.
Especially if you take. Anna is really putting herself in
E4
under
played.
incredible pressure here with the black
4
pieces.
minutes. Crazy.
And it's also this seizing the defensive, right? Like, come and attack me. I believe in my defensive
But that's how she
powers.
plays. That's how she plays this lines with black, right? That she's very. She believes
Provocative?
in her defensive capacity. She's very provocative when she plays chess. I mean, look at her repertoire: French defense, Petrov defense, accepts the gambit and the Catalan. That's how she plays chess.
Yeah, very forceful. What do you have for us, Chris?
Let's get back to the Ray Robson versus Sam
Please.
Shankland game because I see Ray Robson with less than 3 minutes on the clock.
What?
Less than 3?
2 minutes and 59 seconds.
That's
if I'm
even
not
less time
mistaken.
than Anna.
Wow.
Wow.
And his
That's-
opponent with 9 minutes and 46
That's
seconds.
so crazy.
That is crazy.
And the last few moves are a bit passive. He went with the rook from h4 to e4 and then back to e2, allowing black to gain this momentum in the center with f4 and potentially f5 and potentially e4, which comes on the board.
Absolutely. Well, whenever you have a trump like a majority, you want to use it. And f5, e4, and once again, just boldly pointing out the obvious, white's majority on the queen side is going nowhere.
So I think that we give up on this plan, right? We go bishop c4 and maybe f3.
Bishop b5 was played.
Or bishop somewhere and f3, I think.
To break up the...
break up the structure, right?
The nice team.
And we already have 2 rooks on the e file. I think that Ray is pretty much telegraphing this idea of playing f3 on the next move.
Okay, I'm just wondering...
but what
do you want to go
d8?
Yeah, do you want to go to d7?
D7. I was thinking, actually, do you go a6, bishop d7?
I wanted to ask the question as well. Like, okay, put the question to the bishop, a6. Are you going to go to d7?
The thing is, the bishop on e6 is very pretty, but I don't think it does anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We just play around.
Around
and
the
so
bishop,
very
right.
quickly came bishop a4 as Ray does need to catch up on time. He's really spotted a lot now on the clock. Now, what you're saying is that White's intention is very clear. He wants to play the move f2, f3 in order to open up the e-file. I don't like being, I hate being in pins. What can Sam do to get out of this pin? Let's say b5 and rook e8. Do you still want to play f3? I'm thinking that
yes.
king f7, knight h5 is on my agenda.
I guess I'll play f3, right?
Okay, so this is the question. Now your structure, do you recapture?
Yeah, I recapture.
I think so. Your structure is a little bit confounded.
But at least I'm not facing these pawns just barreling down the board, right?
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. This 2 bishops doesn't feel like that big an edge.
No.
It doesn't feel like the 2 bishops are flexing themselves.
The thing is, like, if I'm not better, maybe at some point I just take on g7, right?
Yes.
I think at some point we need to
You do.
really consider this.
You do
yeah.
have the parachute. The ripcord is
Yeah.
bishop takes g7. Even there,
I'm not convinced it's that easy.
No. I think you have to do it very carefully because if you take it immediately and you don't get f3 in, or for some reason you play f3 when e3 is available,
right?
You might never get that break in.
Then it's brutal.
Yeah, then it's brutal.
Yeah. Okay, so we feel that Sam is doing good. Anna played e5. What? E4?
E5's a great
E5?
move. I'm surprised she found this. This was
Wow.
This is some kind of prep.
Queen c2, queen
Queen
c7
c2,
though?
Queen c7.
Wait, queen c7?
What?
What? Can I take on f6?
Yes.
Yes. And then d5. Yes.
I can also take on e5. That's the only... Wait, what happens if I take with the pawn on e5? Where does your knight go?
Probably back to d7.
But d7, bishop e7.
Correct.
problem.
I think I have to go to g4 in
Yeah.
this case because I don't want to see that bishop on my doorstep. Bishop e7, bishop d6.
But also knight g4 might be pretty good. She does
The
take on f6.
bishop takes f6. I mean, how can you not want to capture?
Yeah, that's true, right?
This and just destroy the pawn shield.
And she goes d5. She will... Oh my god, but she's going to go knight h4, f4.
Exactly.
Oh, that's...
Knight h4, followed by f2, f4, and Black's king is crying.
Black doesn't have a plan right now.
Even if you get your knight to b3, again, it's like the bishop on e6. Very pretty.
Very pretty.
But what do you do there?
You don't have a continuation. Knight b3 not going anywhere.
Exactly.
b5, okay, that's a good move. Trying to reroute that knight potentially to d6.
I like that. And then knight h4, boom. I like this.
Knight b7, yes.
And f4, right? Move. You go f4 before the knight can reroute.
Knight b7 on the board. Kudos to Anna realizing that the knight on b3 may look good.
Queen e2.
That queen is coming to h5.
I can get behind that move too, yeah.
I understood it as a way of maybe playing for the light squares.
Or playing for both. Play queen h5 and then play bishop
In any
f3.
case, knight d6 was on Anna's mind, and she's done it. And queen h5.
King to h7. Okay,
King
now
h7,
g7. I wonder why not g7.
Okay, now it's f4. Now, if you're going to put the queen on h5 in order to attack the pawn on e5, follow it up. f4.
Gotta be f4. There you go. Boom. Now you gotta defend the pawn on e5, so I expect queen e7.
Exactly.
I don't think I have too many moves here.
These
almost an automatic because you also have
quickly.
to not only the pawn on e5 but also the square f6 because once we exchange on e5, that rook is coming to f6.
And I think that's why you play rook f2 here with white, right? Rook f2, rook f1.
Sir, please. Look at Fabi's games.
Rook a2. Do not be a noob. Do not be a noob. Do not play the wrong rook to f2.
Rook a2, sir.
What a wild game.
Crazy stuff.
Crazy
Love
stuff.
it. Love it. Love it.
And at some point, Black has to find some sort of counter chances.
Do we have queen e7?
But
queen e7 is on the board.
on the board. But you can see her counter chances, right? She's going a5, b4. That's a lot of pawns. That is a lot of pawns.
I mean, it's slow, but it is getting there. a5, b4.
So let's go through the motions. Rook to a2, a5.
Rook to a2, a5.
So insistence on rook a2. She'll play rook f2.
Rook f2.
Rook f2. Now
it's a question because this pawn take seems like a very serious threat.
But you could
take with the queen, yes.
Take with the queen.
Let's see who's faster.
Yeah.
b4.
b4.
Now, I feel like...
But how does it work? Takes and I go rook f5?
Oh, she played rook f2, not rook a2. Come on.
I'll have to talk with her later.
No style points. Queen e7. Rook f2. Okay. Rook f2.
Well, a5 is one way, and it makes a lot of sense to do that. But rook g8 is another idea.
That was also a concern, absolutely, right? Rook g8, bishop g4.
And rook g8 will have to go back, probably with the queen, because it is getting trapped.
And by the way, just an update in the other game, Sam Shankland is actually in big trouble right
We
now.
gotta go there. We gotta go there, guys.
What?
Show me the board. Show me the board.
Rook takes c7.
Whoa, what's going on here?
And d6 coming with check, take on c7. This is completely devastating.
Let's have the 2D board so we can catch up.
C7.
We have it on. We have it good. Rook takes c7.
Look at that as a visual.
The bishops.
The bishops.
They always manage.
He didn't put his rook on e8 to challenge the file.
How did this rook get to b8?
He played it voluntarily. Remember, we left it at this point, b5, rook f8. He got out of the pin.
Good for him.
I was expecting rook to come to e8, but after f3 takes...
Oh, rook e7, and then rook c... That's beautiful.
Ooh.
That is beautiful chess by Ray Robson.
Sam has missed rook takes... I think he
missed
saw
rook
rook e7.
Yeah.
Well, he may have seen rook e7 and then said, okay, but that does nothing. I'm going to go anyway with my knight. But rook c7 clears the cobwebs.
So just to explain it to our viewers, if you do take, then I go
rook
check.
A discover check by the bishop on b3.
Oh, that's
the
such
king
a
has to
sad
move.
situation.
And I think I take, right?
I
take on c7.
And then after, for example, move like rook to c8.
Rook e7.
Let's go in.
Rook e7 is
e7.
paralyzing, right? How do you win, though? I still have rook a7.
Rook a7, bishop e3.
Oh, bishop e3 is mate.
Isn't that the mate?
That is mate.
The mate is coming.
The mate is coming for, wow.
Just a second. Let me show Alejandro what he might have missed. Bishop e3, Alejandro. Now it's your turn.
Good luck.
And good luck.
So, we have, and by the way, Anna Zatonskih has 13 seconds. But let's not switch around. Let's stay on this one. This is a huge game. Rook takes c7 still on the board.
a5.
Sam's realizing how much trouble he is in right now.
Well, he's desperately trying to do something to throw Ray off. He's played the move A5, hoping that A4 will trap Ray's bishop. A2, A3 kind of is like a knee-jerk move, but Ray thinks, I've got something even better, and has played, I believe, Rook C6. Is that on the board?
I believe he has played Rook C6,
yes. So Ray says, okay, you can go A4, but I'm going to take your bishop, and I'm going to take your pawn, and at the end of the day, I'm going to have a 4 versus 1 majority in the center/queen side. Was that the right decision? A3 looked pretty convincing too.
I like this though.
I
like this. Pretty good.
Rook C6. You wouldn't have gone with A3 here. Huh?
I like when my rook's no longer hanging.
I understand. I understand. But there was still no threat to capture it after A3. We would have just gone in that same variation. Rook C6 on the board now. Besides A4, I don't like moving this bishop and allowing D6 with check.
Well, you could try to go rook to D8, right?
Rook to D8, maybe.
Which
bishop,
I think was played.
Bishop G5 is, yes.
Or rook to E6, that's another
Or rook to E6, too, really.
You played your move, though, A3.
A3. It's funny, if he had played A3, rook D8, rook C6 would have transposed. What a very strange way of transposing.
But this does look very dangerous for the black side. I mean, bishop G5 is coming.
Bishop G5.
That's it's going to be a very big threat. So rook E6 is also a huge threat.
I'm thinking I want to unleash, this bishop
right?
by playing rook to E6 and D6, and then I'll be threatening all kinds of checkmates. I'm supposing that Sam is hoping that bishop F4 will somehow keep him in the game, but this is not pretty.
So what does he play? He played F takes G2. Quickly king takes G2. I don't know if I would have taken that pawn, honestly.
He took on G2?
That's what I thought I saw a flick of the wrist and the pawn disappeared.
There's no pawn on G2,
So-
and there's a king on G2.
And I think he took the pawn.
You're sharp today, Yasser.
Thank you very much.
And
by the
Anna's
way,
game,
Anna
she
games-
flagged!
No.
Oh.
Let me just quickly.
She flagged in a losing position. She did flag, but in a losing position.
Right.
All right.
Fair result there.
Okay, let's jump back in that case to the Ray Robson game. We do have F3 takes G2. King takes G2. Wow, I would have at least given bishop
rook E6, I
G5
thought,
and rook
yeah.
E6 some consideration.
But I mean, Ray has 22 seconds. Maybe not the time to make any
Right.
considerations. You make a move.
Right. And at this point,
Sam is down to 2 minutes.
2 minutes for Sam.
So imagine Sam does play the move bishop F4 right now. He's trapping this bishop and basically forcing its trade. So bishop, you can go D6 check.
Yes.
King H8.
Only move.
I'm assuming the bishop will trade itself.
Yeah, but that looks very dangerous also for black, right?
Oh,
And rook D7 played.
Rook David 7.
Yes.
You're waiting for rook to E6 to.
But what do you do against rook E6?
King to F3 was played. Controlling that
Controls.
F4 square.
It controls a knight.
I like it.
I like this move.
I love this move.
I love this move.
And in
King
fact,
F3 is
I
really
love it
good.
so
Yeah, yeah.
much. That was probably why I didn't want to see it being played.
Knight F6
on the board.
If rook E6, you have knight E8, I assume.
Or knight E4. A little bit more active, yeah.
You're thinking too passive there.
I know, no. I mean, it was strange because it was the game of Begum against Irina Krush that was like bishop D5 versus bishop E8. Like, I went passive. I don't know why. 3 seconds. Rook E6, knight E4 on the board.
Yeah, and then he played H4.
Oops.
I thought he's going to go for bishop F4, try to exchange the bishops, but it seems like H4 was his
Well,
choice.
H4.
I like it.
It moves the pawn off pre, right?
Of course, to begin with, but I also like it just from the positional point of view of restraining the majority that black has on the king side. Maybe on a good day, I look to use my more active king.
But somehow it does feel like Sam is getting more chances than he deserves.
More than we expected him
More
to
than we
have.
expected, yeah.
I thought he would be dead
Well, he
by
has,
this point.
I mean, the main chance he has is that his opponent has 8 seconds.
That's a big chance.
That's a big chance. It doesn't matter what your position is.
He's also down to his last 40 seconds, though.
Ooh, Sam is? Ooh. Really?
30 seconds, actually.
And those seconds...
See, and the difference is Ray
burn.
lives and thrives in this situation, but
Right.
Sam is not so used to it. Yeah,
Exactly.
Excuse me, King H8?
That
What
I would
a
have
move.
never thought of that
He's
move.
trying to get off this light square diagonal. He thinks that he can't keep the blockade. He can't maintain the blockade. That was why he moved his king.
All right,
He's
all right.
anticipating d5, d6, and hoping that his king will not get blasted.
And bishop e3 on the board.
Bishop d4 might be a threat. b4.
b4.
But takes an A4 though.
Never anticipated that one.
But because it gives white a pass pawn,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
That's being excessively helpful.
But my bishop is coming after the b2 pawn, so you have to be careful.
You can enjoy that pawn. I'm going to go a5.
I cannot take that.
You can enjoy it.
He's going? No, he's not going for it.
All right,
Rook
taking
to
on b4
b6.
first.
Yeah.
I actually don't see the problem with a5. a5, a6, and okay, b2, very nice.
Right, and a5, a6, a7.
7, yeah.
Let's put that pawn where it belongs. Oh, by the way, Ray went after the b pawn. Okay.
I mean, I'm not against it. I just don't know what this b pawn was ever going to do. Very solidly blockaded there.
Yes.
Do I have
So
a
knight to d2 to eliminate at least one bishop is on the board right now.
No.
He
He's
decides
like king
against
G7.
it.
And kind of inviting h5, by the way.
King e2. He doesn't want to see the move knight d2, eliminating the bishop. So I can totally understand the move king e2.
Okay.
Same amount. Sam is below Ray on
for the
time.
first time
For the
in
first
the
time.
game.
8 seconds. 11
And look
now.
at this.
Check.
Check.
All right. Rook a6, I think.
Wow, rook c6.
Yeah, rook a6.
Oh boy, you're right.
Yeah. Sometimes I am.
Rook to b8, I like this move.
Counterattacking
that's
that
such a
bishop.
beautiful
Yeah,
move.
looking for that activity.
What do you do now?
why-
I give a
that's-
check. Give a spike check. That way you gain time.
Bishop to c4, rook to b4. But then bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Oh my goodness, down to his last 5 seconds, Ray.
Check, king g7.
We've got...
Why not king h5?
No. Because it's scary, that's why.
Yeah, it's very scary, but maybe
Rook takes
king
a4.
h5.
Wait, what's going on here? Can I take on d5?
You can take on a4.
A4, D5, everything hacking. It's all about the clock with 2 seconds.
It's just such a
Sam
mess.
feels like he's taking over right now.
Well, there's a lot of pins in the position. Bishops
Where's the rook
are still
going?
Bishops. Bishop b5 is a threat. Remember the bishop b5?
Bishop c3 is a big move right now.
Oh, is it?
Bishop C3.
Bishop c3.
I
Getting
love
away
that
from
move.
that pin.
Any kind of trades and clarifying the position.
Check, king f3. And Ruiyang, we're being told, won with the white pieces there against Katerina himself. We'll take a look at that game.
Wait a minute, bishop to c4.
That's a check.
You're going to lose a piece
bishop,
right now.
But
D2, D6 is
d6
dropping.
is dropping.
Rook to e7.
Whoa, what? What if I take on king f7?
No, you can't.
there's a bishop on
bishop on
c4.
c4. This is winning.
Oh my
Right now.
gosh, rook E7.
Oh, rook e7. What? Oh, it resigns.
what a
Whoa,
move.
rook e7.
It was... Ray is used to the time trouble.
He's just
and
thrives.
Sam is not.
Something about a Dark Knight quote insert.
When Ray went ahead on the clock,
That was
I
it.
thought that was more or less, but it wasn't the position. The position was actually quite okay, I believe.
I believe
for
it's
black.
that. Take a look at Yasser's board right now.
Yeah, this
is
was
the
crazy,
final craziness
and
that
we
we
got
had
here, and we thought D5 is hanging. Like, let's start with that, right? D5 is
I thought
hanging.
D5 was hanging,
A4 is hanging. He took the pawn on A4, and after D6, King F7, right here, I was expecting this move, Bishop to C3.
Trying to trade some stuff off, yeah.
And still, you know, okay, the game is going to be decided by the clock, but I think that would have been
safer, much safer
for Sam Shankland. Sam went for check, and he ended up overlooking this great shot.
Wow, what a difference. Wait, did he have a saving move instead of King G7?
King F8 was saving the game.
Exactly.
Oh.
Because now if he tried to go rook to A8, I can
have bishop
cover
D8
with
or
either
rook
rook D8
D8.
or bishop to D8.
Right.
Oh. That's heartbreaking.
It sure is.
One move to make a fool of all of us in time pressure, and King G7, a huge blunder.
Exactly.
Incredible.
A huge blunder.
And, well, let's take a look at how Anna lost her game. Actually, it was a mess. Her last move is a blunder. She's actually winning in this position.
So the magic
the
of
move,
replay,
Queen G5 here.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Queen
9.
G5 in this position wins. But she sits there, and the clock ticks and ticks and ticks and ticks. It's a very complex position. You see the rook on e6 is forking her queen, and the rook on d6, sorry, the knight on d6.
3 seconds.
3 seconds. Oh my god, but play! I know it's a replay, I'm getting stressed.
And there goes the clock.
Flag
there
before
goes
she
the
finishes.
flag.
To be fair, fe6 is a completely losing move because fe6 check picks up the queen.
Exactly.
But what a topsy-turvy game. Crazy. And
wow.
We can have that in the Yasser board.
So this is the point. She's got 10 seconds on a clock.
Right.
I agree. Chaos on the board. Everything can go wrong. But when you see the move Queen G5, first of all, you get your queen out of attack. Second of all, you're setting up your own ideas of queen takes f4. Hello. Thank you. Anything can happen. It's a 3-result game. As you said, after burning her entire clock, in fact, losing on time, she did take, and as you were mentioning, Alejandro, the very final position, White would be winning after
completely winning because you take on f6, you take on c3, you take on a1,
and it's discovered against the king.
Yeah.
So time trouble deciding
makes
these
a fool
playoffs
of all of us.
How did the other game finish, Cristian? If you can show us the end of Katerina Nemcova.
Absolutely, and I just want to point this moment out. After rook to e5, we were mentioning bishop to c3.
Yeah.
This indeed would have saved black because it simplifies the position.
Exactly.
It just forces simplification. I'm pretty sure Sam saw this because I saw him reaching for the bishop and then in the last moment deciding to go for rook a2. Also another important moment after bishop to e3. King h5 would have actually given the advantage to Sam. A slight edge, nevertheless, with this king coming down the board, eating this pawn on h4 later on in the game. 3 connected passers. Well, this could spell trouble for White. Let's see what happened in the game between Ruiyang and Nemcova, because we thought that Nemcova was
great.
Yeah. Yes, she was having a great position.
Queen G7.
By the way, knight to f4, d4.
Bishop f4,
h5, huge mistake. Bishop takes f4. Bishop takes a4, huge mistake. h4 was the right move. And this is a very typical idea because you want to force this knight to move out of f4. Right. And the only way to do that is via g3. Now, the problem with g3 first is that you're losing a pawn, right? So how can you improve on that? Well, you first start with h4 and then you go g3, open up this diagonal. You cannot venture with your knight as black on h3. You're going to lose that knight. You have to go backwards. This actually, the engine gives completely decisive advantage for White. So let's see what happened. Bishop takes f4, big mistake. And then it seemed like Nemcova was building her advantage the right way. Bishop to h6, this is the move that you guys mentioned, followed by queen to g7. Instead of that, look what she played. a5, good move, still good move. Bishop to d3, bishop to d7 makes a lot of sense. b3, knight to c8.
What?
It doesn't feel like this is the right direction.
Where's she going?
Well, I don't think she's going with the knight anywhere. I think she wanted to make some space for her queen to go back. But instead of that, she should have went back to g7 with the queen.
Available.
And the knight already is on e7 supports the move f5, so it's perfectly placed. Let's see what happened. Knight to b6. What are you attacking? What are you doing here? Absolutely
She's
nothing.
trying to put her knight on c5.
On d7? Really?
Yeah.
And then on c5?
That took a while. That took a while.
As they're about to start, we'll just take a look at the results once more.
Yeah,
Ray
Robson beat Shankland in a crazy game. Time complications. Robson just tricked Shankland with this move, rook e7. Winning a draw, Robson moves on, and Shankland, well, will be eliminated.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, again, a crazy game that was decided in time pressure. Tsolakidou won against Anna Zatonskih. Same thing for Anna. She is in a must-win situation, or she goes home. And in the other game, it's Katerina Nemcova. She is yet again with her back against the wall. Right. Yet again, she needs to win to remain in the tournament. As we are about, well, we got started here, and Sam
underway.
Sam taking a page of Levon's book, say, oh, the English worked last time. Well, let's try this time.
Right, e5, c6, this has become a popular choice. Oh, whoa, e4, d5.
Yeah.
And look at it, these two players
These
are
are
playing
new
the
trends
latest
right
and
now.
greatest.
It's the latest trend of this line, to play d5.
Wow. Wow.
Knight h3, although this is well known. It's a little bit of an awkward development of the knight, but you understand that long term you want to corral this e4 pawn or force black to give up his bishop.
Exactly.
Takes on d5, knight f4 is known.
Once again, Sam
It's
showing
like
his
your
preparation.
students are forcing you to be up to date in the latest theory. Hey, coach, look at this. I saw this.
They show me such nonsense sometimes that I like actively try to forget it.
Oh, the problems of being a chess coach by Alejandro. You could write a whole book.
Oh my God, you have no idea.
Why you should not become a university coach.
Well said. All right.
Bestseller. Knight f4. Basically, Sam says, hey, wait a minute. If it's my turn, I'm going to play knight takes d5, and it's going to be game over because I'll have complete domination. Ray went into a tank after this expected knight f4.
This seems to be how the match goes, right? Sam always seems to one-up Ray when it comes to opening preparation.
And then
they fight.
Wow.
So what
I'm
if
a little
you,
bit surprised
get
that
the
Ray's in
second
the
pawn?
tank.
What if you get the second pawn on c4?
If we captured, I'm afraid.
I think it's knight d5.
Knight to d5, bishop takes d2,
bishop
forced,
takes, you
everything is
take,
forced.
knight takes.
Queen e5.
And then it's queen e5.
With or without,
I think you
with
take
or
first.
with the trade.
I think you take first.
It doesn't matter. Let's take first. Sure.
And it's 2 pawns for the moment, but okay.
And then I don't remember.
So let's win back one of them.
I don't remember at all.
Rook to c1. Okay, so what if I stop you from getting that pawn? b5. I'm going to be greedy on this one.
I like it. I like the greed factor. b5.
Bishop g2 maybe at some point.
Bishop g2, bishop b7.
b7. I'm actually not so sure about rook c1.
Exactly. Yeah. I will.
Maybe queen to f4. Is that an idea at all?
I mean, it would be if you don't blunder your knight on d5.
Ah, right. Bishop to g2 immediately, yeah?
Yeah, which is maybe why there was some consideration for long castle, but let's not go there.
Wow.
It's not that bad of a move, right? It's not a bad move, right? Long castle?
It's been a long day. Okay, bishop g2. What are you doing? Castles. 2 pawns, but clear compensation.
Knight to
yes.
a6 or knight to c6. Let's go knight to c6.
Just put the knight on a decent square.
I don't know.
You still have to win the pawns
That's
back.
2 pawns. I like the pawns.
You guys are so greedy.
You said, I admire you regardless of what everybody else says, Christian.
b5.
Yeah, I'm checking with the engine. It is long castle.
b5, a4. Knight.
I'll take that as well.
Knight to d4.
Maybe knight to d4, yeah. I mean, it's starting to look quite good for
Wow.
Also, but what choice does he have? If you don't take on c4, what do you do?
Well, he's going to think until he has like 3 minutes on the clock. And then,
And then he's going to take
on
it.
c4.
But indeed, if you don't take, knight takes d5. I mean, if you play a move like castles, this is just positional overkill. In my view, I just think that black cannot play like this.
Yeah.
This is just dead.
He took
dead.
it.
Yeah, he took.
He took on c4.
And this is just so good for white. He puts his bishop on g2. Everything. It's
Interesting,
terrible.
Sam. Trying to remember his line. Plays knight d5. It probably doesn't really matter which knight. I think you have to take.
So he, after
Yeah.
a spell, a think, he did capture knight to d5, and again, in this case, probably more precise than my poor choice of knight c3 to d5. I am threatening to capture this bishop,
And
so
then
therefore knight
Bishop
takes.
takes d2 is absolutely
Knight
forced here.
takes, and you said castles, and I think Sam is about to agree with you.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, bishop takes d2 is not on
Oops,
the board yet.
excuse me.
Now it is.
No, but it has to be, right?
Queen
Yes.
e5 has to be played. You don't want to put the queen on c5, right?
That's.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
Queen g5.
That might be a problem.
Queen g5.
There a queen a5
Maybe,
check.
yeah.
I don't know. There might be some issues with queen g5. By the way, I just heard that
We have
Katja.
We have Christian on the case. He'll show us in a second.
Take it away, Cristian.
Katerina Nemcova is just destroying her opponent right now.
We just started the game.
Yeah, we just started it.
She hasn't thought for a second. She opened up that e-file, and right now, after queen to d7, knight coming on in the center on e5, attacking the queen, not allowing black to finish his development. This one is game over. The engine is saying +6 right now.
Wow. It's like heavyweight sluggers just landing these haymakers against one another.
And that means we're going to have at least one Armageddon, guys.
Well, let her, don't jinx her. Yeah, let her finish the game first.
She has to finish the job. That's
true.
But
Why is it so decisive?
Let's take a look at Cristian's board there.
Yeah, Cristian, if you just, why is it
Well, I'm just simply going to
it's white to move.
It's white to move, of course. Yes, no. Black's last move was queen to d7. Now knight to e5 makes a lot of sense. You go queen to d6.
Yeah,
now I can just simply continue bringing more pieces into the attack. Queen to h5. This is all she wrote. You can try to go g6, but queen to h6, you can never take this knight on e5 because bishop d4 is coming, or bishop to g5. The game is over. The game is over. She's thinking right now, if she finds knight e5 followed by queen to h5, this is going to be 1-1, and we're going to see at least one Armageddon.
That's crazy.
Knight e5 just as a move that plays itself. You attack with a gain of tempo against the queen on d7. It's too easy. Queen e5, you were mentioning castles in the Ray Robson game.
I was mentioning, but we never got to see it because Ray went for a much more passive approach, putting the queen back on d8, gifting this pawn on e4 almost for free. And yeah, queen d8, he went bishop g2.
Okay.
Short castle.
Saying, if you like my pawn, you can have it.
And Sam said, well, that's a nice pawn.
It is.
That's one back.
That's one back. And if you pick up c4 somehow.
Well, d6 was played, and how about we try to go for the other one, rook to c1?
I don't know if I would go immediately, because sometimes I'm worried about bishop h3. Granted,
just take it.
Granted, you have knight f4, right?
No, I have rook takes c4 and bishop takes h7.
What a mean guy.
What's better than being 2 pawns down? One pawn up.
Yeah.
So just for everybody, rook c1, Cristian found a really nice idea. You were about to say that you don't like the fact that your king might get caught in the middle of the board there, Alejandro, but Cristian, pardon me, not son, Cristian said that check, eliminate the bishop, and suddenly, instead of being 2 pawns down, white finds himself on material advantage.
And d6, rook c1 already played. Can't really defend this pawn, right?
No. By the way, if you do see rook c4, that's like a fistful of pieces on these great squares. Rook c4, knight d5, bishop e4. I don't imagine that Sam could ever want such an advantage out of an opening.
Oh, this looks great.
Oh, my goodness.
Are we going to see another Armageddon?
Hell yeah.
I actually predicted this match to go to Armageddon. The only way it can is if Sam comes back in a must-win game.
But he has the tools for it. He is up so much time on the clock. I know we sound like a broken record here.
Yeah, right.
But Sam is up so much time on the clock against Ray. They're already there. You can see the 4-minute difference.
Wow.
But this time, the position is playing itself.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not just
natural moves.
Natural moves. Sometimes we see these complex positions where, yeah, it's important to have the time advantage. But here, I don't know how black plays without dropping d6.
Right.
Whereas white, well, take on c4, castle, rook d1.
Right. Those moves are automatic. Maybe with an e2, e3 when you need it. And the bishop might even just drop back to g2 because, well, I don't know if it needs to hang out on the e4 square. But you're right. I mean, white's play is just so easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
And Ray's just burning time.
Well, his position is terrible right now. Almost hopeless, to be honest, because you don't have where to place your pieces. You would love to go at least something like knight c6 followed by queen to a5, but you cannot do that because I'm going to exchange and then invade on the c file. It doesn't seem like you have a clear plan right now, and if you just wait, as you guys were mentioning, I'm going to go take c4, castle, rook to d1.
You know the sad part about that line that Cristian gave? I can even go rook c4, queen a5, knight e7 check. Hello.
Rook c4.
Queen A5 he wanted to play, knight E7.
With a knight on C6.
Right, and there we go. Rook takes C4, restoring material equality is Sam, and this massively ugly weakness on D6. By the way, Anna Zatonskih in a must-win situation herself.
How is she doing?
Very well. I mean, this is a position that she should feel very good as white. She's got an imbalance that's favoring herself as she's about to play the move Rook D1, I believe.
I like how Black's... I mean, this is more or less what I expected would happen, but I do not know why there's a pawn on F5. I mean, I looked at this position with the pawn on F7.
It's kind of much better, right? D takes C5. If you recapture with the knight, then B2, B4 chases the knight back.
So you have to take with the pawn.
And now this may not be a really fearsome threat.
But
nonetheless,
right? It is a pawn.
So we would imagine that takes. And again, this is a kind of imbalance that Anna is looking to exploit.
Yeah,
she's got the open file.
She's ignored it, and I think...
What did she?
She played Rook
D1 without.
Without. And instantly Sevirla playing knight E5. And actually, I'm warming up to Black's position because I think Bishop B7 is coming against most moves, right?
Mm-hmm. So it does feel like you have to probably take that pawn on B5, maybe follow it up with
I think it was
D6.
taken.
Is that an idea?
Sorry?
Let's try Rook to D6 now.
I'm just a little worried about knight C4.
I'm not so worried about that.
Okay, so Rook D6, you say?
And if Bishop B7, I'm asking the question.
Please.
Bishop B7?
Good question.
Thank you.
It's a good question.
I mean, they're very nice rooks, but this is a very, very difficult diagonal to defend.
It is, and I don't have time to take on B5. That's a problem. So if I start with Queen B3, you're just going to clog that diagonal with Knight C4, aren't you?
I'm going to play C4.
Yes. Wait, so let's go Queen to B3.
Queen B3, C4.
C4.
Really?
I don't know about Queen B3.
Queen B3, C4.
Yeah, this one is looking good for Black.
Right?
Why? Just a second, you are attacking this guy.
Maybe Knight D3 now?
Knight
D3, Rook D7.
Guys, Bishop D5, no?
What? Knight takes D5?
Oh, Knight takes D5 is a tempo. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
No, it's not over. I mean,
Knight takes D5, Queen takes D6. The game goes on.
And,
what a mess.
We've seen chaos. These ladies are bringing the heat. I mean, what's going on?
They have not played one normal game.
I mean,
every game, there's like tactics everywhere.
Wow.
Pieces are hanging, kings are exposed. A4. What a concept.
Of course, the natural. What?
It makes some sense because you want to give
B5
your
for the
knight
an
outpost on B5.
That makes sense,
Anna has captured, and played A4. And what you were saying is if you play B4, then the knight goes to B5. I like it.
I could ignore it. I could play Bishop B7.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that this knight on E5, and most especially if those light square bishops get traded, this knight on E5 is terrifying, frankly. So A4, we're expecting Bishop B7.
Time situation is relatively close. 4 minutes for Anna and just below 6 minutes for Sevirla. Okay, not that close.
Nemcova burning her time right now. She's down to her last 4 minutes, up from 10 minutes. And the position still completely winning, but she needs to find.
Did she find knight E5? She did.
Not in the first place. She played Queen C2 first.
Oh, well, that's a strange move.
She missed a bit, but she's still completely winning.
It's still very, very powerful for her, right? She could play Bishop F4.
That's a very good move.
And, yeah. Bishop F4 with the threat of Knight G6, which would be devastating. So Bishop F4, Queen F6.
But why is she thinking for so long? Now she's down to her last 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Wow. And burning 2 minutes on this particular move.
She doesn't need to. This is just
a play. She needs to let her hand make the moves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just believe in yourself.
Believe in your moves. Believe in your hand.
Position.
Believe in your instinct. You're a good player.
Exactly.
Make the moves. Right.
She's an Olympic champion.
Down to his last 1 minute and 45 seconds, and she played
She does
Bishop
it finally.
F4.
Yeah. Bishop F4.
Ray Robson.
I'm picking up some self-doubt here.
Yeah.
That's going on. Back over to Ray. and we have this pawn on d6 is being mercilessly attacked. But wait a minute.
But why, how did he get the bishop?
How did well, Ray attacked it, and Sam said, "Go ahead, take it. I don't care."
Interesting. I don't think I would have given up the bishop.
I'm pretty sure I would not have. But on the other hand, winning the pawn on d6 is on Ray's agenda.
On Sam's agenda?
Pardon me. On Sam's agenda, and rook takes d6 seems like one of those things that becomes.
I mean, it will happen. It will happen, whether it's the next move in 10 moves in 20, it will happen at some point.
Exactly.
So the problem is if you go rook to c8 to try to stop me from taking on d6, I can still take on d6.
And I don't even know if I would. Because if you take, and go king f8, how sure are we about this?
With material so limited, never sure.
I'll take it.
But you take it, right?
I mean, it's a practical chance. F3,
right?
king f2.
E4, king. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You take it, right?
The rook on d3 defending knight on c3 is very important.
I mean, it's tough that it's a must-win situation.
but you have to take that. And he's actually played the move queen a5. I like that even better.
After b3?
After b3, he played queen a5, not rook fc8.
I see.
A much more clever move, and immediately attacks the knight, forces it to move, and there are no tricks like rook fc8, rook takes d6.
Exactly.
So the knight actually does have to move. Where's the knight go? Actually, did he have to play b3?
I'm beginning to have my doubts about b3 as well. I mean, the knight on c3 was nicely protected. It was like, hey, guy, 6 minutes?
49 seconds for Ray. Wow.
And he went for knight d5, which is a very clever move in my opinion. Queen takes d2 and maybe knight to e7 first.
Maybe knight e7 first, right?
Because you don't want to get in the major rook ending.
Even
after
though,
queen d2
and there we go, knight e7 check, king h8. You probably take with the 4th rook so that you never get checked. Well, never mind.
You were so close on it. Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Pardon me, knight e7
right.
check. King had to go to
H8.
h8. By the way, putting the king in the corner, there's something nice about just like forcing your opponent's king
down to his last
away from the
25
center.
seconds, Ray.
Because it's about rook c1 check or rook c7.
Ray, make a move. You got 20 seconds.
Rook
Thank you.
c7, knight d5. Now I'm going to pick up that pawn on d6.
Yeah, it's coming. And that's a really nice interposition of moves. Not only did you force the rook off the 6th rank to unprotect the pawn on d6, you also forced the king to a slightly worse position on h8. Super move, this knight e7.
8 seconds for Ray.
He
Rook
plays
to
so
c6.
calmly.
And now I can go knight to f4.
You said the slightly worse. I would have said much worse.
Yeah.
It just so happens that when you put your king on h8, you'll be surprised how many grandmasters are like always want to bring your king. You know, they're all about g5 and king g7 and getting the king back into civilization. Knight
rook to d8.
Rook
and
d8.
we're probably going to see something along the lines of e4.
E4, yeah.
E4 makes
there, cementing.
Perfect sense.
And e5 is a threat, I believe.
Massive threat.
That's why g5's played.
Exactly.
I like this move by Ray.
But by the way, Ray, you know, he's fighting for his life, but he's playing these moves really well. When he's forced to play, he plays great. You know, you're just wondering to yourself, why do you take so long?
I mean, there's a reason this guy's so good at bullet, right?
Knight back to d3, king g7 instantly, by the way, and Ray's defending magnificently
if you allow that
well.
king to go to e7 and defend the pawn on d6, then you're going to have some difficulties snacking
winning
on that pawn.
Yeah, we got to make choices here as white.
Exactly.
You could play it slow, something like f3, king f2.
I like f3, king f2, but at the same point, just what Cristian is saying, you put
F4.
black king on e7,
How do you break through, right?
how are you going to break
Right.
through? One day you're going to need to play f4, and, well, Sam said, let's do it, before the king gets to e7.
King to f8.
King f8.
Takes.
I'm not sure about this move, king to f8.
I think it's time for f5.
I was about to
Right,
say,
and
is
that
the
bishop is going to
h7
drop back to c8.
And f5 played, bishop all the way back to c8.
Now knight to be pirouette the knight to the
Do you
d5
pirouette
square?
it to d5 or to c4? Because I could play knight e5 also, right?
Also,
Yeah.
I like knight e5 very much. I'm also pawn grubber, right?
Oh,
So-
now I definitely play knight e5. I think this is a mistake. I think a5 is I think he blundered knight e5. Knight e5 looks huge
Knight
here.
e5 followed by
The
knight
c4. That picks up something, right? Must pick up something.
Well, knight e5, you're going to have to go to a6. Rook to a6 to defend preemptively that pawn on a5.
But then I go knight c4, you go king e7, I go a4. Next move, I go rook d5.
Stop it. Oh, that's just such a great
beautiful,
grip.
right? Yeah, it's just gorgeous.
Oh, my goodness. So we're looking at knight e5 right here, right now, taking advantage of the pin along the d file. Knight e5 attacks
He
the
has
rook.
to go
The
for
rook
it.
goes to a6.
He has to go knight
Knight
f4.
f4. He's maybe slipped.
Missing a bit. Knight e5, I think he was worried about rook to c5.
By the way, we're not using an engine, guys, so it might be that knight f4 is a better move. We actually don't know. But it looked to us that knight e5 was really crunching.
Knight e5, rook c5, knight c4 was what we were all about.
Yeah.
We wanted to focus on this d6 pawn.
I like this move b5 by black, getting ready to take that bishop to b7 on the long diagonal.
But wait a minute. Hold on. I
Can I
can
try
go
to
rook to d5.
No, he played knight d5. Rook to d5, rook to b6, followed by bishop b7 would be a problem.
I was going to go rook to d5 and e5.
But f5
bishop takes f5.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, yes, of course. Very good. So, pardon me. After b5, he played knight d5, and after knight d5, we have b4 on the board. Correct?
Yes.
Have I
Yeah.
caught up to the players?
I don't feel like White's made progress in the last moves.
Is he going to take that? Wait. Is he going to take that pawn on
You
e7?
cannot, right? Because king e7, knight h7.
On the board.
But knight h7.
f6.
F6 or rook h8, right?
Knight d5 back, king to f3. Rook to d3, trying to go to g3 or h3.
By the way, Anatoly Karpov in such positions, he puts his king on f4.
First.
And then,
he thinks.
says,
And then
okay,
he
where
thinks.
do I go
Yeah.
next? You know, but just put the king on this very nice, attractive f4 square. And
King to g7. Now go king to e3 and drop the other rook to g2. Try to checkmate the black king.
Oh. I like checkmate patterns with very few pieces on the board. I like this domination.
Exactly.
And Nemcova has converted her winning position. We will have at least one Armageddon coming up. That is craziness. Every day an Armageddon.
And I tell you, the first Armageddon from the first match between, pardon me, Fabi and Jeffery will go down in the annals of chess Armageddon history.
Oh, yeah.
1 second. And Jeffery was out of the champions bracket. King
And now
E3,
out of the tournament.
Rook G1.
Rook g3, exchanging the rooks. And now bishop to b7.
Rook G3, exchanging the rooks.
I don't like that. I don't like what he did.
Okay, that was, I mean, he's really confident that this
Weakness,
ending
Yeah, I'm
is.
not sure about that.
But okay, what if...
But he did put his king on f4, so Anatoly
There you go.
Karpov would be happy. Like, okay,
It
the
still looks-
legend lives on.
It still looks terrible.
It does.
I mean, I think the next
This
moves
pawn
are...
on b6 is just.
I think the next moves are rook d4 and knight b6.
Which he played rook to d4.
I was about to say rook to d4, knight to e3, and
think we
knight
have
to
a rook on
c4.
c8.
Well, it's the
Maybe
same
we can
idea.
see-
Knight b6, knight c4,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Maybe we can see the full board.
2
3
seconds. Oh.
2 seconds
Okay, but
by.
knight
But
c4
knight
is
c4
coming.
just finishes, no?
Yes.
Knight c4
Knight
is coming.
c4 is just...
And look, now Sam is like, okay, this is me at my best.
And everything is falling apart. Knight takes
Exactly.
d6.
Knight takes d6.
b4 is falling. The bishop doesn't have a good square.
It really doesn't. AB, AB.
Wow.
Now that was played with confidence. Like snap that pawn on.
As it should.
Yeah, exactly. Don't think about that one.
I think
E5. Nothing to think about there.
Yeah, e5 is like automatic. All right.
Check.
Check is
And knight
surprise.
c7. Oh, he's
He spotted knight c7, simplifying the position into a one rook endgame.
Exactly.
Now rook d8 is coming also, winning a full
Oh,
piece.
full piece. It's a full piece, guys. He'll resign.
Yes.
Rook a7, rook...
Actually, rook
I don't know.
d8
It doesn't win a full piece. Yeah.
I'll take the bishop, take the pawn on b4. I'll play the 2 extra pawns.
And I think he's about to.
Right.
What is he going for?
Style points! F6, get out of here with your pawns. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Oh, wait, let's drop that. We still have a game left. Anna Zatonskih needs to win this against Tsolakidou. Let's look at the position on the board.
For a Armageddon.
Armageddon, but knight
What?
b6 guarantees that the a4 pawn will drop because knight takes a4. You don't have rook a2. Knight c3 is check. Still, well, it's a 3 versus 3. It should be a draw, but
It's all about the clock
It's all
and
about
the nerves.
the nerves, the clock.
And the clock is in Stavrula's favor right now.
I see that. 20 seconds.
All right, there is a pawn
There-
hanging on e6. You don't want to trade the rooks right away.
Right.
And king f7 can be met with rook c7, which is
You still have some slight issues.
side
to
issues,
lose.
right? Yeah, it's not an easy draw.
But probably king f7 followed by king f6 if you allow me to, right? Should be the way to go. Get the king out.
Yeah,
I
king
don't,
f7
I don't
makes
see
a
a
lot of
major
sense.
problem with it, yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Rook c7 check, king f6.
It's a bit passive, king f6, rook c6, but...
But
Oh,
rook
I was
b6
thinking
then.
King
Huh?
f7.
Ah,
rook b6 then.
How about this one, guys? King f7, rook f7 check, rook c7 check.
I
king
don't
f6.
care, but play!
Knight f3.
Play! It's about 15 here's the code.
And Zatonskih just calmly drinks her juice.
Yeah.
With 20 seconds on the clock.
And now here I'm expecting rook c7 check.
King f7 was a good move.
King f6, knight f3, with the idea of e5 check.
Black definitely have some issues. Ooh,
c4.
I did not see that coming.
Anna
What does
says
this
the
do?
knight is a little bit offsides.
She wants to take this rook b6 idea away.
Exactly. Rook check followed by, after king f6, rook c6. And
So I think she'll win the
Anna's-
pawn on e6, right?
Anna is still
alive.
Alive.
Rook to b6.
Yeah, this
king
pawn is dead.
e5 is a move.
Ah, I like king e5.
But she decides
king
to
e5,
give
knight e6.
away
No, king
the
e5.
pawn. King e5. King to
Okay.
f7. Okay, that's a pawn up. Can she nurse this?
And finally, rook b2. No, she
That's a
didn't
strong
play
knight
rook.
on e5. It's going to be
That's a
very
nice
difficult
knight.
to take it away from there.
How about
rook to b2 is coming also.
check? I was wondering about the knight ending.
And that's why she played rook to c2.
Okay, again, she's a pawn up, but
Yeah, rook
her
b4.
pieces are very active, very active.
White's actually paralyzed.
Yuck.
Rook to b4. King to e3 is going to be met by knight, to g4.
And
Check
we've seen
immediately.
it. And this is the draw.
Just give a check.
Check.
Cannot. No, you
No,
cannot go there.
rook c4. You can't go that way.
You
You
cannot
gotta
go
go
there.
and she's done it, and back.
But if you go
This
king
is
f3,
over.
then just rek takes d4.
This
and,
is over.
And this is
yeah,
over.
And a draw is coming.
Inevitable.
Inevitable draw. King f8.
Wide with.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. But this is just dead, right?
2 versus 2.
And this is all Stavi needs to pass to the next round of the elimination bracket. Yeah, this is not going anywhere.
Yeah, we're going to see
And
a draw.
that's it. It's a draw.
And Anna Zatonskih is out of the tournament.
Out of the
Congratulations
tournament.
to your student.
Ooh, that was a roller coaster of a match. But Stavrula Tsolakidou makes it through. And guys, we have one game remaining. We have an Armageddon coming up.
Two Armageddons.
Sorry. Two Armageddons.
Armageddons coming
We
up.
have two Armageddons as Sam Shankland made that huge comeback against Ray Robson. And so did Katerina and Nemcova, both of them winning with the white pieces. What a situation. Let me see the... Let's put this final dagger on the screen that Sam had.
This move,
F6. It's so
Style
beautiful.
point.
There are actually a bunch of pieces for black on the corner. You can't see them.
The rook on a7 and
the bishop on a8.
But this move
F6.
Deadly threat of rook to d8
Exactly.
checkmate, and there's no way you can cover that.
That's
the
beautiful.
knight on c7.
I like how we were thinking of rook d8 and knight a8, play an endgame.
No, I'm
F6, checkmate. Thank you very much. Wow, this is great.
Good stuff.
It's
I'm
great
loving
TV.
it. Loving it. There's two Armageddon matches coming up, games coming up, and two players eliminated.
Two players eliminated.
Jeffery
and Anna
Zatonskih.
Zatonskih. So let's remind the viewers the rules for the Armageddon. We'll have a coin flip. The winner of the coin flip gets to choose their color, and this is how it works: 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. There is a 2-second increment starting from move 61. So the moment you make your 61st move, you get an extra 2 seconds on the clock, but that only kicks in on 61. And
Right.
black, of course, wins if it ends in a draw. They do start with the move disadvantage as well as the minute disadvantage,
as well.
so they get the draw odds.
And what intrigued me is both yourself and Fabi said that you would like to have the white pieces and give the draw odds to your opponent in these Armageddons.
In the 5 versus 4 Armageddons, because there are other Armageddons, 6 versus 5.
5.
I played a terrible Armageddon that was like 45 minutes against 19 minutes, which
Kamsky,
I don't want to talk about.
You were bidding one another. That was crazy.
That was not a good system. Let me put it that way.
I liked it. And here are the pairs.
Yeah, because you didn't have 19 minutes against 45.
Because I was watching.
And then there's the pairings. Katerina, Nemcova.
Must win.
Is it confirmed with white?
Yes.
I'm asking the producers.
It's a 50-50.
It's a 50-50. We might get it right, yeah?
It is
No,
not.
they have not flipped yet. They have not flipped yet. So it will be Katerina Nemcova against Ruiyang. This is just the matchups. And Shankland will be playing against Ray Robson.
It is actually Nemcova that is with the black pieces.
Oh,
and
Nemcova with black?
Shankland with the white pieces indeed.
Okay.
Shankland is black.
So we got him completely backwards, not too bad.
And it was a 50-50 in both cases.
And we still got 0. This is like a USB drive,
I like our producers.
Baby.
Our producers are right there on the spot. Whenever a serious decision has to be chosen, 0 for 0, man. It's great.
They're amazing. They always get it right.
Oh, wait a minute. What's
Production
happened
boss
to my
just
sound?
left.
My sound.
We're on ourselves, guys.
They put me on mute.
How long until they start? I believe they should be starting momentarily, right? Moments away from starting the Armageddon. Ray certainly feels that he's gotten out-prepared every single game. And in every single game, he's taking some time to try to figure out the opening. He doesn't have this time right now.
Yeah, and I have to say that game that we just saw, it was sort of like, it was such a strange game because he played all of these moves a la tempo. He got to this position after knight f4. He went into a tank, and he got the worst possible position he could out of this double pawn sacrifice by white. I mean, white could not have asked for a better position. This move, queen d8. Who plays queen d8 there when you have this opportunity for queen e5?
Yeah.
Very, very passive play by Ray. It was almost like, all I need to do is a draw, and I'm pretty sure I can make a draw, even if I have a worse ending.
Yeah, but this is an atrocious endgame.
And Sam played it actually very well to force this Armageddon. Now, guys, what did I say about the Armageddon? I think I said a flip. It depended on who was white, right?
Right.
Between Ray and Sam?
And Sam, yeah.
So Ray is going to be white. And I have a feeling Sam probably won that coin flip because the way this match has been progressing, we know that Sam has a clear edge in the opening preparation. And we've seen that he can transition if white, Robson that is, decides to play e4. He knows exactly what he's going to do in the Berlin.
We can
Good
not
luck.
guess.
You're not going to beat him in the Berlin.
Perhaps we can not guess and ask our
Chris,
our arbiter,
Tony?
right?
Yeah.
If who won the coin flips? Because I am curious on how the players decide these things. Everybody has different opinions. The majority opinion I've heard is to take white no matter what. But that being said,
not in this match.
Not in this match, right? Ray's tools against the Berlin haven't really impressed.
No. And indeed, in this particular game, when you see rook c7, you go, wow, wow, wow. But up in that moment,
And
wow.
what are we thinking? Well, I mean, it's not 50-50, right? What do you mean? What do we think of ourselves now?
But I think I was the odd man out when I was picking Anna Zatonskih.
I think so too, right?
Yeah. I was, but in the Ray Robson match, I think it was a 2-2.
Yeah, it's a 2-2.
As we had in our panel,
we're flanking
very
you.
split.
Me and Var were flanking you guys.
Look, I've always told you guys, and you're not paying attention. Control the center. Be in the middle.
This hyper-modernists, they don't know anything.
I know. These flank attacks don't work. Christian, you know better.
They never learn.
I know.
All right. What is going on through Ray Robson's mind? I mean, it's just about what opening to play.
Ideas.
It's like, I play e4, he goes e5, and then what do I do?
More than that,
You're not going to go e4.
If I'm in Ray's shoes,
Ray's not playing e4.
If I'm in Ray's shoes, I'm saying to myself, not the opening, what kind of play, what kind of game do I want? Do I want a long struggle, knight f3, g3, bishop g2, castles? Do I want a sharp tactical?
Wait. Are we seeing a coin flip right now?
No.
I think there's a discussion of the actual rules and move 61.
It feels like Ray maybe is not very happy with the coin flip situation. Is that the case?
No idea.
Well, I mean, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's not happy about it.
It is what it is.
You have an extra minute on the clock.
Yes.
You're Ray. You know that your opponent is probably going to outplay you in the theoretical battle. What do you play? Do you,
Knight F3,
you
G3,
just play
bishop
like
E2
Knight
castle.
F3, E3, B3, something along those lines, which probably is also known from Shankland's perspective because he analyzes everything.
Right. Moments away here from starting. They're playing for their lives, ladies and gentlemen. There is no second chance for these players. They have already used up one of their lives. Robson against Aronian and Shankland against Dominguez. So this is do or die. If they want to remain here in the American Cup 2022, Ray Robson must win, and Sam is okay with a draw that will give him the pass to the next round. The same thing for Ruiyang and Nemcova, but we're going to focus on this game. And
away they go.
Away they go, and obviously a Berlin. D3,
this time D3.
And with D6, actually, very curious. Most people are playing the moves bishop C5 in this position, but of course D6 is ultra solid.
Absolutely.
Very standard Spanish type structure. I think this makes a lot of sense for Robson to play long game and where the minute can be used.
Exactly. I'm thinking also about this Dubai World Championship match where the world champion Magnus Carlsen, he put his pawn on H6, he put his bishop on F8, and he said to Nepo, do your worst.
Yeah.
And Nepo didn't do too much.
Not too much, right.
Ooh,
D5. And you can see with the speed that Shankland plays, yet again, he has out-prepared Ray Robson. You don't play D5 in a vacuum. You obviously prepare this.
Exactly.
And
not a big surprise because bishop B3 came rather quickly, certainly by Ray's standards. It came quickly.
Why did you want him to think for 5 minutes?
I mean, yeah, exactly. I'm sad to say I've been seeing Ray really sit on his hands too much.
But finally we have Shankland thinking, and I think this is Robson's best. Like you breathe a sigh of relief that he's not blitzing out every single move.
Now you have to be very careful on that diagonal.
Exactly.
That's why
one
he
of the
played
things
H6.
you don't want to do is capture too prematurely. There is this move Knight G5, which makes black a little bit awkward. Therefore, H7, H6 by H6 by Sam Shankland. Again, as you say, theoretically.
And Queen E2 played quickly. At this point, we don't really care if they're good moves or bad moves. Please play them fast because we know that flagging is a real thing here.
Exactly, and bishop E6 on the board.
On the board.
Now,
expect Knight F1.
Knight F1 comes. If you were going to play E takes D,
you would have done the last move, right?
Followed by Knight C4. You would have done it on the last move, not in this move.
So Knight F1 played.
Right.
Queen D7, Knight G3, all very standard Spanish type maneuvers. Black has a bit more space, but it's actually facing pressure in the center. Exactly. Very normal position.
Exactly, and it's also about this F5 square.
Rook A D8, Knight H4.
Oftentimes Knight H4.
Already on the board?
Oh, pardon me, already on the board. These guys are playing fast.
And we're being told that Nemcova is in trouble. We won't switch to that game, but Nemcova is apparently in trouble already.
Oh dear.
But not that serious. It's just a blitz game.
A knight is coming to F5, but now black has the option of taking on E4 and queen to D3, try to exchange the queens. Let's see if he goes for that.
He took on B3 actually, exchanging the bishops first.
And then, wow.
You could have still went with queen to D3, forcing the queen trade. He did not go for that.
I'm stunned that he didn't play queen to D3 myself. Right. Again, I mean, all you need is a draw. Yeah. That's what it's all about in this Armageddon. You got
Ray doing a good job of keeping his time advantage. Still a 45-second advantage that he has over Sam.
And then after queen,
he played B4, G6, bishop E3.
G6, bishop E3.
That's all you need to do. Just keep your time advantage.
And then flag him.
And by the way, not just keeping a time, it's a slightly uncomfortable B4, B5 on White's agenda. It's
knight to B8.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, the knight on C6 wasn't any great shakes. Where do you want him?
Where are you going with that knight? Knight to D7, knight to B6, knight to C4? Is that your plan?
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's a plan, right? I don't care if it's a good plan.
I think it was necessary to kind of sidestep
B5,
B5.
Right? Yeah. And
Okay,
knight
knight
b8 has
b8.
taken Ray by surprise. He's
Knight to f3, retreating with that knight.
The knight did its job, which was to coax slight weakness on the king side. The pawn on h6 is now had to be
Queen to c6. That's a weird move, in my opinion. Attacking the pawn on e4, but now knight to d2 seems to be the right direction, which he goes for.
Defending the pawn, pardon me, defending against the pawn break b5,
Knight
queen
b7.
c6, knight e7.
And did we see knight to b3? No, queen to c4. Ray offering the queen trade.
Here I can support that decision wholeheartedly. Queen takes c4, knight takes c4.
On the board.
Knight a5 could end up cramping.
C6.
C6.
Don't like that move.
So now bishop a7 is going to be met by rook to a8.
But he played knight a5 first.
Rook
Rook b8.
b1.
Rook b8. I don't like what is happening to Sam's game. Now Sam is being tied down to a very defensive role, and
yeah, it's still holding. It's still holding for Sam. He's played c5. I like this move.
Yes,
I like that originally, not c6. I liked c5 break open. This take. Can I take with the bishop?
He did.
And I think he's
playing.
Okay, right?
White still has a big problem.
I like this move, king f2.
I like knight f1.
I don't like it. Knight f1 I think was much better. That knight on g3 is the big problem in White's position right now.
Put it on d6, and we're talking knight f1.
Well, you guys should lower your voices. Knight f1 on the board.
Knight to c4.
b6.
Let's go to d6. Why not?
Yeah, knight c4 is
knight
fine.
c4.
Because you take with the f knight.
You are absolutely right.
Knight
At
c4
first
on the
I thought...
Bishop e7. Wow. Wait a minute. Is knight takes b6? No, knight takes b6 is not a move.
What do you do? What do you do with this knight, actually?
I defend it.
Knight
That's a
fd2?
good question.
Kind of ugly, right?
True.
What is the time situation? Oh, it's evened out. Ray Robson with a minute 40, Sam Shankland a minute 33.
And if I go to d6, rook c6 actually traps the knight.
Yeah, that's kind of sick, yeah?
That is.
Whoa. Sam is ahead in the clock.
A3?
Knight is going everywhere, yeah?
Where is
Knight a3 is going to b1? What is going on?
Black is better already.
Knight a3, b5, knight b1.
Knight b1.
Sam completely outplayed his opponent in the last 10 moves or so.
That was a bamboozle.
Knight b1 is strange.
Truly.
But it is just a bullet game now. It really is just a bullet game now.
Now they're playing with a minute each.
No increment whatsoever.
Look at that.
Bishop takes c7, knight takes c7. The
rook does
invades.
penetrate.
But now I can go king to e8.
It's kind of ironic that there's a black knight on a4 attacking a pawn on b2.
B2 when there was a knight on a5 attacking the pawn on b7. Yeah.
You picked up on it right away. The same thing I was seeing.
I like rook a8 because it prepares king e8. You don't have rook a7.
Knight to c2.
And now king e8. Or knight c5 first.
He wants
Tickling
to go
the rook,
Yeah.
driving
to
it back.
b4.
Knight to e6.
more
Hold
tickles.
on, there's a knight f4 sighting.
That's okay.
That's
can
okay.
give
You
a
have king
check.
f2, right?
Okay.
That's not a threat.
Knight c2 back.
Response to the non-threat.
He respected.
He respected the non-threat, yes. Knight e3 coming to d5, maybe? This knight on b1 needs to move.
Okay,
All right.
and finally the knight was about to land on c2 and b4.
Whoa.
And
What's going on?
B4
Is
and
e5 hanging?
what is it? E5
Is
is
e5
hanging.
hanging?
My
That's a pawn.
goodness. That's a huge pawn. And
Another pawn is coming. Rook to
Another.
d4.
Well. Rook d4 still keeps the pawn on a4 alive.
Knight to c2.
Rook c4.
Knight
That
to
is
e1. That's a strange move.
No, but now rook a1, gift me the pawn on a4.
What about knight
Knight
c5
c5 though?
Knight d4, knight c5.
Knight d4 check, I can just move
28
away.
seconds against 29.
Wait.
They're gonna make the time control though. They're
Rook
at
takes
move
A4
55
and
right now.
No, it's not
Check.
two pawns.
Oh!
Knight c5.
Oh, spicy caterpillar with the puzzle rush tactics.
Ray Robson takes it.
And what's going on here? I see.
Oh, skewer.
Yeah, this is over.
skewer.
Okay, that's a lot of time, yeah.
That's 31
Considering
seconds.
that black only needs a draw, I think someone's doing okay here.
My bet is
Katerina
Katya.
Nemcova and Ray Robson pull through and go into the next round. Wow.
Wow.
And that is, yep, that's checkmate.
That's checkmate.
Whoa, what? Let's go back into this fork that none of us saw. None of us saw. But Ray Robson, Puzzle Rush master,
That
bullet
he is.
master, instantly saw it. Let's take a look in the 2D board.
Wow.
Yasser has it on his.
So
this
they
was-
were scrambling, bang, 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 bang. Sam pounded down this move, knight e1, expecting knight takes e1 when he was ready to play rook takes b2, defend an ending, a pawn down. Ray said, wait a minute, check, move your king, check. And
that picks up that
rook.
Too much material,
And
forcing
Sam said,
resignation.
oh my goodness. And
what is this, how it looks like in slow motion? Look at the confidence that he plays rook a8 with. Check it out. He goes king f2 and everything's
Knight
still
c2,
knight c2,
rook
which was
a2,
not a good move. Knight
rook
c2 was not a good move.
a4, and Ray had that one.
Yeah.
But this is the stuff right here.
Rook takes.
Recognizing that you have this fork and landing with a rook check. Now I guess he had to defend with the knight, drop the knight back.
No,
But it doesn't help.
Doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
Yeah.
Rook takes c8, knight c5, I take on b3, and the knight on e1 is hanging as well.
Except I go knight d3 check,
But
and I take
it's
the
too-
pawn on b2.
You have to take my rook first.
Yeah, you don't
I
have
did.
time.
I got the rook.
Knight c5, king takes c4, king c8, knight b3, knight d3 check.
And I take the pawn on b2. And we play 4 versus 3, which I probably lose.
No, but after knight c8, there must be some other kind of good move. Yeah, I can just take on e1, for example, with the king.
The problem is knight d3 check, king e3, knight b2, king f4. You might just come roaring
I think I
through.
just take on e1 with the king. Rook takes d3, rook takes c8 is 2 extra pawns.
Woo!
Trailblazing.
We are.
Whoa,
We are
whoa.
hot after these Armageddon. Very, very, very tough to call. As exciting as it is for us, for the players, it must be nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking.
Bracket
Let's take a
update.
look at the brackets and how we stand. We have eliminated 4 players from the tournament, but first let's look at the champions bracket. Aronian against Dominguez. They had their first game today. Dominguez destroyed Levon Aronian with the black pieces. He only needs to draw tomorrow to pass. And meanwhile, Sam Sevian defended very well against a new idea by Fabiano Caruana with this move rook a to rook d2. And they drew their game. They will play with the opposite colors tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the elimination bracket, Ray Robson moves on through over Sam Shankland with a crazy Armageddon, really going down to the wire. And meanwhile, Jeffery Xiong, he missed a chance to equalize there against Wesley, so he really had it in his hands. But Wesley defended tenaciously, came back from nowhere, and drew that game. He moves on to the next round. And meanwhile, in the ladies section, in the champions bracket, Irina Krush drew against Tokhirjonova today in a lost position. Certainly can find herself as the lucky one today. Wesley just completely crushed Tatev Abrahamyan with the white pieces. Tatev yet again with a must-win situation. And in the elimination bracket, it was the Armageddon that allowed Katerina and Nemcova to pass over Ruiyang. And in the playoffs, Tsolakidou 1.5 over Anna Zatonskih. She moves on. Zatonskih, the second seed, actually eliminated early in the tournament.
Absolutely. We have a special guest with Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with Sam Shankland. Sam, commiserations for the match. A very difficult match. You lost the first match, bounced back. And who picked in the Armageddon? Tell us about
Of course it was Ray. I mean, it's very fortunate to draw white when, there's no increment till move 60. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. At some point, when it's this fast, it feels largely random. Like, of course, I was totally fine this game. But yeah, what can you do? Ray played well when it counted.
So you feel that white has an advantage whenever it comes to the Armageddon, despite the fact that it felt like you were gaining a lot of time every single time you guys were playing, because your theoretical knowledge seems to surpass his.
Yeah, I mean, I out-prepared him all 5 games. Of course, in Rapid, that's not the most important element, not by a long shot. Yeah, I mean, when you're losing on time is a thing, 1 extra minute is huge. And also, like, I mean, just thinking about he got in huge trouble with black both games that we had. I sort of thought that, white would be really nice to have there. But yeah, I mean, I would think 5 versus like 3.5, or sorry, 5 versus 4 is I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't think put much time and effort into that. I do think that drawing white was favorable to him, but he did not win the match because he drew white. He won the match because he played better than me when it counted. So, yeah.
Yasser?
No, commiserations, great games. I mean, for the spectators, for ourselves, it's very, very entertaining. Could you tell the spectators how nerve-wracking it is, or did you feel calm during this Armageddon?
I felt pretty calm. I mean, I've always had really good nerves. All of my intangibles, I think, are fantastic. It's the only way an idiot like me can be 2,700. But no, I mean, it's just another day at the office. You know, here we were playing for, you know, like, what, $6,000 more, and I just didn't, like, notice at all. I mean, just it's... But I'm glad that we get some excitement for the fans. You know, I have mixed feelings about Rapid overall, but, well, this excitement you can't beat. There's certainly nothing. That's the positive draw to it.
Thank you, Sam. Alejandro?
I mean, Sam, just so impressed with your preparation, so impressed with your professionalism on the board. It's tough to kick people out of this tournament. It's a knockout. Somebody has to leave, but, man, that was a great performance.
Thank you.
And there we go. Wow, tomorrow's schedule, if you don't mind, Alejandro.
It's not over yet. Tomorrow we have more games. It'll be a slower day tomorrow.
Please.
We don't have elimination bracket games tomorrow, but we do have champions brackets tomorrow, as Group A and Group B do have 2 games each. We'll have Dominguez playing against Aronian, where Aronian needs to win with the black pieces.
Exactly.
And in the other one, Sevian, with the white pieces, will be trying to push against Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, in the ladies section, Irina Krush will be facing with the black pieces, defending against Begim Tokhirjonova. And in the other one, a must-win situation for Abrahamyan, who will be facing Alice Lee, the youngster that is sizzling in this tournament.
And of course, if any of the matches are tied 1-1, then they will go into the playoffs immediately after
yes.
the Classical.
And, oh, wow.
And now we have Cristian with a guy who's just really happy to be here. Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Ray, first of all, big congratulations. That was just simply a crazy match. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, kind of tired, but yeah, I'm relieved that I managed to get out of this with the win somehow, because all the games were really difficult.
We were seeing you on camera before the Armageddon started, just bouncing back and forth. What were you thinking at that point?
A little bit about what opening might occur, but yeah, mostly just nervous pacing. I don't think I was really thinking about much of anything. Just I was disappointed that I lost the previous game, and just trying to get myself ready to, you know, go all out for the win in the Armageddon.
And it felt like it was very, very difficult for you to gain an advantage out of the opening, or at least take him out of his preparation. How did you come up to this conclusion to play the D3 Berlin?
Well, I would say in the third game of the match, that was the one where I was best prepared compared to him, and I think I did get some advantage there. At least I think that was what my preparation said, and that was the game I was able to win. And the last game with the Armageddon with no increment and very short time control, my goal was just to get a game. So probably I didn't get any advantage out of the opening. It was just something quiet, but we kept a lot of pieces on. There was going to be a lot of maneuvering and a tense struggle, and that was my goal.
Well, you survived. You have a rest day tomorrow. How are you going to spend that rest day?
Who am I playing?
You don't know
I
yet.
think tomorrow you will have a rest day, because the championship round is still playing.
And which people could I
Right,
play?
in the bracket.
In the bracket, I believe
it's either Fabiano
Sevian, right?
or Sam, I think.
I think so.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
here we go.
Yeah, I'll mostly just rest. I think especially for the Rapid, I find it's most important just to not prepare too much, just to be sharp. I think my very first game of the tournament, I wasn't able to do that as well, and after that, I've just focused on being well rested, eating enough, and just being mentally prepared to play tough games.
Well, congratulations on surviving this difficult match, and looking forward to seeing the rest of your matches.
Thanks.
Quick chess question for you, Ray, if you don't mind. Just at the very end, your opponent has just played knight takes e1. Everybody was expecting knight takes e1, and boom, you lowered the hammer with rook a8 check and knight c5. You saw that from afar, or just at a half a second before you were going to play knight takes e1, you saw the fork?
No, it just happened in during the moment. I mean, we were just going forward. A similar thing happened in the other game, which I won, game 3. Suddenly, like, I could have taken the piece and I would have been up a bishop, but he had 2 pawns maybe. I wasn't sure if it was a draw, and suddenly I had a rook e7 check at the end, and that just ended the game, which I didn't see from afar. And here, of course, I saw this line might be happening, and I'm going to have to play the 4 versus 3, and all of a sudden I see the check, and then I see like he has no squares, and yeah, it just happened all of a sudden. I think neither of us saw it coming.
Thank you, Ray. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Whoo! I know. I feel like the Armageddon with Fabi and Jeffrey put me over the edge. This is
great.
This is really fun stuff.
This is really fun stuff. This was amazing. Wow. Well, Cristian, some final thoughts about today's games. They were really, really fun. What do you think?
My goodness, I mean, so much back and forth between these, all of the players, actually. We saw Nemcova come back from the dead. She was playing such a terrible chess, but then with the black pieces managed to bounce back once, then bounce back twice, force the Armageddon, which she dominated. Yeah. Of course, Tsolakidou, in my opinion, was just today the better prepared player. I did not like Zatonskih's time management. That was the big problem and her downfall, in my opinion. But this sizzling match between Robson and Shankland, well, I'm going to have to watch that back at home maybe and relive this moment, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow's matches.
Thank you,
That's
Cristian.
amazing.
Yeah, great stuff.
Great stuff. Well,
we're gonna sign off.
we're still. That was an amazing way to finish the day.
Yes,
2 Armageddon games. Katerina Nemcova and Ray Robson make it through. We sadly say goodbye to 4 players. Thank you for participating. Extremely strong. Ruiyang, Jeffery, Xiong, Anna Zatonskih, and Sam Shankland. Certainly they could be playing on the next rounds, but somebody has to go home in this format.
Right.
And that's it. Tomorrow, remember, 4 classical games. Don't miss them. We might have a long day tomorrow because the playoffs for them are tomorrow as well.
Exactly.
We will see who survives and who goes down to the elimination bracket.
Thank you, everyone, and good night. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.